Rated by C.S.E. Cooney. Part 1. Progeny. Chapter 1. Sabotage. Wrigley Field survived. So much of the city of New Chicago had been built from scratch over its 9-year history, it bore little resemblance to its namesake. The Mayhem Wave wiped most familiar buildings out of existence, leaving in its wake little more than wilderness and scraps. Yet Wrigley stood, carrying the torch for a world all but gone. Reasoning that no better symbol could be found for perseverance in the face of apparent hopelessness than the Chicago Cubs, the founders of the new city declared Wrigley's survival an omen, and a national pastime was reborn. On opening day, nearly 8 years after saving the world, Harrison Cody took his son to a ball game. "You want a beer?" Mitchell looked at him with a mixture of amusement and uncertainty. "I think corruption of a minor is still a real thing. Also, ick." Harrison laughed and waved to a vendor. "Suit yourself." Mitchell's relationship to Harrison defied traditional definition. Harrison had been his adopted father for less than a year before Mitchell's father returned from a magically induced oblivion. Though no longer legal family, they stayed close over the years, and with Mitchell about to turn 18, these outings would dwindle. He hoped the ball game would give them an opportunity for some 11th-hour bonding, but Mitchell spent a fair portion of his time staring off into space. 2 innings in, when he managed not to notice a 2-run homer, Harrison took him for a walk. "Talk to me," he said. "What's going on?" "Nothing," said Mitchell without making eye contact. Nothing? Asked Harrison. "Or nothing you want to talk about?" Mitchell shrugged. "The second one?" "Hey, this is me." Harrison put his hand on Mitchell's shoulder. "Anything you tell me is privileged information. If you need to vent, I'm your guy. Remember? All the perks of having a parent and none of the pesky judgment." He paused there, then lowered his voice. "If you're in trouble, you know how many strings I can pull with a single phone call, right?" "I'm not in trouble." "Is it school stuff?" Mitchell shook his head. "Girl stuff?" Mitchell laughed at that. "I wish. Throw me a bone, sport. You're safe here. Besides, I've got all kinds of patronizing advice to offer." Mitchell finally looked at him. "It's Dad's stuff." "Oh," said Harrison. "Shit. I'm sorry." "No, it's okay," said Mitchell. "It's just a thing. I don't know. I just feel like he doesn't get me." A small beep came from Harrison's shirt pocket, and he sighed in irritation. "Hold that thought." He removed an object the size and shape of a pen and spoke into it. "Cody?" It spoke back to him in a female voice that sounded full despite the tiny speaker. "We need you to come in, sir." "Why?" The voice paused and Harrison frowned. As an assistant director in the new Chicago Security Agency, he understood a call back to the office would surely mean a matter of some urgency, and he would drop everything to address it. He did, however, consider himself entitled to demand an explanation for why he would need to leave his son alone at a Cubs game, especially in the middle of a sensitive conversation. After a bit, she said, "It's a missing persons case." That made things less clear. "Who? Missing persons is a police matter. Why are we getting involved in this?" "That's all I'm authorized to say," she said. "This is a secure line, Felicia." Harrison took a moment to look at Mitchell and put his finger to his lips. Mitchell nodded. In truth, the likelihood that Mitchell could hear enough of what came from that speaker to understand it was slim. The technology was designed for stealth, with a narrow range of audibility. "And I need to know." Another pause. "Hold, please." Mitchell gave Harrison a questioning look, still not speaking. Harrison shrugged. After a few seconds, a reply came in the crisp, British-accented voice of the NCSA director, Alec Baker. It's Siobhan Roark. Mitchell's eyes went 1 degree wider. That one he heard. Understood. I'm coming in right now. Harrison put the device back in his pocket. Go, said Mitchell. Harrison pulled out a small PDA and fidgeted with it. Sorry about this. I'll call you later today. I just transferred $50 to your card. For what? Asked Mitchell. In case you decide you need 10 hot dogs. He put his hand on Mitchell's shoulder. Let's finish this conversation as soon as I can get away, okay? Mitchell nodded. Harrison took in the hangdog look on his son's face with a new, added level of worry. This new situation and new uncertainty compounded whatever personal problems Mitchell had. One of his 29 adopted sisters had gone missing. Talk to me. The new Chicago security agency housed its headquarters in a reclaimed office building. They had imprisoned Harrison here once. Now he had an office and a staff. His assistant, Felicia, met him at the door and handed him a small data device as they walked to the elevator. She looked considerably younger than her 30 years, with a mop of black curls on top of a fair-skinned, slender face. Her professionalism belied any youthful first impressions she might give. Miss Roark failed to report to work yesterday morning, she said. No one has reported contact with her since approximately 7 a.m. when she left her home. Her boyfriend was the last person to see her and reported her missing this morning. Is he a suspect? Harrison opened a file on the small screen with his thumbprint and skimmed it as they talked. Not at this time. The police aren't ruling him out, but so far his story holds up. Harrison nodded, carefully omitting his opinion. He had met Siobhan's boyfriend on at least one occasion, though he couldn't recall his name at that moment, and he seemed like a decent guy. But admitting that at this junction might come across as unprofessional, especially if he turned out to be wrong. What's our contribution to the investigation? I recalled Blevins and York right before I called you, she said. Agent York is with the police right now, coordinating resources. Blevins is our top man for this kind of work, but he was on a deep cover assignment and isn't expected back until tomorrow afternoon. They stopped at the elevator. Harrison continued to skim the file in front of him, most of it a simple acknowledgement of how little hard information anyone actually had. They stepped into the car. York was on an important assignment as well. On whose authority did you pull them from the field? Mine, she said. This is your daughter's, sir. He raised an eyebrow at that. By taking responsibility for that call herself, especially before contacting him, she had shielded Harrison from accusations of impropriety and misuse of agency personnel. He doubted it would come to that, but the precaution reminded him how valuable she had been to him in his role as an administrator. Thank you. She nodded. They reached his floor. Have York report to me directly. I want hourly updates. I also want to know how many people we can free up for this immediately if it turns into a manhunt, and I want those people put on call. Understood. She left Harrison at the door to his office. He dropped the data device on his desk and collapsed into the black leather chair behind it. The new Chicago security agency had originally recruited Harrison as the result of a unique talent he had acquired entirely by chance, a highly specialized form of telekinesis. He had been content enough with that arrangement until, on his first major mission, he proved himself of worth beyond his special talent. On his return, his contributions led to him assuming a leadership role in the agency, and eventually rising to the post of assistant director. In the face of this new crisis, he wondered, as he often did, whether he was in over his head. Certainly, with Siobhan's life potentially at risk, it felt like something out of his area of expertise. He had that very thought when he opened his desk drawer and found the bomb. For a moment he stared at it, struggling to believe what he saw. The thought of someone trying to assassinate him in such a dramatic manner did not surprise him, but the absurdly crude design of the device, coupled with the extraordinarily ineffective method of detonation, gave him pause. In his drawer sat nothing more than 3 sticks of dynamite, wired to a timer with oversized red LED digits. According to the clearly displayed countdown, Harrison had 6 hours and 19 minutes left before the bomb blew. Even setting aside its cartoonish appearance and the fact he had almost an entire workday to evacuate the building, this bomb could never work. Ever since the Mayhem event, the chemical reactions that drove conventional explosives and firearms no longer generated the energy they needed to be effective weapons. Once that timer ran down to 0, the blasting cap might get hot, but it wouldn't set off a charge. Those 3 sticks of dynamite would smolder and turn to ash, if they ignited at all. For all those reasons, he suspected the object ticking down in his desk drawer was a magical weapon. He removed the communication device from his shirt pocket and spoke into it. "Felicia, I need Special Agent Logan in my office immediately. This is top priority." "Understood," she said. "Baker," said Harrison without pause. By voice command, the device directed his call accordingly. "This is Cody. There is a bomb in my office on a timer set to go off in 6 hours. "Good grief," came the reply. "Call Logan." "Already did. And stay put. Anyone's guess what will set that thing off." "Great," said Harrison, now glued to his seat. 8 minutes later, Alec Baker entered Harrison's office. The director of the new Chicago Security Agency walked with a cane and had done so ever since suffering nerve damage from a wound in his right leg. "Let's see it." "Bottom right drawer," said Harrison. Alec hobbled his way around the desk and crouched down to inspect the contents of the open drawer. He shook his head. "Only you." "Nice," said Harrison. "Am I right to believe this bomb poses no literal threats? Dynamite doesn't explode anymore, right?" Alec did not take his eyes off the bomb. "It probably won't explode. I'd say it's meant to do something, though. Wouldn't be much point to go to all this trouble for no effect. Magic, most likely. Anyone's guess what that timer is counting down to? We're not going to try to defuse it, are we?" Alec looked up at Harrison. "I assume by we you don't mean the two of us, but no, we're not. I called in a wizard to have a look at it. Probably moot anyway if Logan gets here first." Harrison frowned. "Wizard?" "Wizard. And do try to be cordial this time." Harrison's experience with wizards was limited to ways in which he and they annoyed each other. A handful of them carried over from Glimmer's world, and despite the fact the pixie had been gone for years, he still thought of it in those terms. But most were ordinary humans who had a knack for wielding magic. It had taken several years to discover there existed ways for ordinary humans to use magic at all, and despite great strides in that field since then, few natives of Harrison's world could match their magical world counterparts in skill or scope. "Which one?" asked Harrison. "Aplomado." Harrison groaned. "You mean Jerry?" "I mean Aplomado. Don't call him Jerry." "I'll try not to," Harrison lied. Alec glowered at him. "See that you do. This is no game to him, Cody. These people have skills you and I would have to put our lives on hold for years to acquire, if we even had the aptitude, which is doubtful. If he wants to give himself a nonsense name, it's a kind of falcon." Alec raised his brows at that. "Is it?" Harrison nodded. "I looked it up. April says it's also a bastardization of the Spanish for lead-colored. I mentioned that to him a few weeks ago. You might have noticed that's around the time he stopped calling himself Aplomado the Grey, since, he was pretty much calling himself Gray the Grey." Alec rubbed his chin in thought. "All right, that is a bit pretentious." "I'm saying." A knock came from Harrison's office door. In it stood a man dressed in a gray robe holding a pointed felt hat. He had a meticulously trimmed and completely gray, though obviously dyed, goatee and matching long, wavy hair. "Bob?" "Drawer," said Harrison. Aplomado drifted to Harrison's desk and dropped his hat on it as Alec stepped out of his way. Behind his back, Harrison mouthed, "Jerry. which earned him a rap on the knee from Alex Kane. "This will kill everyone in the building," said Aplamato. "I assume you already know the timer is accelerating?" "What?" said Harrison. "No, I didn't know that." Said Aplamato. "It appears to be progressing geometrically, but even if you didn't work that out, and I would never expect you to see it on your own, the clock on your wall should have been a dead giveaway. How long has it been since you discovered this device?" Harrison looked to Alec for help, who looked at his watch. "You called it in 11 minutes ago." "Have a look," said Aplamato. Harrison peered into his desk drawer, where the timer rolled over from 6 hours to 5:59. "It's advanced 20 minutes since then." Alec pulled a communicator from his shirt pocket. "Level 1 evacuation on my authorization." Seconds later, a klaxon sounded, followed by activity in the hallway outside Harrison's open door, as the staff scrambled to exit the building in an orderly but swift fashion. "How long?" he said to Aplamato. 9 minutes of real time. Maybe. That's an estimate, assuming the countdown function remains consistent. Minimum safe distance. Anyone not physically touching the building is safe. This is a curse, not a bomb. When it goes off, the entire structure will be turned into a deadly contact poison. If you make skin contact with so much as a doorknob, you will die. The entire building will need to be quarantined. If you try to demolish it, the dust will contaminate the entire city. Harrison looked around himself, trying to assess anything of value he needed to grab on his way out. As he swept past his own desk, Aplamato looked him in the eyes. "If you need to come back for something sensitive, you might be safe in an environment suit, which you would then have to incinerate, but I wouldn't risk it. Whatever you are looking for right now, you better find it and take it with you." "You can't defuse this?" asked Alec. Aplamato shook his head. "It would take me at least half an hour to determine the specifics of this spell to counter it, and there are safeties in place to prevent tampering or scrutiny. It is very advanced work. Mallory might be able to stop this thing, but she would never get here in time. It is beyond me. I am sorry." "What about Sarah?" asked Harrison. "She's already on her way." "That might work," said Aplamato, "but I really wouldn't know. Telekinesis is outside the scope of my expertise." As the wizard stood and retrieved his hat, Alex said into his communicator, "Magical Agent Mallory to AD Cody's office immediately. Override evacuation protocol for that agent and for Special Agent Logan." "Mallory will never make it here," said Aplamato. "Our problem," said Alec. "Dismissed, Agent." Aplamato nodded and departed. "How long are we going to wait for them?" asked Harrison. 9 minutes, said Alec, "which I suggest you use to find us 2 pairs of gloves." 8 minutes later, 2 men rushed into Harrison's office, escorting a frightened and overwhelmed woman in her early 40s by both arms. "Here," said Harrison. They took her to Harrison's desk and released her. He pointed to the bomb, and she looked directly at it. "Oh my God," said Sarah Logan. "Is that a bomb?" Harrison read the timer, now frozen at 35 seconds. "Not anymore." He removed the wool mittens he had secured from the lost and found box in the break lounge. "Thank you." Sarah rubbed her face with both hands. "May I sit down?" Harrison pulled up his leather chair, and she flopped into it. "Are you able to tell me what just happened, Director?" "Not much to tell that isn't already obvious. Cody found that bomb in his desk about 20 minutes ago. The first thing he did was call for you, which happened to be the correct solution." Like Harrison, Sarah picked up a highly specialized telekinetic ability on the day the world as everyone knew it ended. Her talent was the ability to stop any clock with a glance, entirely involuntarily and invariably permanent. The timer on that bomb would never again read anything but 35 seconds. "Right," she said. "Got it. Just give me a few minutes to burn off this adrenaline." "Take your time," said Harrison. "There are about 20 undergrads right now who probably think I was just arrested." Harrison laughed. "Sorry about that. We'll give the university a statement." She waved away the suggestion. "The school knows I'm always on call. It's my students who don't. I'll have some explaining to do tomorrow." She looked up with a weak smile. "It's good to see you. We should probably find better ways to get together." "Agreed. How's Saturday? Dinner at our place?" "Ha! You're on. Should we bring Adler or get a sitter?" "Bring 'em," said Harrison. "We'll make it a family thing." "Done and done." She looked at Alec. "Am I finished here, Doctor?" "Yes," he said. "Would you like a ride back to work?" "Nah, thanks, but that was my last class, and I think I'd rather just walk home at this point." She stood and gave Harrison a hug. "Saturday. 5-ish," he said. "See you then." She punctuated this with a very unagent-like kiss on the cheek. "Good day, Director Baker." Alec nodded. "Special Agent Logan?" She strolled out the door. "Not to change the subject," said Harrison, "but are we still moving on this missing persons investigation?" Alec crouched down to scrutinize the inert bomb, taking care not to touch it. "I'd say we have 2 priority investigations now." Chapter 2. Melody. Dorothy O'Neill stood in the hallway outside the Cody's apartment for a full 5 minutes, debating whether to ring the bell. She had no fear of being unwelcome, nor anxiety about how they would receive her. Her hesitance sprang from a different difficulty, and had anyone asked her about it, she would have been sorely pressed to articulate it. It had, in fact, become an ingrained part of her routine of late. Dorothy's visits to Harrison and his family, though fairly regular, always began this way. She doubted Harrison had any notion of how much time she spent in this hallway, poised to enter his home, and not able to do so. Most days she ventured in. Some days she went home unannounced. Though she would never be able to express it in simple terms, the problem was not complicated. Harrison was Dorothy's father. He had only ever acted as such for a span of less than half a year in her early adolescence, the only span of her life she truly felt she had one. She knew her biological father, but he stopped being a part of her life before her 9th birthday. Both of her sisters disappeared when the Mayhem Wave came through on May 30, 2004, and her mother along with them, at least at first. When Harrison traveled to the far end of the globe a year later to help prevent the world from being destroyed, he did something that caused her mother to return. Something magical. The full explanation went over her head. What mattered was she had her mother back. But that glorious restoration came at the price of leaving the only father she had ever truly known, ever truly loved. "Hey, Dottie." Dorothy jumped, startled out of her ruminations. She spun to find the source of her surprise in Claudia de Queiroz, not a welcome sight in Dorothy's current frame of mind. She had known Claudia since she was 14, and Claudia 15. Claudia had been her first friend in New Chicago, providing support she sorely needed at the time. She had also been responsible for Harrison being arrested the day they arrived, which set an ambivalent tone for their relationship. They grew close within days of that meeting, but the closeness held an edge of wariness. In the years since, it had ranged from strained to confusing. Around the time Dorothy was 16, Claudia began to treat her with deliberate indifference, and Dorothy came to believe that Claudia didn't see her as interesting enough or cool enough to be a true friend anymore. As a result, she spent most of her adolescence pining for Claudia's respect. Seeing her now reaffirmed her pining had never faded. She offered her best attempt to be blasé. "Hello, Claude." "You heard about Siobhan?" asked Claudia. Dorothy frowned. She had braced herself for some snarky rejoinder, Claudia's usual form of conversation. "No. What happened to Siobhan? Claudia gave her a quizzical look. Even in confusion, Dorothy found her striking. The skunk stripe in Claudia's hair, which Dorothy long assumed to be an affectation until discovering she had a hereditary condition called poliosis, cut a stark contrast to her dark Brazilian complexion. Dorothy felt upstaged by Claudia's appearance, particularly compared to her own pale skin and straight strawberry blonde hair. Trading in her thick glasses years earlier in favor of corrective eye surgery had helped boost her opinion of her own appearance, but standing beside Claudia, she felt generic. "No one knows," said Claudia. "She's been missing for 2 days. I thought that's why you were here." Dorothy resisted the impulse to tell Claudia she had no need to justify visiting her own father. Apart from not being eager to discuss her true reason for being there, for hoping to find some comfort with family in a rough patch of her life, this unexpected information pushed aside any rivalry between the two of them. "I didn't know that." Like Dorothy, Siobhan Roark was, at least nominally, one of Harrison's adopted daughters. Of the women who shared that distinction, Siobhan was one of the few Dorothy considered a close friend. That she had gone missing triggered in Dorothy not only a fear for her safety, but also guilt as she tried to recall when they last spoke. "Well, I'm sure they'll be glad to see you," said Claudia. Dorothy nodded, not sure who they were, and too self-conscious to ask. After a moment's awkward silence, Claudia said, "Did you knock?" "Oh," said Dorothy, no." Claudia reached past her to rap on the door. After a few seconds, it swung inward, and the sight of Harrison's wife April greeted them. She hugged each one in turn without preamble. Dorothy wished she could find comfort in the gesture. April pointed to Claudia. "Coffee, 1 sugar, no cream." She turned her finger to Dorothy. "Chamomile tea with honey." "Yes, please," said both, and Dorothy smiled, remembering why she had come here in the first place. Not even in the door yet, and already being cared for. April led them inside, where Harrison and 4 women sat around the dining room table. They had extended it with leaves, implying more expected guests. Of the 4 who had arrived ahead of her, she recognized 3 of Harrison's adopted daughters and Sarah Logan in the middle of a discussion. Harrison waved Claudia and Dorothy over to join them. "I'm just saying we shouldn't be so quick to jump on the idea she doesn't want to be found," said one of the women at the table as Dorothy pulled up a chair. Sharp features, slender frame, straight brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. This was Melissa Lear. Like most of her sisters, Dorothy did not know her well. With her sat Rebecca Wheeler and Anna Bruce. Dorothy knew Anna better, but was surprised to see how much weight she had put on since the last time they saw each other. "Hi," Melissa said to Claudia and Dorothy with a nod. "Hi," said Claudia. "That's not what I'm saying at all," said Rebecca. Of the people here, Dorothy knew her the best, but mostly on reputation. Rebecca had been the oldest of the captives, and had taken on the role of den mother through their ordeal. Whether from natural inclination or necessity, she had risen to the challenge, and every one of them still treated her like a leader. After Harrison rescued them, she gladly handed those reins over to him, and then the girls returned parents. But that respect endured. Slightly below average height, she wore her dirty blonde hair in a girlish bob. But what she might have lacked in visual command, she made up for with assertiveness, intelligence, and charisma. "I'm only asking if anyone has seriously considered the possibility she ran away on her own. I'm as happy as anyone to send the entire government of New Chicago looking for her. I just think part of that effort should include looking for her in places she might have gone on her own." "Of course we are," said Harrison. "That's standard. What little we have to go on doesn't point in that direction, though." "Becca has a point," said Anna. "Maybe you should be weighing that possibility more heavily. Siobhan isn't quite right in the head." "She was a sex slave when she was 14 years old," said Rebecca. Are any of us seriously right in the head? Anna winced, and Melissa buried her face in her hands. Christ, said Anna, do you have to talk about that? Rebecca leveled her gaze at Anna and said with slow deliberation, Talking about it is how I survive, Anna. And we can't pretend that's irrelevant to what happened to Siobhan just because it makes people uncomfortable. Excuse me. Melissa rose from the table. She bolted for the bathroom and slammed the door. Anna gave Rebecca an unambiguous, I told you so look. Rebecca sighed and rubbed her temples. I know. Appearing to notice Dorothy and Claudia for the first time, she told them, She'll be okay. I know, said Claudia, and Dorothy remembered something she rarely considered. For a few hours, Claudia had been a prisoner with those 28 girls. They were all rescued before Claudia suffered any abuse, but she experienced the fear of its inevitability during those few hours, and many of the girls considered her one of their own, as did she. They all thought of Dorothy as their sister as well, but that bond now felt like a shadow of the one they shared with Claudia. What do you mean, not right in the head? Asked Sarah. It's hard to explain, said Anna. Do you know what I mean? She asked Rebecca. Rebecca shrugged. I don't know. She's always been kind of spacey. Is that what you mean? Anna shook her head. It's more than that. Like she's not always there, or she says random things that make no sense. Like what? Said Harrison. Like, I don't remember, said Anna shortly. It's just a feeling I have about her. I never said anything about it because I didn't want to be rude. Dorothy pondered whether she had anything to contribute to this conversation. She had never seen the side of Siobhan Anna described, and she questioned how well she knew her. April came in and handed Dorothy a mug, which she took gratefully. She held it in both hands, letting herself feel the warmth as she drew in the flowery scent of the tea. Thank you. Thanks, said Claudia. She sipped her coffee. My pleasure, said April. Can I freshen anyone? Anna drained her own mug and passed it to her. How have you been, Claudia? Asked April. I haven't seen you in a while. Decent, she said. Also single. Mickey dumped me. I heard. I'm sorry. You all right? Claudia took another sip of her coffee. Yeah, thanks. That was kind of a train wreck waiting to happen anyway. If he hadn't called it off, I probably would have. Plenty of other fish in the sea, said Harrison. Thank you, Captain Cliché. Claudia raised her mug to him. And no thank you. Boys are assholes. I'm out. From here on, it's chicks or nobody. Rebecca laughed. You're about due for a girlfriend anyway, aren't you? Yes, ma'am. You doing anything after the meeting? I had a date with my husband, but I might be able to cancel. Oh, let's you and me paint the town red, baby. Claudia and Rebecca clinked coffee mugs. A round of laughter followed. Dorothy did her best to politely join in. Claudia had never been shy about her bisexuality, and as much as Dorothy wished otherwise, it always made her uncomfortable. As New Chicago society grew from scratch, cultural norms regarding sexuality had broadened greatly, in part from the new reality that for people from different worlds, not all of them, strictly speaking, human, relationships were now possible, healthy and acceptable. Relationships between people of the same gender no longer held the distinction of being all that unusual by comparison. And yet, some tiny part of Dorothy still found that part of Claudia alienating. Perhaps it was her Catholic upbringing, or maybe simple prudishness. More likely than either of those, Claudia made her uncomfortable in general, and this aspect added another layer to that. Hey, April nudged Dorothy. You should pop in on Melody. I'm sure she'd love to see you. Dorothy seized the opportunity for a break and got up from the table. Thanks, I'll do that. They exchanged polite smiles, and Dorothy went down the hall to Melody's room as the discussion about her missing sister continued without her. This entire event had blindsided her. What she hoped would be a visit to her father in search of support had not played out that way at all, and her own troubles seemed woefully self-centered in light of Siobhan's disappearance. So she welcomed the chance to regroup in the company of her 29th and youngest sister. She knocked gently at the door and eased it open. "Hey, little?" In the small bedroom, two children, engaged in some elaborate game with dolls, looked up from their play. The older child, Sarah's 7-year-old son Adler, had clearly been roped into the activity, a task he would have grudgingly taken on in his role supervising Harrison and April's 5-year-old daughter, Melody. She had her mother's black, wavy hair and her father's blue eyes. Unlike Adler, she also had a feature that reminded everyone who met her how the world was now a very different place. Both of her ears rose to slight points. "Dory!" The little girl leapt up as she shouted her favorite approximation of Dorothy's name and threw her arms out. Dorothy grabbed her mid-leap and held her in a great hug. "Are you here for the talk?" asked Melody. "No," said Dorothy. "I'm here to see you." "Are they still talking?" Dorothy set Melody down. "Yes, they are still talking. Hi, Adler." Adler waved without speaking. "What are they talking about?" asked Melody. "Boring, grown-up stuff. What are you playing?" "They're having a birthday party." Melody pointed to an assortment of dolls in various scales, surrounded by random toys and objects more likely intended to represent decorations, or perhaps cake. "And then they're going to rob a bank." Dorothy laughed. "Are they indeed? Can I assume that was your contribution?" she asked Adler. "No," he said. "That was her." Melody beamed. Dorothy shook her head and smiled. What could it be like to grow up in this world, never having known the one that came before it? What would Melody's idea of a bank robbery be, and what role would imagination play in a world where imaginary things were commonplace? "Can we come out yet?" asked Melody. "I want a glass of water." "Probably not. I can get you a glass of water if you need one." "Okay." Content with Dorothy's imminent return, Melody returned her attention to the party scene laid out on her floor. "How about you, Adler?" "Sure," said the boy. "Be right back." Dorothy headed back to the kitchen. Melissa had emerged from the bathroom looking pale, her hands wrapped around a glass of ice water on the table. Dorothy walked in to take a sip of her tea before carrying out her mission for the children. "Did Siobhan ever do or say anything you thought was a little off?" asked Rebecca. "I don't know," said Melissa. "Maybe. I always thought she seemed very together, but sometimes I felt like she had a harder time recovering than any of us. Like she was trying too hard to do the wrong things." She held up her hand to ward off a response from Rebecca. I know. Everyone is different, and there's no right thing for all of us. But sometimes it just felt like she was moving backward. Like she would reminisce about it. Sort of. It's hard to explain. She asked me once if I ever thought about going back there, to see that hole in the wall one more time, and I wasn't sure if she was talking about reliving the escape or reliving the other stuff. She wasn't like that all the time. I have my own ways of dealing with things that probably don't make sense to anyone else, I'm sure. I'm not judging her. You asked, and that's my answer. After a few seconds of dumbfounded silence, Rebecca said, "You should have opened with that." "What?" said Melissa. "My God," said Anna. "Would she really go back there? On her own?" Melissa waved her hands in front of her. "No, there's no way. She never said she was going to do that. She never even said she wanted to. All she did was ask me if I ever thought about it. And I don't. Not ever. It was just weird to me that she did." That's all." Harrison already had his communicator out. "Felicia, I need the most recent surveillance images of the Lone Star Kingdom, specifically the palace." "On it," responded the little speaker. "Alec," said Harrison, "I would like permission to intensify the manhunt to the southwest quadrant extending from the city to a radius of 3 days' walking distance." After a few seconds, Baker's voice came back. "You think she's heading for Texas? It's a possibility. I'm following a lead." "Understood. You have a go," said Baker. "Thank you," said Harrison. "Felicia?" "I heard. Already in motion." Harrison put the device back in his shirt pocket. "Please tell us everything you remember about that conversation," he said to Melissa. "Dad, I'm telling you, there's no way," she said. "Siobhan can't even get herself to a job interview. She would never head to Texas alone." "Maybe not, but it's the best theory we have right now." He paused, and I honestly hope that's exactly what this is. No one offered a contrary opinion for reasons Dorothy found entirely clear. As much as the prospects of Siobhan's survival alone in the wild were not hopeful, the alternative was vastly more worrisome. Chapter 3. Mayhespheres. "Thank you, Dad." Harrison rolled those words around in his head for perhaps the 1,000th time over the past few days. He replayed the memory of a frightened young girl in a desperate situation and a dangerous escape. Surrounded by noise and abused children, as frightened of him as they were of their keepers, one red-headed freckled girl worked up the courage and understanding to see him for who he was to her. "Thank you, Dad." It was the first time anyone had called him that. Even his own adopted children who lived with him for months called him by his first name, and he certainly didn't expect the girls he rescued that day to equate his legal gambit of claiming adoption rights over them with actual parenthood. He used the tactic to save them, and it worked. And yet, this girl took his offer at its face. A few others followed her lead. Over time, they would all come to know him as Dad, much more as an honorific than a familial title. But for that moment, she needed a father, and he became that father. The first person who ever called him Dad was Siobhan Roark. 4 days into the search for her, that memory sustained him. Clues were spare, to say the least. The theory that Siobhan set out on foot to return to the Lone Star Kingdom provided the only promising lead so far, but an ongoing and exhaustive manhunt in that direction had so far yielded no fruit. To compound his frustration, he was too close to her to be an effective leader of the investigation, so he shifted his own focus for now to another matter, his own attempted assassination. One of the few large structures that had been built from the foundation up in the last few years housed the Center for Esoteric Research. Most buildings were still reclaimed vestiges of the world as it had been before the Mayhem Wave, and while large-scale construction gradually became more feasible, it still required an impractical dedication of resources, leaving it reserved for essential projects. Magic was one such project. Esoteric research purported to reconcile, as much as possible, the physical properties of the scientific and magical worlds. Earth, in its current state, was not strictly speaking either of those things, and people and creatures from both sides of that coin were all still learning to adapt. At Esoteric, ordinary humans became wizards, and the research staff progressively revised the collective body of knowledge about chemistry and physics to include all the new properties of each field and discard the properties that no longer held. The government of New Chicago prioritized construction of the new facility itself when it became evident that a building with an iron frame rendered fairy magic unworkable. They built Esoteric around 3 stories of aluminum bronze beams and girders, and it housed dozens of specialty rooms constructed of specific materials and quarantined from others. The design incorporated several spells on the materials to reinforce, purify, or in other ways modify them for specific purposes. And it was an absolute glory of fairy architecture. A natural stream ran through the foundation and passed directly under the main entrance, itself accessible by bridge. The designers incorporated the brook specifically to provide irrigation for the flora that formed the floors of many of the individual labs, as well as the trees that provided structural support to two of the wings. Windows of standard rectangular flat glass looked out near others in convex irregular shapes, stained glass, or simply open to the elements. The mixture of fantastical and earthly design elements was, for the most part, fluid and seamless. Functionally and aesthetically, the facility represented the willful fusion of resources from the two worlds that had defined New Chicago from its inception. As he emerged from the revolving door at the main entrance, he passed through two automatic security checkpoints. After dropping his keys and communicator in a plastic tray, he passed under the metal detector, a white rectangular arch, virtually identical to what he would have expected at an airport or government building. Beyond that, he walked through the magic detector, an arch composed of two interwoven living vines. As he passed through it, the detection field washed him with the tingle described on the prominent warning sign mounted next to it. The main foyer transitioned from mild blur to sharp detail on the other side. "Morning, Bill," he said to the uniformed officer sitting at the security desk. "Morning, Mr. Cody." They exchanged polite nods. This day he intended to visit a lab on the 3rd floor, accessible via an ordinary elevator, though one unusually lavish in its carpeting and woodwork for a science building, or an ornate 3-story spiral staircase carved entirely from a single sequoia log and polished nearly to the point of reflectivity. 10 minutes early for his appointment, and in need of the momentary immersion in beauty, he opted for the stairs. He took his time, admiring the plethora of tiny gargoyles carved directly into the wood, taking note of the ones he had not seen before and the ones that had faded away since his last visit. The 3rd-floor corridor displayed the same variation in style as the rest of the building, with every door entirely different from every other, rendering the numbered plates near them their least identifying features. Harrison passed 2 wooden doors and 1 lab behind an open stone arch, and arrived at his destination behind an unspectacular institutional door. He scanned his ID. The door dissolved into droplets of vapor, whisked upward into a fan. Once he passed the threshold, the door rained back down in a mist that gradually re-solidified. He rapped on the surface of the newly hardened door. It gave a hollow, metallic report. "That seriously never gets old," he said. "It does, though, trust me." Dr. Larson studied an enormous wall monitor. A magical physicist who worked for Esoteric, she handled the bulk of NCSA business with them. She wore her straight blonde hair in a ponytail and a white lab coat, an inadequate visual clue to the bizarre nature of her job. But she preferred simplicity, perhaps an overcompensation for the complexity her professional life threw at her every day. She did not turn to greet him as he approached the oversized screen. It displayed a star field, with no features of interest to a layperson apart from 1 star off to the right that glowed many times brighter than those around it. "What are we looking at?" he asked. "The solar system." She tapped a handheld device a few times to emphasize that. In response to commands from the remote, the screen helpfully added color-coded outlines of the orbits of the inner 5 planets, along with circles indicating the locations of each in the image. She did this for Harrison's benefit. Larson surely already saw all of that without needing the crutch of the highlights. Specifically, the Mahosphere. She tapped the remote again, and a large, pale red circle appeared, covering a large portion of the screen and centered on Earth. Harrison tried to track the significance of this circle and came up blank. It spanned the gaps between the orbits of Mars and Venus, crossing both. Mars itself was clear across the sky from it, on the far side of the sun, with Venus barely inside it.
I don't know what that is.
Yes, you do, she said. It's what everyone calls the Mayhem Wave.
Wow. I had no idea it extended that far.
In truth, he had given that matter no thought whatsoever. The Mayhem Wave completely reorganized the surface of the Earth and its physical and chemical properties in the space of a single day. Had he bothered to consider what became of that energy after that day, he would have assumed it had dissipated. The notion it had continued beyond the Earth into space had never occurred to him.
When was this image taken?
About a day ago, she said, which is as close as we can get to real time. This image is from a probe we launched 2 days ago via teleportation spell. Travel time was instantaneous, but unfortunately, data transmissions is still limited by the speed of light and the speed of the equipment on the probe.
Yesterday? It's still out there? Is it still expanding? Is it still changing things? How long have you known about this?
That she would spring this on him at a time when he had much more personal matters that needed his attention agitated him. This visit to Esoteric was supposed to be about the magical bomb planted in his drawer. He wasn't ready for another round of end-of-the-world level crisis. Yes, that's what we're trying to learn. Yes, and about an hour, said Larson, in order.
Is it dangerous?
Asked Harrison. Not as far as I can tell from what we know. If that changes, I will certainly apprise you. She finally turned to him, with no terror in her eyes, behind the pair of wire-rimmed glasses she never removed. At the moment, we are trying to track the changes to Venus and Mars, both of which have now passed through the Mayosphere at least once. Once we compile a complete profile of either planet, we will be able to start assessing potential hazard. The general thinking at this point is it's already done whatever it's going to do to the Earth, so there's no great threat there. Unless it's creating hostile life on other planets, I don't see any immediate cause for concern. She put down the remote. But that's not why you're here.
No, it isn't, he said.
Cody! Came a voice from the door. The bomb from his desk flew across the room directly toward him. Shit! He lurched to catch it before it hit the floor. He succeeded and stared at the 3 sticks of dynamite in his hands. Oh, don't be such a baby, said the new arrival as the door shimmered back into place behind her. Dr. Garrett, a member of Larson's staff, wore a lab coat as well, but had adorned it with a stick of celery on a pin, a nod to Doctor Who, and an implication she considered her job on par with that of a Time Lord. She had gelled her short black hair up into spikes. It's just dynamite. You could hit it with a sledgehammer. It wouldn't do anything but break.
Yes, well, it's a little hard to shake off the silly notion that dynamite is dangerous.
He gingerly set the bomb on a lab table.
It's pretty deeply ingrained. I watched a lot of Roadrunner as a kid.
You are so adorable when you're about to wet yourself, said Garrett.
Thanks, said Harrison. What's the deal with the bomb?
It's a bomb! 3 sticks of dynamite, 1 detonator, 1 timer. The timer is frozen, but you know that. Harrison turned the bomb over in his hands, now simply 3 sticks of dynamite taped together.
Where's the timer?
Still looking that over. Your agent did a number on it, a little beyond what we expected to see. Everything else checks out as advertised, though, including the detonator. Might have even gotten a good crack out of the blasting cap, since they used a tube filled with gasoline and sealed with wax. Wouldn't blow the dynamite, though. Might have gotten hot enough to ignite the nitroglycerin, but it would just burn. You'd be looking at a scorched desk, but that's about it.
And the spell?
No trace of it, she said. Every scan we were able to run shows this is a fully mundane object.
Harrison frowned. I don't understand. Are you saying this was never cursed? Jerry seemed very sure it was, said it was very advanced work, whatever that means.
Oplamato, corrected Larson. Harrison waved away the interruption. No, said Garrett. I'm saying it's not cursed now.
Maybe your agent wiped the curse when she stopped the clock. Maybe it burned out on its own. No way to be sure. Aplamato said it was advanced work. Those were his words?
I'm pretty sure, said Harrison.
Well, apart from Mallory, we don't have anyone more advanced than he is. I doubt he would toss that word out without meaning it. Maybe the curse was designed to cover its own tracks. A high-level spellcaster might have been able to rig that. Or maybe Aplamato was just lying about the bomb being cursed. Whatever the reason, it's not there.
This gave Harrison pause.
Why would he lie about it?
Garrett shrugged.
Why do wizards do stuff? Not my department. All I can tell you is it's clean. Do you want it back?
Yes.
He looked at it warily.
Send it to NCSA Forensics, please. Curse aside, there's still the matter of where it came from.
Good luck with that.
Thanks. Is Sparky here?
He asked Larson. Should be, she said. Do you need her for something?
Nah, just wanted to say hi.
Thanks. The door dissolved for him on his way out and reformed behind him. Sparky normally worked in research, testing found magical objects or finding magical explanations for unexplained happenings. Nearly a decade into this mixed world, opportunities for discovery continued to abound. She had demonstrated an unusual level of insight into magical analysis when she first arrived in New Chicago. Originally assigned to be liaison between esoteric research and fairy, she often found her talents sought for various studies, and she developed a taste for the work. Oberon sent a sprite to take her place as go-between, and she had been a regular staff member of Esoteric ever since. Harrison took the spiral staircase down to the ground floor before getting on the elevator to descend the remaining 2 levels to Sparky's lab in the sub-basement. Even down here, the lab entrances were of diverse appearances and materials. Harrison passed through a set of beads hanging on strings from the open doorway to her lab, tolerating the mild shock that always accompanied entrance. The shock paled in comparison to what an unauthorized intruder would feel attempting to pass the beads. An array of skylights lit the room, magically ignoring the 4 floors of building directly overhead. Harrison originally assumed the sun that shone in those skylights was an illusion, until the time Sparky opened one for fresh air.
"Goggles?"
said Sparky as soon as he entered. He pulled a set of safety goggles off a hook near the doorway and strapped them on. Unlike the scratchy plastic goggles from science classes in his youth, these were made of brass and leather, with crystal clear and magically indestructible glass lenses. Sparky hovered near a lab table, wearing a miniature version of those same goggles, a tiny lab coat, and nothing else. Her orange and yellow-streaked butterfly wings flapped at alternating speeds, from blindingly fast to ponderously slow, as she examined a wooden box with a glass lid.
"Be right with you."
She held her hands out in front of her, palms facing each other. With a moderately loud crackle, a small arc of orange energy formed between them. Her iridescent orange hair sparkled in response. The crackle increased in volume as the arc became a sphere, which she held over the glass lid of the box and released. It dropped unimpeded into the container, which briefly glowed, then faded. From there, she flitted to a wall intercom and kicked a button.
"Got it. Inert and ready to be archived. You can come pick it up any time."
"Will do," said a voice on the other end. "Thank you." "What are you working on?"
asked Harrison. She flew to him and hovered in front of him, pulling the goggles off and perching them on her head. The lab coat hung open, exposing her otherwise nude form. He had long since stopped finding that shocking or awkward.
"Magic wand. Got a request from spellcasting to freeze it for storage. What brings you here?"
"You mean esoteric or your lab?"
She rolled her eyes and smirked.
"I know why you're in my lab. I meant esoteric."
"Somebody planted a cursed bomb in my desk drawer."
"Damn. Nothing irreversible, I hope."
She moved back and forth, scanning him with her eyes, no doubt looking for a donkey tail or something.
"We stopped it before it went off," he said. "But thank you for your concern.
I was just here to get a report from Garrett.
Which you totally could have done over the phone. You do know these excuses you make to see your pixie crush are transparent to everyone, right?
As I keep reminding you, it's not a crush, it's a friendship.
She kissed him on the nose.
Whatever. You want to grab lunch? They're serving eel in the cafeteria today.
That sounds awful.
It is. It totally is.
She bobbed her way over to the doorway and hung her goggles on a hook.
Come on, you can tell me about your bomb over slimy fish.
Siobhan is missing, he said.
She frowned.
Red? Gone? What are you talking about?
She went missing 4 days ago. We kept it out of the media because of her connection to me. But that's all I've been doing all week.
Holy crap!
The pixie tapped her chin in thought.
You're not telling me this personally, are you? This is professional.
He nodded.
That's why I'm here. I want to bring you in on this.
Now I feel really bitchy for making fun of you.
She pouted. He smiled at that.
Don't worry about it.
Over it.
She flew back to the intercom and kicked it again.
Hey, this is Sparky. Tell the boss I'm going on vacation. I'll be back in about a while.
She closed the line again and flew back to Harrison.
I'm all yours.
Who are you talking to?
No idea. Whoever was listening. It'll be fine. I take it I'll be working in your building until further notice.
Affirmative,
he said.
Then we'd better get that eel while we can.
He laughed.
Sure.
I still say it's a crush.
He shook his head.
It's not.
Whatever. Oh, crap.
What?
She pouted again.
Am I going to have to wear clothes?
Chapter 4. Dorothy. The University of New Chicago rose to be the most prestigious institution of higher learning in the country, not merely as a function of the lack of alternatives. In fact, it competed with more than 20 colleges and universities, already well organized and endowed. Nor did it enjoy success because of the population concentration. With the city of New Chicago being the broadest and densest of the several dozen urban centers that had grown from the ruins of civilization. While those factors certainly contributed, the real source of the university's success lay in the unyielding drive for excellence of its founders and staff. The world stripped away every proper resource for higher learning, and a dedicated band of educators founded the University of New Chicago less than 2 years after that event to send the world a simple message. We will not abide that. Sarah Logan earned her PhD in mathematics at this university, and the administration heavily recruited her shortly after to come on board as a professor. They similarly recruited Dorothy after she earned her second master's degree before her 21st birthday. She chose to continue pursuing her studies instead, personally vowing to remain a full-time student as long as feasible, not from some fear of finding a career, but from a genuine addiction to knowledge. At some point, she would slow down enough to begin teaching, but for now, her graduate assistant's stipend more than adequately supported her modest lifestyle, and the work brought her more joy than anything else in her life. And so, 2 days after stumbling upon a meeting in Harrison's apartment that prevented her from coming to him with her need for personal support, she sought solace in her comfort zone and the advice of someone there. She found Sarah in her office shortly after lunch and rapped on the open door. "Dr. Logan?" Sarah looked up from a stack of papers and offered a look of pleasant surprise. "Hi there, come in." She got up to pull an armful of journals off a chair and set them on top of a similar pile on a table across from her desk. "Thank you," said Dorothy. "And stop calling me Dr. Logan." Dorothy smiled. "I like calling you Dr. Logan, and I very much look forward to being called Dr. O'Neill." "I'm sure you do," said Sarah in a conspiratorial tone. "Between you and me, it does give me a bit of a rush some days. Other days, it just makes me feel old." Dorothy took a moment to mentally chart the progress of gray streaks in Sarah's hair. She would never mention this to Sarah directly, but she found those earned gray hairs to be strikingly beautiful and distinguished, and fantasized about her own hair transitioning from rose gold to silver.
"What brings you here?" said Sarah. "Is this about your doctorate? How is that coming along?"
"Very well, thank you," said Dorothy. "And no, I'm just here on a social call."
Sarah's eyebrows went up a notch. "Is that a first? Dorothy O'Neill paying a visit just to be social? Don't get me wrong, I am delighted, but I think I know you a little better than that."
Dorothy smiled and looked away. "I need advice."
"I'm listening."
She paused. "This isn't easy."
Sarah said gently, "Take your time. Everything okay?"
Dorothy shook her head.
"Personal or school?"
"Personal."
They both left that word alone for a second. "You didn't come to Harrison's for that meeting, did you?" said Sarah.
"No."
"I thought something was up, but I wasn't sure whether to ask. Is this something you need to talk about with Harrison?"
Dorothy sighed. "No, I don't think so. I only went there because he always listens. I didn't expect him to fix anything. I just thought I could talk to him without worrying he would judge me. Then I found out about Siobhan, and now I feel guilty for wanting to bother him with my problems."
"Okay, why don't we back up a bit?" said Sarah. "First of all, don't ever feel guilty for having problems or for needing help. That said, you are right to think this is not a good time for Harrison to be there for you, so I commend you on your second choice. I am all ears and no judgment. What has you so despondent?"
After a tense pause, Dorothy said, "Heartache."
Sarah laughed lightly at that. "Really? Oh, this truly is a first."
"Is that funny?"
asked Dorothy, genuinely confused.
"It is," said Sarah.
"Heartache is always funny, and it's always tragic, especially for someone your age. Is this a crush or a breakup?"
"Breakup."
"Whose idea?"
"His."
Sarah drummed her fingers lightly on her desk. "Well, I won't lie, that does make things harder. Honestly, I had no idea you even had a boyfriend. I feel very out of touch right now."
Dorothy looked away. Blush burned her cheeks, but she refused to give in to self-consciousness. "It's okay. It was only a couple of months, and we didn't exactly advertise it."
An understatement, to be sure. Dorothy did not have a particularly robust social life, and no one would have noticed a difference in her behavior if not specifically looking for it. "It can be hard, no matter how long it lasts," said Sarah. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?"
"He's not like that," said Dorothy.
"Just trying to cover all the bases. Is it bad? If this is depression, you know you can see a counselor through the health center, right?"
Dorothy shrugged. "I tried that. It's frustrating for me to talk about my problems with people who obviously aren't as smart as I am."
"Can't fault you there. How about your mom?"
"We don't really connect as well since I moved out," said Dorothy.
"Okay, what about your peers?"
Dorothy smiled bitterly at that. "Dr. Logan, I am 23 years old and a year away from my Ph.D. How many peers do you think I have?"
Sarah frowned. "Fair enough.
Listen, Dorothy, as far as I am concerned, you are family.
If you need me to be your support system right now, I can do that. If you need to talk about it, I'll listen. If you need someone to take care of you, I can do that too. I know this sounds simplistic and obvious, but I promise you it gets better. That doesn't mean it won't hurt for now, unfortunately, but everyone goes through this, and everyone recovers. For real. For now, just do what you can to feel good about yourself, and give it time. Okay?"
For a moment, Dorothy did not respond. Finally, softly, she said, "He was my first."
Sarah's eyes went wider and softer. "Oh, honey."
A knock came from the open door. "Dr. Logan?"
2 of her students stood outside her office, one male, one female, both sheepish and looking confused. Sarah bit her lip in apprehension. "This is my office hours. I need to help these kids." Dorothy nodded stoically. "I understand." She got up to leave. "Hey," said Sarah, "we can talk about this some more if you need to. I'm free here in about 2 hours. Think you can hold out that long?" Dorothy let out a dry and embarrassed laugh. "I guess I'll find out." "I mean it, young lady. I want you back here at 3 o'clock sharp. We can go out for ice cream or something." "I'll be back. Wouldn't want to miss ice cream." After debating trying to hug Sarah and concluding it would appear unprofessional in front of her students, she left. With 2 hours to kill, and trapped in the uncomfortable uncertainty of whether coming to Sarah was wise or simply humiliating, Dorothy turned to a staple source of distracting amusement, her little brother. She took out her phone and tapped the picture of his face that sat in a position of prominence on the screen. At this time of day, Mitchell would be in class. He would not be able to take the call, but he would see it and find some excuse to call her back. Mitchell was a decent student, with sufficient respect from his teachers to give him leverage to manipulate them. They had done this before multiple times, and Mitchell always managed to find the right thing to say to get him lawfully excused from class long enough to return her calls. Mitchell and Dorothy were nothing like each other. Where she was reserved, he was gregarious. Her insatiable thirst for learning went completely unreflected in Mitchell's plans to abandon his education after high school. They had one thing in common, the bond they shared from their brief stint as Harrison's children, a bond that had flourished over the course of their adolescences and young adulthoods. For all that Mitchell represented her opposite, she still counted him her best friend. And he made her laugh, which would come in handy at that moment. 10 minutes on the phone with Mitchell would likely be enough joy to sustain her for 2 hours of waiting to shed her deepest worries with Sarah. She made the call and left a message. 40 minutes later, still waiting for some acknowledgement from him, she abandoned the idea that anyone actually cared about her, along with her plans for ice cream with Dr. Logan, and went home. Chapter 5. Missing Persons.
We need to talk about getting some pixie-sized furniture in my office.
Sparky hovered in Harrison's doorway, wearing a peach-colored diaphanous gown that hung loosely on her shoulders and legs, but clung to her torso like a second skin, leaving exactly nothing to the imagination. She struck the image of a model in a Maxfield Parrish painting, but smuttier. "I didn't assign you an office," said Harrison from his desk.
Oh, well, maybe we should start there.
"Or we could revisit our conversation about the dress code." She offered a confused look.
I don't see the point in doing that. Maybe we could talk a little more about exactly what it is I'm supposed to be doing and how much easier that will be in my own office.
Harrison stood. "Walk with me." She followed him out the door, hovering about 2 feet away from him. "For the time being, you are with me. I am juggling 2 unrelated investigations, and I need another pair of eyes to catch anything I miss. When I have a specific task for you, I'll let you know." He passed his assistant's office and poked his head in. "What's the status of that list I gave you?" Felicia looked at her computer screen briefly before responding. "Contacted all but 2 so far. Catherine Gable is on a dig in Utah and currently in a communication dead zone. We have an agent traveling to the site to inform her in person, and Carrie Crenshaw's whereabouts are currently unknown." Harrison frowned. "That can't be right. She should have been the easiest one to find." Catherine and Carrie were 2 of Harrison's adopted daughters, and now the last 2 to be informed of Siobhan's disappearance. 9 of the 28 no longer lived in New Chicago, and Felicia had been tasked with tracking them down and notifying them. "One would think," said Felicia. "I spoke to her CO this morning. Sergeant Crenshaw is overdue to report for duty following a weekend liberty." "AWOL?" asked Harrison, shocked. "Evidently," said Felicia, with no sign of emotion. "That's crazy. Carrie is a decorated Marine. She would never desert. Did her CO offer any clarification of that situation?"
I didn't pursue it, she said. Would you like me to call him back?
Harrison thought for a moment. No, that's a military matter. They'll handle it. Damn it. He shook his head. I can't worry about that right now. This is a crappy time for her to throw away her career, though.
Yes, sir, said Felicia.
Keep me posted on Catherine. I'm headed down to forensics.
Will do.
She has an office,
said Sparky. Felicia looked up at the pixie with her usual deadpan.
I'm just saying, she has an office and it seems like she gets a lot done. You get a lot done, don't you?
You have no idea, said Felicia.
Leave the nice agent alone, Sparky,
said Harrison.
She pouted. Sorry about that,
he said to his assistant. No worries. She went back to her work.
Come on.
Harrison escorted Sparky to the elevator, where they descended to the second floor.
What's down here?
She asked.
Forensics lab, he said. It's actually not that different from what you do at Esoteric. We have scientists who examine physical evidence for clues to where it came from, among other things. I had Lawson send them the bomb from my office 2 days ago, and I haven't heard anything yet. I thought a personal visit might give them a little encouragement to step up their work a bit.
You want me to intimidate them?
She asked, scowling.
Probably not necessary, but we'll consider that plan B.
Okay.
She made a practice face, growling. In the lab, Harrison found Agent Aldridge looking at something in a microscope and silently hoped it was related to the bomb. If he noticed the two of him entering his workspace, he gave no indication.
You busy?
Asked Harrison.
A little bit,
said Aldridge.
Something you need? Your attention would be nice.
Aldridge sighed, lifted his face away from the lens, and rubbed his eyes.
Oh, Cody.
He put his glasses back on.
You're here for your dynamite?
Not really interested in having it back, said Harrison. Just want to know what you've learned about it.
Not a thing, said Aldridge.
The dynamite itself is standard industrial grade and looks like it was manufactured circa 1990. Anyone's guess where it came from, but it's obviously a pre-Mayhem relic, not a new product. We might have gotten some information from the gasoline in the blasting cap, whether it was siphoned from a pre-Mayhem source or obtained from the new refinery, but it completely evaporated when the girls at Esoteric broke the seal.
What about the timer?
Yeah, Logan really did a number on that, said Aldridge. I've never seen her work before this. It's pretty amazing. We couldn't get that open at all. Couldn't even scratch it with a diamond-tipped drill. There's some debate here about whether the thing might be quantum-locked, but it's warm to the touch. Either way, it's a much more severe result than anything else we have on record for her. I was going to recommend she come back in for a new evaluation in case her power has somehow evolved. That's your call, though, not mine. Anyway, it's a shame that we can't get it open because it looks like it was handmade. If any part of that bomb was going to tell us who made it, it would have been that clock.
Ugh,
said Harrison.
So that's it then? Complete dead end?
Looks that way. The parts are all tagged for the vault. Unless you have other plans for them, I'll send them down. Before Harrison had a chance to tell Aldridge to do that and close the book on this aspect of the investigation, Sparky zipped between them and hovered her transparently garbed body menacingly in front of Aldridge's face.
Oh, no you don't. That's quitter talk. If anyone from Esoteric gave up on an assignment that quickly, they'd find their butt on the street before they could get to the end of their lame excuse.
What? Aldridge spluttered.
Hey!
Sparky pointed to her face.
My eyes are up here. Maybe if you spent less time checking out the hot pixie and more time doing your job, we'd have these bad guys behind bars by now.
Aldridge made several awkward attempts to look in directions other than Sparky's before finally looking at Harrison.
Help? That's enough, Sparky.
Harumph!
She spat at Aldridge before flitting back to Harrison's side.
Thank you, said Harrison to Aldridge. Send those parts to the vault. If you think of anything you didn't already try, call me right away.
Right, said the scientist, now perspiring. Harrison took Sparky into the hall.
What was that?
Plan B?
she said innocently.
Yeah, don't do that again. I need you not to be freaking out my agents. He flicked a loose fold of her garment. You do realize that your nipples are actually more visible in this than they would be if you were naked, right?
She grinned.
I know! I am rocking this thing, right? I can make it stick to my crotch, too. Look!
She held her arms out and closed her eyes in concentration as the gown constricted itself about her abdomen.
That looks uncomfortable, he said.
It totally is,
she said with her eyes still closed and a slight wince.
I'm trying to decide whether it's worth it.
Do I need to requisition a uniform for you, agent?
Sparky opened her eyes, and her face sank.
No.
She pouted, and the bottom half of her dress released itself, draping loosely back down. Harrison's phone chirped. He pulled the communicator out of his pocket on reflex before remembering it didn't ring. He checked his personal phone. The screen read, April at work.
Shouldn't you be teaching a class right now?
I love you too, said his wife.
Seriously.
It's my planning period, she said. Did I catch you at a bad time?
No time is ever bad for you, he said.
Aww,
said Sparky. Harrison held his hand up and glared at her. She timidly withdrew.
What's up?
Marty Bell left a message on our home line this morning, and I just saw it forwarded to my voicemail. Mitchell ran away again.
Ah, crap.
Harrison thought back to his last conversation with Mitchell, interrupted more than a week earlier and never resumed despite his promise to the boy. One more ball for him to drop in the wake of his larger responsibilities.
Details?
Just that they had a fight and Mitchell stormed out. Marty wanted to know if we had him.
We don't.
I know that, she said. Do you want to call him or should I?
And tell him what? Mitchell has a car and an attitude. He could be anywhere. I assume this happened yesterday?
He didn't say. I can forward the message to you if you need to hear it, but there really isn't anything else. While Harrison formed a reply to that, she said, Don't you dare blame yourself.
Yes, ma'am, he said, and yes, I'll take care of it.
Love you, she said.
I love you too.
He pocketed the phone.
Now can I say aw?
Asked Sparky. He pulled his communicator and spoke into it.
Felicia, please call Martin Bell and tell him my wife and I do not know where Mitchell went, and offer my sympathy and apologies for being too busy to call him personally.
Got it, she said.
Wow, said Sparky. For a big hero like you, that was curiously cowardly.
Yes, well, said Harrison. If I called him myself, I'd probably be less kind than Felicia will be. Come on.
They returned to the elevator and to Harrison's office, where he found a gray, pointed felt hat on his desk.
Great.
He looked around for the wizard who went with the hat, and wondered if Aplomato's annoying arsenal of talents included invisibility. With the sound of a tiny wooden crack, the wizard stood up from behind Harrison's desk and sat in his leather chair. He held a dark brown splinter about 8 inches long in front of his face, scrutinizing it.
Harrison's jaw dropped. Is that a piece of my desk?
It is, said the wizard, his eyes still on the piece of wood.
You jerk, said Harrison. What the hell are you doing?
Aplomato showed no sign of offense.
Looking for residue of the curse on that bomb. I am told that none of your various inspections have yielded fruit.
He released the splinter, and it dropped smoothly into one of the sleeves of his robe.
Garrett says the bomb wasn't cursed at all, said Harrison. Is it possible you were wrong?
Of course, he said. It is absolutely possible that someone went to the trouble and risk to place an object in your desk that would appear extremely menacing while in fact being completely inert, and it would somehow put out false magical evidence of a non-existent curse. Possible, but idiotic to believe. I do not trifle with the possible, Mr. Cody. There are more than enough mundane agents to cover that field.
By which, of course, you mean, I apologize for the unauthorized entry and property damage, Assistant Director. Are you even assigned to this investigation?
Self-assigned, he said.
Well, assign yourself the hell off it, said Harrison. Aplamato stood and picked up his hat.
I will let you know what I find from the wood fragment. And I would appreciate you sharing any of your findings with me as well. It will save me the time of keeping track of your efforts.
Share this findin', said Harrison under his breath.
While he weighed the relative costs of allowing this arrogant prick to meddle with his investigation, or going over his head to file a complaint against him with Baker, a nagging memory slipped into his consciousness. Garrett had speculated Aplamato might have lied about the curse. If so, to what end? And why would he return to this office to so brashly perpetuate his version of this story? The possibility seemed more concrete now, but also more confusing. Before he had a chance to compose a proper statement about whether the wizard would be permitted anywhere near his office or his evidence again, Sparky zipped between them.
Just who do you think you are?
She shouted at Aplamato.
This man is your boss, you insolent freak.
The wizard received this hostility with much more poise than did Aldridge.
You'll be lucky if he doesn't have you locked up for breaking his desk. How dare you waltz in here like...
She paused, staring at him dumbfounded as he failed to react to her rant.
Are you looking at my eyes?
I am,
he said.
Hey, jackass!
She shouted, pointing to herself indignantly.
My tits are down here.
Chapter 6. Blood. The pre-Mayhem memorial took up a full city block. A 3-story concrete structure encased a courtyard, the entire thing open to the sky. Paths and hallways ran through it, connected by ramps and stairways, with no underlying symmetry. Walkways followed curves and obtuse angles, and throughout, along every footpath on every floor, ran walls covered in names. They honored loved ones or acquaintances of the residents of New Chicago, the one common element they shared that they had not been seen since May 30, 2004. Occasional exceptions dotted the list. People who turned up after the building of the memorial had their names covered over with simple brass plates that read, "Found." But those represented the tiniest fraction of the names on those walls, which, even numbering in the tens of millions, themselves represented the tiniest fraction of the people lost that day. Dorothy waited patiently on a stone bench near the top of the structure. This high up, with no sheltering overpasses, the fact of the sunny day and slight breeze added a layer of comfort she sorely needed. As she sat, alternating between taking in the beauty of the weather and reading a book, several people and families strolled by, some stopping to point out a name and talk about a lost one, others on their way through the labyrinth to whatever wall held their goal, and some simply using this venue for a walk on a lovely spring day. Several fey creatures of various shapes and sizes ambled or flew by, searching for the names of their own lost kin. On a lower level, the distinct clip-clop of a centaur drew closer, ever so slightly distinguishable from the sound of a pure horse. As the hoofbeats grew louder, Dorothy looked up from her book. A bearded male centaur approached her, a rider's arms around his chest. He stopped near the bench and knelt on all fours to let his passenger climb off. Dorothy stood and embraced the woman. "Hello, Mother." Teresa O'Neill kissed her daughter on the cheek, then said to her ride, "Thank you so much."
"My pleasure, I assure you."
He stood and continued on his way. "Hello, darling," she said to Dorothy, out of breath. She looked past her daughter to the departing centaur and watched him round a corner out of sight. "What a rush." "Been there, rode that," said Dorothy. "Me too. Doesn't make it any less exciting." Her eyes lingered on the spot where she last saw him. "Quite a looker, I don't mind saying. Do you think he has a girlfriend?" "I think he has a penis the size of your forearm." Teresa gazed away in thought. "You don't say." Did you bring anything? Teresa sat on the bench and patted it for Dorothy to sit with her.
Not this time. Did you?
Dorothy picked up a paper box from the floor under the bench and opened it. A small chocolate cake with the number 19 written on it in frosting and 2 forks rested inside. Teresa smiled warmly at the gesture, then stood and went to the wall. She had come here so many times she did not need to scan it to find the names. Directly across from the left edge of the bench, at about chest height for her, she found them. Lorraine O'Neill, Fiona O'Neill. She crouched down a bit, closed her eyes, and whispered a prayer.
"Happy birthday, Lorraine,"
she said at last, and kissed the stone gently. Dorothy watched all this from her seat. She had her own conversation with her sisters before Teresa arrived. Her mother brushed the wall one more time with her fingertips, then sat, picked up a fork, and took a healthy bite of cake. "Does this get any easier?" asked Dorothy. Her mother pondered this question while she swallowed.
"I want to say no. I really do. They were my children, my blood, and I loved them more than you could possibly understand. I still love them."
She poked the cake once more and held a morsel of it in front of her.
"Yes, it gets easier."
She popped the cake into her mouth. Dorothy did not respond or ask for an explanation. She felt it too. 9 years had passed since losing her 2 younger sisters. 8 subjective years had passed for Teresa. Time did not erase their love for the girls, but it did dull the pain of their loss.
"This is good," said Teresa. "Where did you get it?"
"I baked it," said Dorothy.
Teresa looked at her in awe. "You bake? When did this happen?"
"I have 3 college degrees, Mother. I am capable of learning new skills, you know." Dorothy picked up her own fork and sampled her work.
"Where is Brad today?" asked her mother.
"I wouldn't know," said Dorothy without making eye contact. Her mother stopped short on her 3rd trip into the cake.
"Oh dear, I'm sorry. When did this happen?"
"About 2 weeks ago. It's not important."
2 weeks? Has it really been that long since we saw each other?"
"Longer," said Dorothy, with no judgment in her tone. "I've been busy."
"Are you all right?"
"I'm fine." Dorothy filled her mouth with cake to forestall having to answer follow-up questions.
"You know I would love to see more of you," said Teresa. "I worry about you spending so much time alone, especially if Brad is out of the picture now."
Dorothy continued to chew, mentally composing a polite rebuff to this invitation. She loved her mother, but her independence mattered more to her now than it ever had. At 14, she had survived on her own for several months with no human contact, and she wished her mother could have seen that version of herself. For all Dorothy's intelligence and resourcefulness, Teresa still felt compelled to nurture her.
"Do you have friends you can lean on?" asked her mother.
Finally swallowing, Dorothy said, "I'm fine." It was both a dodge and a lie. She wasn't doing well, and she did not have close friends to shore her up. Her comment to Sarah about having no peers reflected a reality she had grudgingly come to accept. Even in a semi-magical world full of freaks, no one understood her. However, even as she rolled that familiar thought around her head, she remembered one person who might count as a peer. Someone who shared her age and her intellect, even if she had chosen a different path with that mind. She might even have the right kind of perspective to share if Dorothy ever had the courage to open up to her, as she had recently gone through a breakup of her own. Unfortunately, that person was Claudia, who barely got along with her on a good day. It might be worth setting aside her pride and discomfort to reach out to her. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. The screen showed a photo of Harrison with his family. She answered it, grateful for the diversion. "Hello?" "Hi, Dorothy," said April. "Have you been in contact with Mitchell?" The question stung. "No.
Why?
He ran away again. His father hoped he was with us, but he isn't. Dorothy sighed. He'll come back. He always does. I know. I just wanted to check in with you so that when Marty calls back, I'll have something to say to him. If Mitchell does contact you, please direct him to his father right away. Which father? Asked Dorothy, half seriously. Either would be fine. Harrison is a little preoccupied these days, so he's better off calling Marty. But if it's Harrison or nothing, then he should call us. Understood. I will pass that along. Thanks, said April. How are you doing? I'm fine, she said. I'm with my mother right now. Got it, said April. Have a good day. You too. As Dorothy pocketed the phone, her mother asked, Who will be back? Mitchell. He ran away. Again. Her mother took this in silently and had another bite of cake. After a pause, she said, I'm glad you have him. Who? Mitchell? Mitchell, Harrison, your little stepsister, all of them. I'm glad you have family, even if it's strange pseudo-family. I'm glad you stayed close to them. She put her arm around Dorothy. You're still my little girl, you know. Still my blood. The only blood I have left. She trailed off there, sniffing. Oh my, I think I lied about it getting easier. Dorothy held her mother as she cried it out. Chapter 7. Time. How many of these are we going to do? Sarah Logan sat at a long table with a sleep mask parked on top of her head and an array of objects spread out before her. Most were ordinary clocks in a variety of styles and mechanisms. Analog, digital, wind-up, electric, both battery-powered and AC, and one very old clock run entirely on counterweights, all frozen, entirely from suffering her gaze. An egg beater, a teddy bear, a pinwheel, an electric stapler, and several other objects and devices whose exact nature was unclear also sat before her. In every case, her ability did not affect the control objects. I'm not sure. Please bear with us. Dr. Garrett gathered up the clocks, tagging each one with a code, and carried them out of the room on a tray. Sarah drummed her fingers on the table. How long have I been here? For Sarah, every bit of information she received about the passage of time had to be verbal. Less than half an hour, said Harrison. Seems longer, she said. Not that I even remember what half an hour feels like anymore. Sometimes I think my students conspire to end my classes early because they know damn well I can't call them on it. You can trust me, he said. She sighed. I do. I had just forgotten how tedious and frustrating this is. Remind me why I'm doing this? We think the data we have on your telekinetic ability is out of date, said Dr. Larson. It's been nearly 7 years since we ran any proper tests, and your field use of the ability had some surprising results. Surprising? How? Larson fidgeted with a PDA. It's better if we tell you after the tests are finished. Is this something that should concern me? She asked Harrison. Please be straight with me. I don't think so. They won't tell you because it's a mental ability, and they are afraid if you know what the new thing is, you'll make it happen on purpose. Is that right? He asked Larson. No, she said, but it's close enough. Ms. Logan, can you tell me everything you recall about how your ability works? It's Special Agent Logan, said Harrison. It's Dr. Logan, said Sarah, and I thought you had all that information from when we did this dance years ago. Again, because this ability is largely mental, your understanding of it may be relevant. Sarah sighed. If I remember this correctly, and there is a very good chance I do not, my ability is a reflex or something like that. Whenever I see a clock, my subconscious identifies whatever parts make it go, and then I telekinetically make them stop moving. I think it's like what Harrison does with locks, only my thing works on sight instead of by touch. Did I get it right?" Larson read off the screen of her small handheld device. He used more jargon, but that's a near verbatim summary of Tucker's initial report. Tucker. Harrison could not remember the last time he heard that name. It must have been years. It took him by surprise, as did the rush of guilt that followed on its heel. Hadley Tucker trusted him and accompanied him on his mission to rescue Glimmer. It cost him his life. Under similar circumstances today, Harrison would be able to cope with sending an agent to his or her death. He had to be able to handle it, to do his job, and everyone under his command understood the risks of their profession. But this happened long before he was expected to make those life-and-death decisions for a living, and Hadley had never been anything but a scientist. It still stung, and it clung to him in abrasive remorse. "Good for me," said Sarah. Garrett returned, carrying something covered with a drape, heavy enough to need both hands. She placed it on the table with a thud. "What's this?" "Cover your eyes, please." Sarah pulled the sleep mask over her eyes. "Covered." "I'll need complete silence for this." Garrett pointed at Harrison. "So, no smart alecky remarks from you, punk." Harrison held his palms up with an exaggerated look of innocence on his face. Holding her finger over her mouth, Garrett removed the covering. A narrow, rectangular object sat on the table, about 2 feet tall and made almost entirely of glass. It comprised dozens of compartments, some of which had moving parts, and most chambers were partially filled with water. They drained into each other at various rates, and the pressure of this water drove the moving parts in their tiny, slow ballet. "Are we recording?" asked Garrett. "We are recording," said Larson. "Please remove the blind." Sarah lifted the mask off her head. She frowned at the object in front of her. "What is that?" No one spoke. She looked at Harrison. "Seriously, what is that?" He shrugged. She looked at it from different angles, then laughed. "Oh, that's cute. I've never seen one of these. It's a clock, isn't it?" "There we go," said Garrett. "You saw it?" asked Larson. "You betcha." Mark the time she identified it. We'll go back over the recording and find the lag between when she saw it and when it stopped. Larson keyed something into her handheld computer. "It stopped?" asked Sarah. "Was it moving before?" "Before you took off the blindfold," said Harrison. The delicate movements had ceased. This was now and forever a frozen glass sculpture. "Oh!" said Garrett, who had moved closer to inspect the clock. "Oh! Come see this!" Harrison and Larson moved in closer as Garrett pointed to a drop of water suspended in mid-fall. The tiny irregular spheroid hung there with no regard for gravity or its own fluid state. "Wow," said Sarah. "I had no idea I could do that." "I told you," said Garrett to Larson. "Did I tell you?" "What just happened?" asked Sarah. "Is this the new thing you were looking for?" Garrett grinned, in a display that flaunted her lack of scientific detachment on this topic. "You, Miss Special Dr. Agent Logan, are a time freezer." She stared at the giddy scientist. "Meaning?" "Meaning you don't stop clocks," said Larson. "You stop time around them. More precisely, it appears that you slow time. Garrett's estimate is that you took it down to 1 second every 20 to 50 million years. From the data we gathered today, we should be able to narrow that interval considerably." Sarah's eyes bugged slightly as she shrank back from the table. Harrison looked at Larson. "This isn't anything to be alarmed about, is it?" "Probably not. The practical effect is basically the same. This just means we understand the mechanism a little better." "Why didn't you catch this earlier?" asked Sarah. "With all the tests I went through when I first got to Chicago, how could you miss something like this?" "We missed it," said Larson, "because it wasn't there. The clocks we have from 2003 have all been taken apart and reassembled several times. What you did to the bomb timer was entirely new. It looks like your power has evolved. We've seen that already with Cody and De Quiroz. The reason we never saw it in your power before is the observed results of what you do have never changed, or changed in ways too subtle to draw attention." "May I be excused?" asked Sarah. "I do believe I am about to vomit." "Oh." Larson stepped back. "Yes, certainly." Sarah stood and briskly exited the lab. "If her ability has evolved, it stands to reason Rutherford's might have as well," said Larson to Harrison. "We have recent data on you and De Quiroz, but we haven't tested him in years." "She's right," said Garrett. "We should get him in here." "What about April?" asked Harrison. Garrett looked at her notes. We have much more data on her already. Is she still teleporting? That wasn't in her original bag of tricks." "Maybe. I would have to ask her. It was actually one of the first things she was able to do, but she needed a machine for it at the time. She didn't do it on her own until a few years later." "Well, then we've probably already seen her upgrade," said Garrett. "We can have a look if you want, but Rutherford is the closest snake right now." Harrison pulled his communicator out. "Felicia, please have Special Agent Rutherford report to Esoteric at his earliest convenience." Bob Rutherford, who called himself Dallas, though failed to appreciate that no one else did, was, along with Harrison, Sarah, Claudia, and April, the fifth telekinetic in New Chicago. His power had only ever been useful for making dice roll snake eyes or making coins land tails. If this ability had evolved since it was last tested, Harrison needed to know. "Should I tell him why?" she asked. "No." "Understood. I was about to call you. We have updates on Gable and Crenshaw." "Did you find them?" "No," said Felicia. "And you should know their situations are worse than that. Are you able to hear this news, or should I take it to Baker first?" "Oh, God. Tell me." 2 agents just returned from the Utah dig site. The camp was destroyed and they found remains of 7 individuals. "Catherine?" said Harrison, with a calm that belied the fear in his heart. "Still unaccounted for, along with 1 other person. We have the site quarantined. Early indications point to a demon attack or possibly some type of non-real indigenous wild beast." Non-real indigenous was NCSA parlance for beings not originally from Harrison's world. Those people had been attacked and killed by a literal monster. "Keep looking for her," he said. "What about Crenshaw?" "Her command is no longer treating her as AWOL. She is now considered MIA. Her ID was recovered. It was cracked and had traces of blood that matched her type." Blood drained from Harrison's face, and he willed himself to stay sharp. "Are these disappearances related?" "Given the timing, we have to assume they are, sir. All 3. "Damn it. Call Crenshaw's CO. Tell him our resources are at his disposal for whatever search they are conducting. Or start one if they haven't already done so." "Got it. Anything else?" He hesitated. "I don't know." "Sir, if I may, assuming the pattern holds, there are still more than 20 women at risk," said Felicia. "It might be time to consider something more proactive." "You mean assign a detail to each one of them? How quickly can we make that happen?" "Actually, I was thinking more in terms of protective custody. We could house them on the 7th floor. I can have the ones who live locally brought in immediately, if that's what you want." Harrison hesitated in the face of this suggestion. When he first met those women, they were being held against their will. His entire relationship with them was predicated on his role as the hero who freed them.
Now his assistant asked if he wanted to lock them up again. "Sir," said Felicia, "do I have a go?" He gave himself a moment to be certain. "Yes, you have a go. I want every one of my adopted daughters brought to the NCSA facility in protective custody." "Right away. Any special instructions?" "Affirmative. There are 6 women on that list coded hermits. They are not to be contacted until I make arrangements to bring them in, which will be in about 10 minutes. Is that all understood?" "Yes, sir." "And Felicia," he said, "when I say all my daughters, that includes the ones who do not live in Chicago." "Understood." "Make it happen." He pocketed the communicator. "Am I allowed to ask what just happened?" asked Garrett. Harrison held up a warding hand and pulled out his phone. 20 seconds later, he got an answer. "Harrison, is there news?" said Rebecca Wheeler. "Yes, and it's bad. I'm sorry to lean on you like this, but we have an emergency. I am pulling all my daughters in for protective custody." "Oh, God," she said. "What's happening? Is Siobhan dead?" "I don't know," he said, "and I can't think about that until the rest of you are safe. I need you to help me bring in the hermits." "Oh," she said. "Oh, they are not going to like this." "They are going to fucking hate it. And I am sorrier about this than they will ever believe, but that can't be my problem right now." She paused. "We're in a lot of danger, aren't we?" "I think so," said Harrison. "I hope I am wrong, and when you're all accounted for, I hope I can tell you how wrong I am. But yes, I think so." Silence. "Becca, are you going to be able to hold it together? I need you on this one." "Dad, I'm pregnant." Harrison froze. "There are so many things I want to say right now." "I know," she said. "I need you safe." "I know." "Can you do this?" he asked. "Yes. Am I going to see you when we get there?" "I promise you will," he said. "Are you home?" "Yes." "Then stay put. I am sending you an escort." "Okay," she said. "See you soon." He swapped the phone for the communicator again. "Felicia, whichever agents are heading out to collect Rebecca Wheeler are to follow her directions when they get there. She is in charge of bringing in the 6 coded hermit. As of now, she is the deputized ranking agent on that retrieval on my authority. I'm coming in now. Keep me posted on this operation." "Understood," said Felicia. "Will do." Harrison pulled a watch out of his pocket, where he had concealed it from Sarah. Already 4 o'clock. "Hey, Harrison," said Garrett. "Is everything going to be okay?" "I hope so," he said. "This is going to be a long night." Chapter 8. Piers. New Chicago had exactly 1 radio station, a relic of the pre-Mayhem world dating back to 1980. The Mayhem effect had drawn some objects and structures through time, either from the past or the future, to their final resting place in 2004. The radio station, fully equipped with 1980 standards, served the needs of New Chicago as a society newly getting its feet on the ground. Over the years, the equipment remained essentially the same. DJs played whatever vinyl records and cassettes they found in the bins. They held thousands, more than enough to maintain variety, but that stock rendered them an oldies station in perpetuity. One of the first DJs to work there was Claudia de Queiroz. For the first few months of its operation, only her voice went over the air, for a simple reason. Only her voice would reach the entire country. Claudia possessed the ability to throw sound over huge distances. Her normal speaking voice could be heard at distances up to 4 miles if she chose. With a microphone in front of her and a tower to broadcast, she could be received to a radius of 1,500 miles, 5 by 5. Beyond that, the signal faded.
Given her ability to reach the entire continent, she became the natural spokeswoman for immigration and recruitment. This all happened when she was 15 years old. Now, almost 24, Claudia remained in broadcasting as her chosen career. That, and part-time national security superhero work, as needed. Dorothy had never been to the station before. Opening up to Claudia would be tricky enough, and she didn't want to do it over the phone. She hoped visiting Claudia at work would provide neutral ground. Or maybe it was a stupid idea, born of desperation. Either way, here she was. Because of her close connection to a high-ranking government officer, Dorothy rarely had trouble getting indoors. A single swipe of her ID typically sufficed to persuade anyone guarding an entrance. She never abused this power. She used it this day. Finding Claudia proved easy. Talking to her did not. Part of that came from her own reluctance, the rest that Claudia worked in a soundproof booth, currently locked, and lit with an on-air sign. Dorothy waited patiently in the outer room. She watched Claudia through the large window and listened to her on the monitors. At the moment, she was enthusiastically pulling a record that had finally been scratched to an unlistenable series of skips and pops. As with so many aspects of Claudia's life, Dorothy found herself intimidated by how easy she made it to look like a celebrity. And that one's a goner, folks. Rest in peace, Saba's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. If any kind souls out there have copies they would like to donate to the cause, please, please, please let me know. Claudia, initially facing away from the window, spun her chair around in mid-sentence, laughing at her own comment. When she caught sight of Dorothy, her eyes lit up excitedly, if briefly. She held up a single finger while she kept talking. Taking a break now, people. Enjoy 15 minutes of continuous music. She pressed play on a cassette deck and removed her headphones. The light over the door changed, and Claudia emerged from it, grinning. Dottie, what are you doing here? Dorothy's heart rate accelerated. She pushed past the anxiety. How soon is your shift over? 6, said Claudia, her face poised on the edge of confusion. It was 4:30, 90 minutes to wait. Why? Are you doing anything after? No. Are you? Do you want to do something? Yes, said Dorothy. Well, I mean, no, not do something. Can we just talk? Claudia's eyes narrowed. About what? Dorothy had no prepared response to that question. The notion that Claudia would want a preview to this conversation had not occurred to her. You're not in trouble or anything? This attempt to reassure Claudia did not have the desired effect. Claudia frowned. Why would I be in trouble? You wouldn't, said Dorothy. Then why did you say that? Because you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. Dorothy shook her head. Forget I said that. It was stupid. Her heart pounded from a combination of nervousness and embarrassment. She hadn't even gotten to the part where she would make herself vulnerable by asking Claudia to be her confidant. Maybe we... Never mind. Forget I said anything. I'm sorry I bothered you at work. Okay, said Claudia. Either tell me what's going on or don't, but please don't do weird passive-aggressive shit. If you have a problem with me, be straight about it. Then I can tell you you're wrong and go back to work. No, said Dorothy. It came out with more force than she intended, and Claudia took a wide-eyed step back. No, I don't have a problem with you. I mean, that's not why I'm here. So you have a problem with me, but you're here for something else? I want your help, she snapped. I need someone to talk to, and apparently I am extremely bad at asking for that, so never mind. Talk about what? Asked Claudia. Something personal. Can we just drop it? You can go back to work. Claudia did not appear less confused by this explanation. Something personal? Why bring that to me? I'm beginning to wonder that myself, Dorothy growled.
No, said Claudia. Actually, I guess that is what I mean. I thought you didn't really like me.
Why would you say that? Dorothy heard the words come out of her mouth and mentally slapped herself for playing such a manipulative card. She knew why Claudia would think she didn't like her, even though that represented an inaccurate oversimplification of her feelings on the matter. However, the question having been put out there, Dorothy did find herself interested in Claudia's answer. Given she always assumed it was Claudia who did not like her, Dorothy was curious whether Claudia's interpretation of their relationship mirrored or contradicted her own. Before Claudia could form the rest of that idea, her phone rang. Dorothy silently raged at the timing. Claudia read the screen.
I should take this.
She thumbed the screen and held the phone out in front of her.
Hello? I need you to come in, Claudia, said Harrison.
Claudia had put him on speaker. Dorothy found herself grudgingly impressed by Claudia's successful one-upmanship in the category of manipulative behavior. Neither of them would dare voice this conflict with Harrison listening.
Come in? Come in where? We have a situation, he said. I am pooling as much talent as I can in case we need to use it.
The bitterness drained from Claudia's face, replaced with caution.
What kind of situation?
A code red, he said.
I believe there is a viable threat against my adopted daughters. I'll give you details when you get here.
At this piece of information, Dorothy's heart accelerated.
Wait, what? Said Claudia. What kind of threat? I have Dorothy with me right now. What should I do?
Dorothy is there?
Said Harrison.
Why?
We're not sure.
Claudia looked directly at Dorothy with steel in her eyes.
What do I need to do to protect her?
Dorothy is not a target,
said Harrison. Only the girls we rescued from Texas.
There is a chance that might include you, which is another reason I need you to come in. We have agents out right now collecting them all to put in protective custody. I trust you can make it here on your own?
What should I do? Asked Dorothy.
Go home, said Harrison. I will be in touch. Please be in my office by 5:30, Special Agent Daycare Roz.
The dismissal stung Dorothy, and she glared jealously at Claudia for once again trumping her relationship with Harrison.
Ooh, Claudia's face sank. You called me agent. I hate that. Get used to it.
He hung up.
Looks like we need to take a rain check on whatever the fuck this is that we're doing right now, said Claudia. Better skedaddle.
Not a chance, said Dorothy. I'm going with you.
You heard what Daddy said, sweet cheeks. This is big girl stuff.
This big girl has a security clearance that gets me in the doors of that building any time I feel like dropping by. So you can either walk over there with me, or we can walk over separately at the same time. Either way, that's where I'm headed.
Claudia glared at her. I need to talk to my station manager first. Stick with me and keep your mouth shut.
Yes, ma'am, Special Agent, ma'am, said Dorothy, sharpening her bravado for the huge task ahead of it. Whatever this was about, it threatened her family. And in ways she never expected, it hit her hard with a need to protect them and a thirst for vengeance against those who would do them harm. Chapter 9. Lockdown. Around 5 o'clock, they started trickling in. Harrison waited in the front entrance to greet the arrivals as they came through the metal and magic detectors. An agent entered the building, keeping close to a flustered-looking woman with a piece of carry-on luggage. She saw Harrison and made straight for him. He checked the name Megan Rosso off a list on his PDA. "Dad, what's going on?"
"Hello, Meg," he said. "I'm sorry about all this. We have a possible situation, and I want to bring everyone here so I can be sure you're safe. Hopefully, it will just be for the night."
"Does this have something to do with Siobhan?" she asked.
"I'm not able to give you details yet," he said. "Why don't you get settled in, and when the others get here, we can have a talk and bring you up to speed. Okay?"
"Holding cell?"
asked the agent who escorted her into the building. "What?" she shrieked, plain terror in her eyes. "No," said Harrison. "Dear God, man, use your head. 7th floor apartments. These people are to be treated as guests." He looked at Meg, now shaking. "I'm sorry. We're still getting some of this sorted out. Are you okay?" She nodded nervously. "We're taking you upstairs to a nice room with a comfortable bed and a decent view. We have to double up rooms, but you can choose who you bunk with. Try to relax if you can. I'm going to be here for a while, but I will check in on you before it gets too late." "Thank you," she said, her manner sheepish and frightened. At least she didn't blame him for this. Others would. As her escort took her to an elevator, Harrison pulled out his communicator. "Felicia, would you please contact all the agents we have in the field right now and tell them these women are to be taken to the apartments, not the holding cells?" "Isn't that obvious?" she asked. "Not so much, evidently. Let's just get the word out so we don't have any more surprises." "Will do," said Felicia. Harrison tucked the communicator back in his pocket.
What's this all about?
Harrison looked over his shoulder. Sparky hovered behind him, wearing a tiny burlap sack. The words Idaho potatoes appeared across the front, upside down, handwritten in felt-tip marker. "We're taking in some guests tonight," he said. "Isn't that itchy? That looks itchy."
If I say yes, will you let me take it off?
She asked. "No."
Damn it!
"Definitely getting you a uniform." As Harrison said that, 2 more women entered the building under escort.
Those are your kids,
said Sparky.
aren't they?
"Yes, we're bringing all the Texas rescues in for the night, in protective custody. I have reason to suspect they are being targeted."
Because of Red?
"Yes, Siobhan, and now 2 others. Do you remember Kate Gable and Carrie Crenshaw?"
No, and yes, said Sparky. Carrie's the soldier, right?
"Marine," said Harrison. "Master Gunnery Sergeant. Kate is a paleontology student. They are both missing now as well, which we discovered when we tried to notify them about Siobhan. Hang on a second."
The new arrivals had broken away from their escorts and made a beeline for Harrison, both towing suitcases.
"Not cool,"
said one of them, almost as tall as Harrison, slender, with black hair to her shoulders framing a scowl on her face.
"I'm sorry, Jess, this isn't being done lightly," said Harrison. "There's a good chance you are all in serious danger. We need to be sure everyone is secure." "I'm sure you do," she said. "While you're busy securing us, try to remember the last time we were all locked up for our own good. That's still a pretty fresh memory for some of us." "I know. This is going to break people," she said. "And you know exactly who I'm talking about." "Yes, I do," he said. "And that's why they are going to need a lot of support tonight. I have to have you on my side, Jess." "Screw you, Dad. I'm on their side tonight. That's all I'm asking."
Jessica held up her index finger.
"This goes on longer than 1 day. I'm getting a lawyer."
Harrison nodded.
"Okay."
She walked past him to the elevator. The other arrival, a woman a full head shorter than Jessica and quite a bit heavier, followed behind. Wavy brown hair, swarthy complexion. Harrison checked off the name Christine Rivera.
"Christine?"
said Harrison. "Just don't." She held up a single palm and refused to look at him as she walked past.
They're angry,
said Sparky.
"They have every right," said Harrison. "They have major problems with trust, for some very good reasons. The fact they trust me as much as they do is a huge deal, and for some of them this is going to feel like a betrayal. Some will feel protected, some will feel imprisoned, and some of them are going to feel things I wouldn't be able to explain even if I understood them, which I probably wouldn't. And as soon as I get a head count of 25, I will let them all yell at me, or thank me, or throw tomatoes, or whatever. I would rather make them all angry with a mistake than lose one of them forever because I was afraid of hurting their feelings. They will see that, eventually."
He sighed.
But not tonight.
A lone woman came through the door, slight build, youthful face, topped off with a mass of blonde ringlets. "Dad?" she asked as she made it through the detectors. She set her bag down long enough to give him a hug.
"Hey, Brittany," he said. "You okay?"
"I think so. At least I am now. Are we in trouble? All I heard was I had to come in right away."
"No trouble," said Harrison. "We're just taking some precautions. It will probably turn out to be nothing."
Brittany smiled. "You are so cute when you're lying. Where do I go?" He pointed to the elevator.
7th floor. Find an empty room or someone you want to bunk with.
"Are you staying here too?"
"I sure am," he said, along with a couple dozen agents.
"Good." She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek before making for the elevator. 2 more came through the door. Harrison ticked them off his list. Aaron Wells, Virginia Carter. Harrison greeted them both, to various degrees of frustration and worry, and sent them upstairs. In the midst of this activity, Dorothy and Claudia came through the front door.
"Reporting for duty, Assistant Director,"
said Claudia in the snarky tone he had come to know so well, but with a bitter edge to it he couldn't place.
"I thought you were going home," he said to Dorothy.
Before she could respond, Claudia said,
"Sorry, boss. Tag-along here insisted on crashing the party." "Actually, I'm glad," he said. "We're doing intake here on a lot of frightened and angry young women. A familiar face or two might help ease the tension. Would you two mind going up to the 7th floor and making some rounds? Check in on them, offer to get them something to eat or drink or read or whatever?"
"We would be delighted," said Dorothy, with an expression he also recognized well. Smug. Something was happening between these two, but he didn't have an ounce of energy to devote to caring about it.
"Thank you so much," he said. "You should probably know that a huge part of your job is going to be listening to Jessica Williams tell you what a piece of shit I am."
"I'm okay with that," said Claudia.
"As I thought you would be," he said. "Just let them vent. Whatever it takes to make them feel like they have some control here. Frankly, I'd like to feel that myself."
"Got it," said Dorothy, giving Claudia a little smile. "Shall we?" She sauntered off to the elevator, a clearly disgruntled Claudia following in her wake.
"What's their thing?"
asked Sparky.
"Don't know. Don't care. Bigger fish to fry at the moment."
His phone chirped. Becca's face greeted him on it.
"Hey, how are you doing?"
"4 so far," she said.
"How are they?"
"No one flat out refused," she said. "That's better than I expected."
"That's good, I guess. Are they with you?"
"No. I had your agents lend me 6 female agents, and I've been dropping them off one at a time as I go. They should start getting there soon. Just stay out of their way, and you should be okay."
"Nice work. Thank you," said Harrison.
"Thank you for putting me in charge," she said. "I think that has helped. It's a little weird to be giving orders to your people, though."
"It's not weird to them," he said,
with no idea if that was true.
"How soon will I see you?"
He glanced to his right as he spoke, more from nervous fidgeting than anything else. Activity in the building was somewhat heightened this evening, with additional agents stationed on the main floor. A man in a familiar Hawaiian shirt moved past 2 of them and around a corner out of Harrison's sight. 2 more stops? Half an hour, maybe? Said Rebecca. Harrison's eyes traced the spot where the garishly dressed man had last been, weighing the advantages of dropping everything to pursue him and find out who he was against his need to stay on top of the intake of 24 frightened women.
"Shit,"
he whispered. "What?" said Rebecca. Harrison shook his head vigorously and returned his attention to where it needed to be.
"Nothing. Sorry. Godspeed. See you soon."
"Thanks." She hung up.
"Who's this?"
Sparky pointed to the metal detector. A woman walked through it, no taller than 5 feet, with a tiny frame. She had a knapsack on her back and looked at the floor as she moved.
"Chandra Walker."
He turned to face away from the new arrival, holding his hand loosely by his side.
Don't look at her, please.
Sparky covered her eyes with her hands. Not subtle, but Harrison ruled it adequate. After about half a minute, a piece of paper brushed his hand, and he closed his fingertips on it. Chandra kept walking past him, still looking at the floor.
You can open your eyes now.
Sparky spun around to watch Chandra walk head down into an elevator.
What just happened?
We don't make eye contact, and we only communicate through writing, he said. Her rules, they keep her going. I don't question them. At least she communicates with me at all.
He held the sealed envelope up to read the word Dad handwritten on it, and nothing else. The note inside similarly said only, I'm scared. He tucked it back in the envelope, folded it, and stuck it in his back pocket.
Can you go get me a piece of paper, a pen, and an envelope, please?
Back in a jiff.
She zipped away. He checked Chandra off his list. Anna Bruce came in shortly after. Check. That made 8. 19 of his rescued daughters lived in New Chicago. The other 9, including 2 missing, lived out of town, some very far. None of those would be coming tonight, nor would Siobhan. 8 down. 10 to go before he could rest easy. The next morning he would begin the process of fretting about the 7 stragglers. As Anna entered the elevator, Alec walked out of it. He made his way across the room, leaning on his cane the whole way.
Bit of a circus tonight. We have it under control, said Harrison. Could have given me a warning, said Alec. Not that it matters. Did I overstep my authority? Not at all. Enjoy your slumber party, Cody.
He looked back at the door as another woman entered. She had a significantly larger suitcase than those he had seen thus far that day. Her escort was a 5-year-old girl, and he was very much in love with her.
Daddy!
Melody raced through both detectors without pause and threw her arms around him. He picked her up and held her tight, with her chin resting on his shoulder.
Hey, beautiful, he said to Melody, his one and only daughter by blood.
We're sleeping over, said Melody into his shoulder.
I see that, said Harrison.
April had finally made her way through the detectors with her oversized rollaway.
What a lovely surprise,
he said pointedly to his wife. Oh, quiet you. You need all the help you can get, and you know it. She looked around her. Nice place you have here, but the lobby is a little cold. You need some more comfy chairs. Maybe a fountain?
Mind yourself, Mrs. Cody, said Alec. I've counted the towels in your room. See, they are all still there when you leave.
And your bellhop could be a little less surly, she said.
Yes, well, said Alec. Enjoy your stay. If you need me, I will be back tomorrow morning at the usual time. Until then, you have this, as you say, under control.
He departed.
You do know we don't have a room for you, right? Said Harrison. We will barely be able to sleep 18 in the 7th floor rooms as it is. When the others come into town, I don't know where we're going to put them.
You have a pull-out couch in your office, don't you? She asked.
I do, he said. And a lovely leather chair from which to watch the 2 of you get a good night's sleep.
This is why I love you, she said. He gently returned Melody to the floor and gave her a kiss.
Don't forget to brush your teeth, he said to his daughter.
I already did,
she said. After a moment's glare from her father, she amended,
I mean, I was just about to.
Good night, sweetie. I'll be up in a bit.
He gave April a kiss as well, of a different nature.
Wait up for me?
I'll give you until 12, she said. After that, no promises.
That will have to do. You know the way?
I sure do. Tally-ho! She dragged her luggage away as Melody made a dash for the elevator. Shortly after that, 2 more women entered the building. Jennifer Howell and Maria Perales, 2 of the 6 women he had sent Becca to retrieve. 2 female agents escorted them, one of whom was under 5 feet tall, with pale blue skin and high pointed ears poking through a mane of thick black hair, and dressed in the standard-issue black suit. Harrison turned away from the new arrivals. Jennifer and Maria were 2 of 6 residents of New Chicago who had made it clear that under no circumstances did they ever want to see Harrison again. There was no hatred there, but he knew things about them they couldn't bear anyone knowing. So individually over the years they had cut him and everyone else from the group of 28 rescues out of their lives. He honored that need with no hard feelings, and it did not put a dent in his feelings of fatherly protectiveness over them. The fact 2 of them arrived at the same time was probably hard enough on them. Compelling them to come to his place of work without warning crossed a line that might do them serious emotional harm. But weighing that against the alternative, he had no choice. Harrison walked over to the security desk with his back to Maria and Jennifer, and they slipped past him. 10 down, 8 to go. Over the next hour, he ticked 6 more names off his list. Christina Morris, Teresa Washington, and Emily Lewis all came in avoiding direct contact with him. Melissa Lear, clearly flustered, sought support from Harrison and accepted it. Mary Kelly was friendly and understanding, and Danielle Brown was downright chatty. During that hour, Sparky returned with Harrison's paper, envelope, and pen. He asked her to wait long enough for him to write, "I know. Hang in there. We love you." He sealed the note and gave her instructions to deliver it to Chandra. She left him to continue his vigil. 2 to go. Brooke Witherspoon and the woman sent to find her, Rebecca Wheeler. Another half-hour passed with no sign of either. Right as Harrison was about to check in with Rebecca, Jessica decided to return to the front entrance for another round of protests. "Am I a prisoner?" she asked. "Can we not do this right now?" said Harrison. "Please believe that I understand." "You understand nothing," she said. "Maybe I don't, but you're not going to fix that tonight." "I'm asking. I want to go out for a cup of coffee. Can I do that?" "Ask Dorothy for a cup of coffee," said Harrison. "She'll take care of you." "I don't know," she said. "I really like this little coffee shop near my house. I'll just pop out and get us both lattes, okay?" "Jessica, I love you dearly, but we cannot have this conversation tonight." "So I am a prisoner. I want to hear you say it." "Oh, for God's sake!" he barked. Before he had a chance to finish that thought, Rebecca came in the front door with 2 agents and her husband. She marched through the detectors to get to Harrison. The 2 agents, still ostensibly under her command, hung back. "Brooke is gone." "Oh, no," said Harrison. "What does that mean?" asked Jessica. "She's not home. We checked her mother's house and the hospital. Her phone is going directly to voicemail." "Oh, shit," said Harrison. "Why didn't you check in?" "I don't know," she said. "Maybe because this is my first manhunt/lockdown. This was a long, difficult day for me, Dad." "I'm sorry. You're right. Come here." He held his arms out, and she embraced him. She went limp in his arms, physically dumping the tension that had sustained her throughout her several-hour mission. "Oh, God," she said. "She's gone. What do we do?" "I'll take it from here. Get some rest." He kissed her forehead. "And I know this timing is not ideal, but congratulations. I am very, very happy for you." "We're not telling anyone yet." "Mum's the word," he said. "Get some sleep." The 2 agents they came in with took Rebecca to the elevator. Her husband lingered. "You and I need to have a conversation about whether my wife works for you," he said. "Because I think she doesn't. We should get on the same page there." "Blake, seriously, that's just one more conversation I am not having today. You would have to get in line behind Jess anyway." He put his hand on Blake's shoulder. "The only thing that matters to me right now is Rebecca's safety and the safety of 27 other women. Take care of her now, please. Yell at me later." "I will," he said, and followed Rebecca to the elevator. Harrison looked at Jessica. Her eyes had gone wide, and she avoided his gaze. He took out his communicator. "Top priority manhunt. I need Brooke Witherspoon located and brought here immediately."
"I'm on it," said Felicia. It surprised Harrison to hear her voice, as she would normally have left the building by now. Her dedication to duty in this crisis added one more notch to his gratitude for having her on his staff.
"Now," said Harrison to Jessica, "we were talking about coffee?"
Jessica had closed her eyes. She made 2 fists, curled her arms to her chest, scrunched her shoulders, and generally attempted to curl into a ball while still standing. Tears flowed freely from her closed lids. He put his arms around her and held her.
"Let's get you back upstairs."
She nodded, and they walked. Chapter 10. Room Service. Dorothy and Claudia stood together in silence, waiting for the elevator. The walk to NCSA headquarters had been chilly. The beautiful sky from early afternoon gave way to accumulating clouds, and a cold front began to make its presence known. Dorothy was glad she brought a jacket. Unfortunately, no jacket could insulate her from the chill coming off Claudia. Her cry for help at the station had gone horribly wrong, escalating to a pointless conflict. Perhaps working together would give them a chance to start over? "What's on the 7th floor?"
"Apartments," said Claudia. "Efficiencies. More like hotel rooms with kitchenettes, really."
"Why do you have hotel rooms in a government building?"
Claudia shrugged. "They were here when we found the building. Most of HQ is reclaimed office space, but that floor is totally different. It's a pre-Mayhem building, so it could be a floor from a hotel that got transplanted here."
"That's weird," said Dorothy.
"I've seen weirder. They're pretty nice. I stayed in one for a few weeks when I was 15. That was before New Chicago was a country. We were still sorting everything out. When the NCSA claimed this building, they kept that floor the way they found it. Sometimes it's useful to have some beds nearby."
"Like now?"
"Yep,"
said Claudia. The elevator arrived, and they boarded. They rode the 7 floors in silence, and Claudia stepped out as soon as the doors opened. Unlike the dull, industrial gray carpet everywhere else in the building, the carpet in this hall displayed a blue and silver pattern, vaguely floral but abstract enough to be anything.
"I'll take the left."
Claudia walked off and knocked on a door. A few seconds later, someone let her in. A moment's solitude allowed Dorothy to question the past hour of her life and the bizarre rivalry between them. Her momentary joy at Harrison validating her, taking her side in a conflict he could not even see, confused her now. She wished she could trade it in for a reset button and a second chance at that visit to the station. Dorothy knocked on the first door to the right. "Come in," came a voice from within. Unlike a typical hotel room door, this one opened freely from the outside. Within, she found a spacious living area with a table and desk, 2 twin beds, a small kitchenette, and a door leading to a bathroom. That these rooms had been transplanted into an office building was a distinct possibility, but surely even in that theory an oversimplified explanation. The Mayhem Wave had randomized the world so comprehensively that juxtapositions like this had become a norm. The room's single occupant sat on a bed, holding a book. "Dorothy, are you my roommate?" Despite the unhappy facets of the current situation, Dorothy smiled at Meg Rosso. She knew all of Harrison's Texas rescues, but some she considered friends more than others. When she first met them all, she naturally gravitated toward the ones closest to her age, and those bonds held over time. She had also stayed close to Christine Rivera, Brittany Hinson, and Jess Williams for that reason. The youngest of the group, and another close friend, Siobhan, would not be here tonight. That momentary realization gave her sad pause. "No," she said, "I'm actually here working tonight. Is there anything I can get for you to make your stay more comfortable?" "You're not on the list?" asked Meg. "Apparently not. Harrison says I'm not a target, whatever that means."
Meg's eyes bugged slightly, and Dorothy mentally kicked herself for the choice of words. She plowed ahead. "Are you hungry? Can I get you something to eat?" "I did skip dinner," said Meg. "What can I get for you? A sandwich? A salad? A cookie?" Meg smiled at that. "Sandwich, turkey if you're taking orders. Or are they already made up?" "Nothing is made up," said Dorothy. "But there's a kitchen downstairs and a deli half a block from here. Give me an hour and I'll find you turkey. Cheese, mayo, lettuce, tomato? Swiss if you can find it, nothing else." Megan put the book down and got up. To Dorothy's surprise, she gave her a hug, atypical warmth from Megan, whom Dorothy considered a bit of a dark soul. "Thank you for coming. This is weird and not fun." "I know," said Dorothy. "That's why I'm here." "Are you staying?" "I don't know. I guess if they need me to, I will." "If I don't get a roommate, can you stay here?" asked Meg. "I'd like that. Let me see what the situation is. You're my first stop. I have sandwich orders to take, but yes, I would like that." Meg offered a weak smile, and the tiny victory pleased Dorothy. "Then I won't keep you. See you soon?" "With turkey, I promise." "Good." For an instant, the darkness returned to Megan's eyes, and she fell back into her book. 2 rooms later, Dorothy headed to the kitchen with orders for hot chocolate, chili, and oatmeal cookies. In the pantry, she found a can of chili, a loaf of wheat bread, hot chocolate mix, and a box of oatmeal cookies. In the refrigerator, she found cold cuts and cheese. It took her about 15 minutes to heat the chili, make the sandwich, mix the hot chocolate, and put 3 cookies on a plate. As she arranged these items on a tray, Claudia came in. "Chicken soup, tea, and pineapple," she said. "Pantry," said Dorothy, pointing. She returned to the 7th floor for her deliveries and to take new orders. In the time she had spent downstairs, 4 more women had arrived, including Chandra Walker, who took the other bed in Meg's room. Dorothy had no space in her head for disappointment over having her spot taken. On her 3rd round of orders, Dorothy found a single room still unoccupied and took a moment for a bathroom break. Her core temperature slightly elevated from the constant activity, it finally occurred to her to take her jacket off. She hung it on a hook in the bathroom, staking her claim to the room and its single bed. This went on for another 3 hours. Much of that time she spent making small talk, catching up with old friends, and getting to know acquaintances better. Some of the guests wanted to be left in peace, and she provided that service as well by fashioning "Do Not Disturb" signs for them. At 10 o'clock, content that everyone's immediate needs had been met, she took a break. Harrison had left his post by the main entrance, which told her that intake had finally ended for the night. She approached the security officer at the front desk, a satyr she had seen in the building before, though she did not know his name. He looked about her age, but she suspected he had decades on her based on the length of his horns. "Is my father still here?" she asked.
"In his office, I believe."
"Do you need to see my clearance for me to go up there?"
"No, you're good, Miss O'Neill."
He punctuated this with a smile that bordered on flirtatious and gave his goatee one subtle stroke. "Thank you." On her way up, she reflected on how satisfying it felt to contribute. The women staying here did appreciate her care and the presence of a familiar, friendly face. Charged with this curious sort of optimism, she might, perhaps, find a way tomorrow to earn Claudia's appreciation while she was at it. Chapter 11. Heredity. With 17 women accounted for and a search underway for more, Harrison retired to his office. His workspace was significant, designed for meetings and a comfort that went with the prestige of his position. It also served as a bedroom in the event he ever needed to sequester himself at work. Ordinarily, he would sleep on the couch. It had a pull-out mattress, but if he had a pillow and a blanket, he typically didn't bother with it. Tonight it was open, made, and occupied by one child. He gently kissed her forehead, and she stirred enough to make a single cute smack with her lips, then went right back to sleep. "Are they all here?" asked April from an armchair across from the bed, wearing a t-shirt, sweatpants, and slippers. Harrison went to his closet and put his jacket and tie on a hanger. "All but one. Still looking for Brooke." "Oh," said April. "Do you think she's trying to avoid you?" He shrugged. "I hope that's it. Doubt it, though. I sent Becca to persuade her to come in. Unless one of the other girls tipped her off, I don't see how she would even know we were coming for her." "Do you think she'll turn up?" "I'd rather not say," he grumbled. "But I'm not going to be able to sleep until I know one way or the other. What are your plans for tomorrow?" "Emotional support. Once they're settled in, they're going to need an advocate outside the agency." "Being my wife won't earn you any points right now, I'm sorry to say." "No," she said, "but being their stepmother might. Those girls all know me, and most of them like me. I think they'll appreciate having a woman who will stand up for their needs. If I'm wrong about that, I'll back off." "What about Melody?" he asked. "I'm not going to be able to watch her, and with you being den mother, you won't either." "You don't have a daycare? I assumed you had a daycare." "Not so much." "Rats," she said. "I guess I'll have to juggle her. Maybe your guests can take turns sitting." "I'm not so sure they're going to be up for that. We'll figure something out." "What are their living conditions?" she asked. "If I'm going to take this on, I should probably have a sense of what to expect. Are those rooms comfortable? Are their basic needs going to be met? Privacy is the big one. What about food?" "The rooms are nice. They are going to be crowded, though, especially when the out-of-towners start showing up. We are probably going to need cots. I'm hoping to feed them whatever they want. We have a decent cafeteria, and we can afford whatever takeout or catering they need on top of that for as long as they are here. I put Claudia and Dorothy on room service detail tonight, so hopefully that will help them all feel a little more at ease." April sat up. "Dorothy's here?" He nodded. "She came here with Claudia. I put them both to work right away. She seemed happy to do it." "Well, there's our sitter." "Oh," said Harrison. "Good point. I'll try to catch her before she leaves." April got up from her chair and sat on the bed. Watching her daughter sleep, she said, "We are safe here, right?" "Very much so. I would never bring all those women here if it weren't." Harrison plopped down in the chair April had vacated. They sat in silence for a while, absorbing the events of the day. "I worry about her," said April finally. "She's getting old enough to figure out her parents aren't normal, you know?" "We are normal." "We have superpowers." "Yeah," he said, "but other than that. Besides, I'm not sure super applies to mine." "You know what I mean. What is that going to feel like when she figures out we can do things no one else can? Things she can't." "Would you rather she could?" he asked. "I don't think that would make her any happier." "Are we sure she won't?" asked April. "I mean, completely, absolutely sure?" "As sure as we can be," he said. "But if you want to go down that road again, I can talk to Larson about setting up some more tests. I'm sure she'd love to get Melody back into her lab." "Is Larson the one with the crush on you?" "No," he said. "That's Garrett, and she doesn't have a crush on me." "She just flirts with you every time she sees you." "She's outgoing." April gave him her best deadpan. "It's not every time," he tried. More staring. "Anyway, she's not my type. I'm much more into outrageously beautiful Latinas." "A weak save," she said, "but I'll allow it." "Seriously, do you want me to call her? Melody and Adler have both been through so many tests, I can't imagine they missed anything. What we have isn't genetic. They are normal kids. But if you want to keep looking for something, we can do that." She brushed Melody's cheek. "I just don't want her to feel like she's not special." As Harrison pondered the best way to respond to that, a voice came over his communicator. "Assistant Director, this is Grant." Harrison took out the device and stepped away from his sleeping child.
"What do you have for me?"
"Not much," said the voice. "We're at Witherspoon's residence right now." Behind Harrison came a knock at the door, and April said, "Yes?" "April, I didn't realize you were here." Dorothy's voice. He let April field this visitor. "There are signs of forced entry," continued Grant. "The front door lock has been picked. There was also a dish of food upside down on the kitchen floor. That's not much to go on, but it might be evidence of a struggle. We've searched the apartment for Witherspoon, and she is not here." Forced entry? A struggle? This had moved well past the realm of coincidence. The women he rescued from childhood slavery were being systematically taken. "Understood. Keep a detail posted there until further notice. If you find anything else, let me know right away." He pocketed the communicator. For a moment, he allowed himself to grieve for his own stupidity in waiting too long to round up his daughters to protect them, then dismissed that feeling as irrelevant. They were under his protection now, as would be their remaining 7 sisters once his people brought them to the city. His thoughts turned to his youngest daughter, his true child, and he came back to sit with her. He brushed her head, thinking about the world she was growing up in, and the dangers it presented, and silently thanked the universe she would be spared this particular peril. "Talk to me," said April. "There are signs of a break-in at Brooks' apartment," he said. "It's real." "Oh, no," said Dorothy. "She's not here? I thought they were all here." "We're down one," said Harrison, "and now it looks like she's not coming. Grant says her front door was picked, and there may have been a struggle." "How did the agents with Becca miss that?" asked April. "I don't know," said Harrison. "Maybe because I put her in charge and she didn't know what to look for? They should still have been more thorough, with or without orders." "What does that mean?" asked Dorothy. "It means we have a serious problem, and that I was right to bring everyone here. I only wish I had done this yesterday." "Do not blame yourself for this," said April. "Oh, I don't," he said. "I know exactly who to blame. There is only one group that would take an interest in these women, because there is only one thing they all have in common." "Lone Star," said April. "Lone Star," said Harrison. "But why now?" she asked. "It's been 8 years. What possible reason could they have for rounding up the girls at this point?" "I didn't say I knew why," said Harrison. "Just who, and where. We have a trip to plan. As soon as we have the last 7 secured here, I am taking a team to Texas. We are going to bring my daughters home and end this." Chapter 12. How to Get Over It. At almost midnight, Dorothy finally made her way back to her room, exhausted. The news of Brooks' disappearance on top of everything else had sucked the life out of her, and now Harrison spoke like they were about to go to war. Dorothy had no frame of reference to cope with this level of crisis. She needed to get some sleep. Maybe tomorrow she would be equipped to continue caring for her charges in the face of what would certainly be new fears. She poured herself a glass of water and sat down at the table in the kitchenette. Looking at the bed, she remembered she brought nothing here. No pajamas, no toothbrush. One night of icky mouth would be a small price to pay for the work she and Claudia had done, as would one night of sleeping in her underwear. She finished her water, got up, and unbuttoned her shirt. At that moment, from behind the bathroom door came the sound of a toilet flushing, followed by the sound of running water. Half a minute later, Claudia came out of the bathroom. They both froze. "Well," said Claudia, "this is awkward." "I thought you went home," said Dorothy. "I thought you went home," said Claudia. "This is the only room that isn't taken." "I call dibs?" Claudia grinned imploringly. "I was here first." Claudia frowned. "Nuh-uh." Dorothy pointed to the bathroom. Happen to notice a jacket hung on that door?
Claudia looked behind her. Oh, then I guess we can share?
They both looked over at the single twin bed. Then they looked at each other. Dorothy fished a quarter out of her pocket. She held it up with the head side facing Claudia. You get the bed. She turned it around to show her the tail. You get the floor.
Fine, said Claudia.
Dorothy flipped the coin into the air and stood back to watch it land. Claudia lurched forward and snatched it out of the air with surprising speed. She held it in front of Dorothy, showing her the head side, then placed it on the table with a loud whap. Dorothy looked down. The tail looked back at her. When she looked up, Claudia had already taken the comforter from the bed to fashion into a sleeping bag. Claudia baffled her completely. Strangely, this renewal of their inexplicable conflict diverted her from the larger situation happening around her, and she welcomed that. Why do you think I don't like you? Asked Dorothy. Claudia dropped one of the bed pillows on the floor near the head of her makeshift bedroll.
What was the personal thing you wanted to tell me?
I asked first.
I don't recognize your authority to ask first, and I took the floor. What was the thing?
Dorothy sat down at the table. After a beat, she said, How do you get over a breakup?
Oh.
Claudia pulled up a chair across from Dorothy. For a moment, all she did was stare, with a glazed look to her eyes. She snapped her fingers, gazing off into space. Brad, said Dorothy.
Brad.
Claudia thumped the table.
I swear that was on the tip of my tongue. What happened?
He broke up with me.
Got that part. Why?
Dorothy fidgeted. Why did Mickey break up with you?
He got bored and found a girl he liked better, said Claudia.
Oh. Dorothy looked at the table.
What happened with Brad?
Quietly, she said, He got bored and found a girl he liked better.
Oh, shit, said Claudia, laughing.
Dorothy looked up. What?
I was just kidding about Mickey. He called it off because we weren't clicking.
Dorothy looked down again. Great.
How many times have you called him asking for one more chance?
Dorothy thought before answering. Twice?
Okay, said Claudia. You're done now. You only get 2 tries and you used those up. Next, this is only a question, not a suggestion. Have you had any thoughts about suicide?
She thought about that one, too. Not that I would act on.
Right. Close your eyes. I want you to picture something.
Dorothy closed her eyes.
Ready?
She nodded.
Melody at your funeral.
Dorothy's eyes snapped open in shock.
You're done with that now, too, said Claudia. See? We're working down a checklist.
Is that how this works?
More or less.
Dorothy nodded, feeling a mild sort of enthusiasm. What's the next one?
Did you cry yet?
That one made her less enthusiastic. She took too long to find a way to answer, and Claudia said,
You didn't. I bet I even know why.
Why? Said Dorothy, as evenly as she could.
Because smart girls don't cry. You're a brain. You've always been a brain. Me, I'm a heart. I cried over Mickey, and I didn't even like him that much. But not you, right? Smart girls don't cry.
Dorothy hesitated, then shook her head. No, I didn't cry, and I'm not going to. What's the next one? Casually, Claudia asked,
Did he fuck you?
Dorothy's heart tried to punch its way out of her chest. I beg your pardon? Smirking, Claudia leaned back in her chair.
I bet he did. And if I know you, which I feel pretty sure I do, you lost your virginity to him too. Am I right?
Dorothy trembled and blushed. She wanted to leave, but experienced the beginnings of a head rush and feared if she stood she might pass out. You don't get to ask that. Claudia leaned in closer, and all the joviality drained out of her face. "Did he fuck you?" Dorothy had no idea how to say it. Had sex? Too common. Did it? Too juvenile. Boffed? Stupped? Boinked? These terms raced unbidden through her head. Finally, she heard one that helped her find her dignity, and she sat up straight. "We made love." "No, you didn't." "What?" she said, mildly shocked. For a moment, she imagined she even managed to get sex wrong, and what they did somehow didn't count. "What do you mean?" "The ones who make love," said Claudia, "they stick around. The fuckers walk away." Dorothy's headspin righted itself. The fuckers walk away. He walked away. "Fucker?" she whispered. "What's that?" said Claudia. "That?" Dorothy worked up the nerve to repeat it. "Fucker!" "Sing it, sister." "That fucker!" she shouted. Claudia laughed. "Now we're cooking." "Oh, God!" Dorothy's throat constricted. She succeeded in fighting the tears off for a solid 2 seconds. Then they came, followed by the barking sobs. She buried her face in her arms on the table and let loose. She barely heard the scrape of Claudia getting up from her chair through her own weeping. After what felt like a minute, Claudia pulled up next to her and put her arm around Dorothy's shoulders. She reached up and held Claudia's wrist while the sobs flowed out and finally settled down. When she finally regained the strength to look up, Claudia sat close, with a warm smile that triggered her self-consciousness about the red mess she surely presented by now. Her face was covered in moisture and her eyes burned. Claudia handed her a roll of toilet paper. She tore off a length, carefully folded it, and blew. When she pulled the soaking tissue away from her nose, Claudia courteously held up a small wastebasket for her convenience. She disposed of the wad, tore off another, and dabbed her eyes. "And that," said Claudia, "is how we do that." Chapter 13. History. Harrison woke shortly before sunrise, having spent the night in his leather desk chair and the previous day's clothes. He took a moment to grab a fresh shirt, underwear, and socks from the suitcase April packed for his entire family before waking her. "Hey," he whispered. She said. "I'm going to the gym to take a shower, and I'm headed to Esoteric. Lots to do today. Dorothy is somewhere on floor 7. I might be back by lunch." He waited for a response, mesmerized by the beautiful sight of his wife and little girl curled up in so blissful a slumber, he almost put off starting his day. Almost. "Did you get all that?" She said, eyes still closed. "Esoteric, Dorothy 7, back by lunch. Call me with news." "I didn't say anything about calling." "That's me, dope," she said. "Call me if there's any news." "You're okay with the girls?" "I've got this," she said. "Go." He kissed her once on the forehead and got a smile for the gesture. Another kiss on Melody's head, and he was off. One shower and change later, he left the building, headed for the Esoteric Research Facility. En route, he checked in with Felicia. "Any word on the out-of-towners yet?" "2 secured so far," came her voice over the tiny speaker. "Ashley Adams and Elizabeth Cahill. They should be here by noon. Still waiting to hear on the rest." "Thank you," he said. "Please check in on all 5 of the others right now and give me a status report. We lost one last night. I do not want a repeat of that." "Understood." He pocketed the communicator in a continued state of appreciation for his assistant. Felicia Kestrel came on board the NCSA 3 years earlier as a field agent and discovered herself not physically suited for the work. Though able to handle the stress and the emotional demands of the job, her reaction time was too slow in virtually every exercise, and despite having the build of a ballet dancer, she had some agility issues that made her a liability in rigorous assignments. In short, she washed out. Fortunately for Harrison, her intellectual gifts did not go unnoticed. Alec assigned her to his staff, where she had played the part of his right hand for the past year. What she lacked in physical grace, she more than made up in mental stamina and swiftness. Harrison had complete faith that she would handle any task he set her on with competence, thoroughness, and speed. More than once in the past year, he caught himself realizing her excellence gave him opportunities to get soft, so he made it part of her job to keep him on his toes. On his arrival at Esoteric, he went straight to Larson's lab, taking the staircase 2 steps at a time. He did not pause to notice the turnover of tiny gargoyles, and knew from experience they would find that disappointing. Some other time. "Taylor Richardson secured," said Felicia. "No contact on the others yet. Ashley Adams is in the building."
"How are they holding up?"
"I wouldn't know, sir," she said. "Would you like me to interview them?" Harrison made a mental note that Felicia was not in fact perfect.
"No, give them space. Dorothy and April are going to handle advocating for them. If they bring you any concerns, please address them immediately. Our guests are to be given anything they want, short of release."
"Understood." He swiped his card at Larson's door, once again enjoying the show as it dissolved into mist before his eyes and re-solidified behind him. He found her staring at the wall monitor again, this time with 2 other people, both wearing lab coats. One was a man Harrison guessed to be in his mid-30s, the other a slender woman with close-cropped hair and the darkest skin he had ever seen. It took a moment to recognize her as an elf. She looked about 20 years old, which probably put her at least 200. Both scientists split their attention between the wall screen and whatever work they were doing on handheld computers. All 3 of them managed to completely ignore his entrance.
"Hey there," he said. "Has Rutherford checked in yet?"
"No," said Larson, without turning to greet him. The man did look up at this point and gave Harrison a courtesy nod. The elf did not acknowledge him.
"Felicia, I need an immediate recall on Special Agent Rutherford," said Harrison into his communicator. "Have him brought directly to Esoteric."
"On it," she said.
"I need that reevaluation of Rutherford's ability," said Harrison to Larson. "Can we fast-track it? If he's advanced anything like Sarah has, I need to know exactly how much."
After several seconds of no response at all, Larson said, "Are you talking to me?" Her eyes stayed on the screen.
"Yes,"
said Harrison. "Oh," she said. "No, we can't fast-track that. I need you to see this." Harrison had anticipated obstacles to the plethora of things he needed to accomplish this day, but not lack of cooperation from Larson among them.
"Doctor, I have a very full schedule today, and Rutherford's eval is high priority. Can this wait?"
"You're going to want to make time for this," she said.
"Not to put too fine a point on it, but there are 4 women who are one distraction closer to dying for every side project I make time for today. This really has to wait."
"They will all be dead in less than a year, along with everyone else on the planet."
"It would be a long day indeed. You have my attention."
"Come here." Harrison moved toward the large screen. It showed the same image as the last time he saw it, including the highlighted orbits and the circular overlay of the Mahosphere.
"Did it move?"
"It's been moving this whole time," she said. "I told you we were trying to figure out if it was still expanding. Well, it is. Not at a constant rate, but definitely expanding. Pulsing, in fact, like a huge expanding heart."
Harrison gulped. "That's awful."
"Yes, it is. If our computations are correct, it should intersect with the sun in 301 days, plus or minus 12.
I assume that's bad, said Harrison. Will it change the sun?
You better believe it, she said. Do you remember what the original purpose of the Mayhem Wave was?
To free Ruopim, said Harrison.
He hadn't used that name in years, and he experienced a moment of queasiness speaking it. Well, yes, that, she said, but I mean the ostensible reason.
To wipe out the guns?
Correct. In the wake of that wave, some fundamental properties were altered. Gunpowder no longer explodes. Neither does nitroglycerin, C4, and a host of other former explosives. A few common substances like gasoline still pack a punch, but for the most part, bombs are a thing of the past.
The sun isn't a chemical bomb, said Harrison. It's a nuclear furnace.
Correct, she said, and it will continue to burn. As far as the rest of the universe is concerned, our star will continue to be a star. Unfortunately for us, it turns out the Mayhem Wave also affected some properties of fusion and fission reactions, presumably as a neutralizer for nuclear weapons. Those processes still work the way they always have, with one modification. Fission reactions release 8% less energy than they used to, and fusion reactions release 24% less. Those are averages, but they will suffice to lay out the problem.
Oh, shit, said Harrison. Would that translate into a 24% drop in surface temperature?
No, but close enough. Our preliminary estimates show an average surface temp drop of 65 degrees Kelvin.
Which will be cold enough to kill everything, said Harrison.
No, it won't, said the dark elf, who had ignored Harrison earlier. Helioseismology projections put the temperature decrease as negligible for at least 1,000 years.
Yes, said Larson.
Thank you, Owlthresh, but we have been over this. That assumes solar activity consistent with pre-mayhem patterns, which will no longer apply when the wave hits.
Wait, said Harrison to Owlthresh. Go back a step. 1,000 years?
The elf turned her attention to Harrison for the first time. As with most elves of his acquaintance, first eye contact came with a rush, a natural human response to her beauty. Elves generally represented an ideal of humanoid perfection, and Owlthresh was no different in this respect, though the nearly shaved head did manage to offset the effect enough to keep it from shutting down the conversation. Photons in the sun's core are densely packed, and in a constant state of violent collision with each other. It is virtually impossible for a single photon and the heat it carries to escape that chaos. Therefore, it can take tens of thousands of years for it to finally reach the surface. Owlthresh explained this in a wispy soprano, ornamented with a slight accent at once both alien and familiar. Even if all the reactions across the entire star drop their energy output by 24%, the heat you feel today is already thousands of years old, as will be the heat you feel tomorrow and tomorrow after that.
So, said Harrison, by the time we start to see a measurable drop in Earth's surface temperature, we will all be long dead.
Speak for yourself, said Owlthresh. This will certainly be a problem. It just won't be yours.
Or it will, said the other scientist, extending his hand. Rick Goricke, you're Harrison Cody, aren't you? Harrison took his hand. Yes, hi. Not to skip the niceties, but what do you mean it will?
Goricke thinks the sun will collapse, said Larson. Goricke held his hands out in front of him, holding an imaginary sphere about the size of a basketball.
The sun has two forces acting on it at all times. It's massive, so there's a lot of gravity trying to push it into a smaller ball. But it's also hot, which creates outward pressure as the material expands.
a sudden drop in thermal output, he glanced at Owlthresh, even taking into account existing solar dynamics, could give gravity just the edge it needs to drop the corona right down to the ground. He punctuated this by slamming his hands together.
"The sun does not have a ground," said Owlthresh.
"You know what I mean. The sun collapses to a dwarf star," said Harrison. "Does it stay hot?" "Well, sort of," said Goriki. "But that turns out not to matter anyway, because if the collapse is hard enough—" He illustrated his next point by bringing his hands together again, then clapping loudly and throwing his arms wide. Boom! "Bounce back," said Harrison. "Explosion. Something like that. I gather that won't take thousands of years." "Weeks," said Goriki. "Possibly days."
"Except none of that is going to happen," said Larson. "It is well established the Mayhem Wave is capable of exerting its influence retroactively. The drop in temperature won't be gradual or even sudden. It will always have been that cold. Which puts us back at the first scenario. The oceans will freeze over, among other things. Some deep-sea life might survive."
"Or something completely different and unexpected could happen," said Goriki, "because magic."
Owlthresh rolled her gorgeous black eyes. "For now," said Larson, "we are assuming the cold scenario is the most likely. It might be possible to sustain a small human colony for some time, but that doesn't look promising enough to be a solution."
"May I assume you have a better plan?" said Harrison.
"Plan might be an optimistic word. We do have a possibility, but at the moment we are not sure if we can control it."
She touched a control under the screen, and another circular overlay appeared inside the Mayosphere on the screen, nearly the same size and concentric with it. "What's that?" asked Harrison.
"You made that," said Larson. "That's the counterbomb wave. We discovered it last night. It's expanding in almost the same pattern as the Mayosphere, but slightly faster and at a different pulse rate. The good news is that when it catches up, they will both be completely neutralized."
"The bad news is that you think that's not going to happen this year."
"You got it. Current projections put the collision at 382 days, plus or minus 15.
Harrison rubbed his face.
The energy he had spent the past 2 weeks devoting to the cause of protecting his daughters now felt like a complete waste. Even if he succeeded in keeping them safe, and even if he managed to find the missing 4 and bring them home, they all had 10 months to live.
"Tell me you can fix this."
"We can fix this," said Larson. "We just don't know how yet. The counterbomb was a spell, and it's going to take another spell to enhance it. We have had less than 24 hours to study this, but I feel confident we can find a way to correct this problem in time. We're going to need resources, though, and wizards." For a fleeting moment, Harrison considered assigning Aplamato to this project to get him away from the NCSA, but the thought of trusting the fate of the world to that man was more than he could stomach.
"I can give you Mallory, maybe 1 or 2 more."
Larson's eyebrows went up a notch. "She's good."
"Very good," he said. "No point in sparing the talent on this one."
"That's very generous."
"Mm-hmm,"
said Harrison. "You're negotiating to have that eval done today," said Larson.
1 day of Garrett for 10 months of Mallory? That's a steal."
She thought for a moment. "You can have her for 2 hours."
"Starting as soon as Rutherford gets here," said Harrison.
"Done."
"It's a pleasure doing business with you, Doctor."
"And you, Assistant Director," said Larson. "Now, unless you have any further requests, we have a world to save."
He smiled. "I'll be on my way. Please have Garrett forward any findings to me directly and immediately."
He gave Owlthresh a smile she ignored, and Goriki a small wave he returned. Felicia spoke again.
Margaret Collins is refusing to cooperate with agents.
Damn it, he said. Let me talk to her.
As he passed down the corridor waiting for the call, he glanced into whatever rooms happened to be open. In the second open door, he caught sight of a technician wearing a Hawaiian shirt, which amused him. Sparky was indeed used to a different standard of professionalism here. He made it nearly to the stairs before he recognized the shirt. Hadley Tucker wore it the first day of their expedition to find the source of the Mayhem Wave, an expedition from which he did not return. He had also seen the same shirt fleetingly in NCSA headquarters the night before. Harrison swept back to that open door to look inside, only to be greeted by a technician wearing an ordinary lab coat and a dryad who wore nothing. "Can I help you?" asked the wood sprite. Before he could respond to her, the speaker on his communicator cut in. "We had a deal!"
"Hello, Peg."
"Don't give me that," she said. "We had a deal. You can't do this."
"Ordinarily, I would agree."
"You can't come take me from my home just because one of them went missing. I trusted you. You said I would never see you again. Any of you."
"It's 4, said Harrison.
"For what?"
4 people missing. Siobhan, Kate, Carrie, and as of last night, Brooke."
"Oh."
This slowed her down, barely.
"Can't you just leave me with a bodyguard or something?"
"Whatever took Kate killed at least 7 people to get to her," he said.
A pause on the line followed this information. "I don't—" She left the idea unfinished.
"I won't sugarcoat this, Peggy. Your life is in danger, and I need you secure."
"What about what I need, Dad?" Even in her rage and her conviction to have him out of her life, she used the title.
"You need you secure, too," he countered.
Another pause. "Can I have some time to think about it?"
"I wish we had that luxury, but no, you need to come right now."
He left unspoken the threat that his next step would be to have her arrested. It would break his heart, but he would not hesitate. "All right," she said. "But I don't want to see them when I get there, and I don't want to see you."
"We will arrange that."
"Goodbye." The quiet background hiss on the line ended. 1 more accounted for. 3 to go. Chapter 14. Family. Dorothy woke at 6 o'clock. Her body, being a creature of habit, resisted attempts at rest after that moment every morning. She rolled over. Claudia lay curled up in the comforter on the floor, face down in a pillow, dead to the world. She picked up her clothes from yesterday and tiptoed to the bathroom. After stripping off her underwear and taking a brief but wonderful shower, she redressed in all the same garments. First order of business today, as soon as she could break away, would be to get herself some clean clothing. She gargled with tap water, a poor substitute for a morning brush. Hair still wet, she went out to greet her day. First stop was Harrison's office, though he had already left. April sat up in bed, looking over a handwritten to-do list. Melody slept on. "Isn't that what you had on yesterday?" asked April. "I didn't realize I would be staying the night when I got here," said Dorothy. "You'll probably have time to go home and pack today. Are you planning to ride this out?" "I guess so," said Dorothy. "I didn't exactly have a plan yesterday. I just thought I would try to help." "Well, I'm definitely going to need you today," said April. "I'll start circulating around 10 o'clock. How long can you watch Melody?" "As long as you need me to." "Why don't you take her home with you once she's up and dressed? She can help you pack. Besides," April leaned over to give her daughter a kiss, "I don't want her to spend all day in this facility. It's not exactly kid-friendly." "I'd like that," said Dorothy. "How many days should I pack for?" "I have no idea. We packed for 4. It will probably be longer than that. Is staying here going to interfere with your schoolwork?" "No, it's all independent right now anyway." Melody shuffled and rolled over. "Hey, Melody, Dorothy's here." The little girl looked up with bleary eyes and said, "Dory," with a broad smile before falling back asleep, placing a warm tickle in Dorothy's heart. "Did you eat anything yet?" asked April. "No, I was going to grab breakfast in the cafeteria. Should I wait for you?" "Probably not," she said. "I won't be ready for a while, and you have a long day ahead of you. You should eat while you can. Can you suffer in yesterday's grubbies until 9:30? Dorothy laughed. "Sure." "Meet me back here, then. Melody will be dressed, fed, and ready for your packing adventure." "Sounds good." As Dorothy headed out, Claudia appeared in the door. Dorothy attempted to greet her with a smile, but Claudia, unusually focused, missed it. "Hey," she said to April, "is Harrison in the building?" "I don't think so," said April. "He left for esoteric before I got up. You could check with the front desk to see if he ever came back." "I'll try that, thanks," said Claudia. "Would you like to join me for breakfast?" asked Dorothy. "I'm heading down to the cafeteria." For a moment, Dorothy relished the idea of a fresh start with Claudia. After their heart-to-heart the previous night, she felt they were finally connecting as true friends. "Can't, sorry," said Claudia. "I'm supposed to be doing superhero stuff today. I need to find the boss." It wasn't until Claudia spoke to her directly that Dorothy realized Claudia had not yet acknowledged her at all. Even responding to her, Claudia had trouble maintaining eye contact. Somehow they had gone back to awkwardness, for no reason Dorothy could discern. Maybe Claudia felt she opened up too much, and now she felt embarrassed, except Dorothy had been the vulnerable one in that situation. "All right, then," Dorothy said in a clipped tone. "See you at 9:30, she said to April. "Excuse me." She slipped past Claudia without looking at her. Insufferably frustrating woman. Shortly before 9:30, Dorothy returned to collect her little sister. They strolled the half-mile to her apartment from the NCSA building through the beautiful spring day.
"Are we sleeping over again tonight?"
asked Melody. "I think so, little," said Dorothy. "We might be there for a few days."
"Why are we staying at Daddy's work?"
Why, indeed? In what possible context could Dorothy spin this story that would make sense to a 5-year-old? The truth was they were staying there because their extended artificial family was in danger. Artificial or not, family was family. That much she would understand. But the nature of that trouble? Dorothy herself did not fully grasp it. Even having spent her formative years in a world and a culture where the impossible was commonplace, she had a hard time truly comprehending the threats that surrounded them every day of their lives.
"Do you know Becca?"
she asked Melody. "Uh-huh," she said. "You know she thinks of your daddy as her daddy too, right?"
"Lots of people do," said Melody. "Like you."
"That's right," said Dorothy. "We're sisters, right?"
"Yeah."
"Well, there are a lot of girls who are our sisters too, even if we hardly ever see them. And Daddy is worried about them right now, so he wants to keep them all together."
"Why is he worried?" asked Melody. "Are they in trouble?"
Yes, they were in terrible trouble, and Dorothy tried to imagine what it would feel like to be, as Harrison put it to her, a target. For a moment she allowed a wisp of selfish relief to flow over her she would never voice to anyone. Dorothy held deep concerns that terrible things might happen to her sisters, might already be happening, and might already have happened. But if she had to pick one sister to protect, it would be Melody. They didn't do anything wrong, if that's what you're asking. Daddy just wants to take care of them, that's all. Like he wants me to take care of you when he can't, and when Mommy can't. Only right now, there are too many people he wants to take care of, and he can't do it by himself. So we're there to help."
"Are we their babysitters?"
Dorothy thought on that. Yes, that's pretty close. I want to help. Dorothy smiled at Melody's joy in the face of a peril she could never fully appreciate. Refreshing and infectious. With all the crises in her life, both personal and on a larger field, she could think of no better tonic than a walk on a beautiful day with her little sister. You are helping, sweetheart. Chapter 15. Plans. Halfway back from Esoteric, Harrison got another notification. Alicia Sullivan is secure, said Felicia. Still no contact on the last two.
Good. Keep that news coming.
As he spoke into the communicator, Claudia approached him from the NCSA building. If she had business at Esoteric, she hadn't said anything about it, and he needed her back at base. Her part-time agent status made accountability for comings and goings vague sometimes. He made a mental note to address that after this crisis. We have updated surveillance of the Lone Star Palace as well, said Felicia. You're going to want to see this.
Newer than the photos I saw 3 days ago?
He asked. Yes, and there are signs of activity. Harrison upgraded his hunch to suspicion, the only likely suspects in the abductions of those 4 women being the bastards who held them captive in that building. That someone had now returned to that place threw up a red flag.
What kind of activity?
It's better to show you, she said. How soon will you be back here?
I'm on my way right now. Maybe 10 minutes.
Claudia caught up with him.
Where are you headed?
He asked her. Looking for you. She spun on her heel as she met him to walk with him. I need something to do.
You have something to do, he said. I want you with April and Dorothy. The 3 of you have 20-plus women to keep happy and 1 little girl to entertain. That should be plenty to keep you occupied all day.
I need something else to do, she said without making eye contact.
Can we not be brat girl for 1 day, please? I have a lot on my plate today, and I need you where I need you.
After a few seconds of no reaction to that, he said,
If you and Dorothy have some personal squabble right now, put it on hold. Is that understood, Special Agent?
Irritation crept into his voice, and he wrote it for effect.
It's not a squabble. Well, what the hell is it?
He asked, a fraction of a second before remembering he didn't care. The more I'm around her, the more I feel like I can't live without her. With no time to deal for drama, and no desire to coddle the people working for him, he nearly got off a rehearsed response before Claudia's words registered. When they did, he stopped walking.
Wait, what?
What? Cried Claudia, shock in her eyes.
What did you just say?
Nothing.
What?
He took a deep breath.
Claudia, I have exactly...
He looked at his watch.
No time at all to deal with this, so here's how this is going to work. You're going to be straight with me about any personal issues that might jeopardize our handling of the current situation. Then I'm going to give you orders, and you will follow them. Got that?
She nodded.
Good. Now, what is going on between the 2 of you?
Claudia's face fell into an expression of defeat.
It's just a crush. If you need me to handle it, I'll handle it. I need you to handle it. Does she know?
I sure as hell hope not, said Claudia. Have you met Dorothy?
How long has this been a problem?
I don't know. What time is it now? She asked.
1:35.
She made a thoughtful face and began calculations on her fingers.
Then about 8 years? In other words, always, said Harrison.
Claudia shrugged.
Pretty much. You do understand you have literally picked the absolute worst day to bring this to me, right?
She nodded.
Then we are together on that at least. Okay, here's what happens next. For now, you hold it together because you're a big girl. There will be plenty, and I mean plenty of work today for all of you, so you probably won't be around her much as it is. When you see her, you will regard her as a colleague and treat her accordingly. At the end of the day, we will come up with a long-range plan. Got all that?"
"Yes," she said.
"Good. Now, it will take us a few minutes to cross the distance to the NCSA building, so that's how much time you have for us to take off the badges and talk like people, if you want to. Do you?"
"Sure," she said.
"All right, then. Let's start with, what exactly are your intentions with my daughter?"
Claudia laughed at that. "Entirely honorable, I assure you, sir."
"So," he said, "love at first sight? Dorothy was 14.
"A smoking hot 14 with the mind of a 30-year-old, said Claudia.
I guess that's a fair point."
He feigned shock.
"Hang on. Is that why you had me arrested? You were trying to get her alone?"
"Shit," said Claudia. "I wish I'd thought of that. No, I had you arrested because you were a dick."
"Fair enough. So why is it suddenly a problem? Or has it always been?"
Claudia shrugged. "Meh, it comes and goes. It's always worse right after a breakup. Stupid Mickey."
"Asshole."
"Right?" she said with enthusiasm.
"Is this helping?"
he asked. "A little. It's stupid, and it'll pass. The timing sucks."
"Yeah," he said. "Amen to that."
Harrison stopped next at Felicia's office.
"Let's see them."
Felicia turned a monitor to face him. With the specific technology available to them, flyover surveillance was an inexact science. The monitor showed a grainy image of the castle where he spent a few hours, during which time he rescued 28 girls from slavery and started a fight that ended with several people dead. Not a happy memory. He could not pick out much detail, but some things were clear. The Windex blue moat had grown over with brush and pond scum. From this angle he could make out the edge of the gaping hole in the second-floor wall where they had torn an escape route by ripping out a barred window.
"This looks exactly like the one you already showed me."
"It is the one I already showed you. I wanted to give you a baseline. Take a look at this one." The image scrolled off screen, replaced by one from a different angle, taken under different lighting conditions and slightly fuzzier. "Do you see it?"
"What am I supposed to be seeing?"
She switched the picture back to the original, left it there for a few seconds, then showed him the new one again. Given they were not from the same point of reference, it was difficult to make out what would have changed. "See it yet?" she asked.
"No."
Harrison did not enjoy this game, but it was necessary. If she told him what to look for, he might see it by power of suggestion. He had to be able to replicate her observation to confirm it.
"Go back again."
He looked at the first shot, studying every detail he could find that seemed relevant. On this third pass he took note of things other than the building itself. The moat, one edge of a pen used to house horrible monsters, thankfully not visible. The surrounding overgrowth.
"Okay, give me the new one."
She switched to images again. He took in the environs once more from a different angle.
"Wait, go back."
She switched it back.
"Forward."
The image shifted again.
"Drawbridge."
"That's what I saw, too," she said. Tricky to spot at first. Ivy and moss covered the drawbridge, signs of disuse. The fact Texas had gone from desert to jungle after the Mayhem Wave made this sort of precision work difficult even without the technological limitations. But there was a difference. In the second photo, a clear seam of light cut across the middle, and the bridge perched at a different angle, even taking into account the altered perspective of the camera. In the first photo, it was down. In the second, raised.
"That's a good catch, Agent Kestrel."
"Thank you, sir," she said. "Does this mean we will be focusing on the castle in our investigation?"
"Yes, it does," he said. "That's where I was headed anyway, but this clinches it. How soon can we have a flyer ready?
Felicia opened a schedule to check. Maybe as early as tomorrow morning. Probably not until Monday.
Please put together an assault team, said Harrison. And I want additional surveillance of that structure, as much as possible for every moment between now and mission time.
Understood. Will you be leading the team yourself? Harrison hadn't given that as much thought as he should have.
Probably.
Special agents, wizards, she asked. How much power do you want to bring into this?
I'll have a list for you in an hour.
He didn't have an answer to that question yet. However, Felicia's use of the word power did give him an idea of who he wanted to bring on this. They were going to need a babysitter. Chapter 16. This Thing. Dorothy and Melody returned to the NCSA mid-afternoon, bearing a suitcase. By this time, April had successfully lobbied to have 2 offices converted into lounges, one of which would be completely off-limits to anyone but the women in protective custody, and the other intended for them but open to visitors. She also arranged catered dinners for the next 4 evenings, and cafeteria vouchers for breakfasts and lunches. Those women choosing to remain isolated in their rooms or the lounges were to have their meals delivered. They were otherwise permitted to visit the cafeteria and other non-classified areas of the building with minimal escort. Some of these concessions came easily. Others required more work on her part, but she got them all. Dorothy heard some of this from the guard at the front desk, and the rest from some of the more gregarious women who chose to take advantage of their wandering privileges. She finally managed to catch up to April in the open lounge, where 4 of her charges were watching a movie. "Mommy!" said a delighted Melody, who ran to April's arms. She scooped up her child in a smooth motion and planted her on a hip. "You are getting very big." Melody responded by hugging her more tightly. "What did you do today?"
"We went to the park," said Melody, "and we rode in a taxi, and we had big pretzels."
"Not in that order," said Dorothy. "I'm sure it was fine," said April. "You ready to swap?" "You mean you get 1 Melody and I get 20 special guests?" "Tag," said April. "You're it. They're pretty well taken care of at this point. If you and Claudia just try to pop in on the lounges and the hall maybe once every hour or so, you should be fine." "I can do that," said Dorothy. "Melody was good today. We never had a proper lunch, though, just the pretzels we got from a street vendor. You might want to feed her." "Are you hungry, sweetie?" asked April.
"Sure," said Melody.
April laughed. "That doesn't sound very urgent. I think we'll hold out for dinner. It's Mexican tonight."
Said Melody. "Taco."
"Close enough." "I think I'll get a sandwich before I head upstairs," said Dorothy. "They're okay, right?" "They're fine. Go eat." Dorothy went from there to the cafeteria. She ordered a grilled cheese sandwich and a tea. The same ID that got her into this facility also got her a lunch pass, which she discovered when she tried to pay. When she emerged from the order line into the dining room, she spotted Claudia sitting by herself at a small table near the window. For a moment, Dorothy considered pretending she didn't see her, but she caught herself, disgusted she would fall into that behavior so easily. This stupid game had to end. She walked directly to Claudia. "Hi," she said, still standing. Claudia looked up and casually said, "Hey," before going right back to her food. "Mind if I join you?" Claudia did not look back up, and for a moment Dorothy thought she might be deliberately ignoring her. Finally she said, "I'm actually headed back upstairs. My break is over." With that, she stood and picked up her tray, half a sandwich still visible on it. "See ya." "Hey," said Dorothy, hoping to catch her for even a few seconds, but Claudia kept her back to her and continued walking. "Hey!" Claudia stopped without turning around. Come here, please, said Dorothy.
Claudia's shoulders slumped. She turned around and came back to the table like a scolded puppy. What do you need?
Dorothy put her tray on the table. Sit down, please.
I really have to.
No, you don't. April already told me you and I are fine for at least an hour, which also means, by the way, that you apparently aren't doing any superhero stuff today at all. So? Dorothy pulled out a chair and planted herself in it. Sit, please.
Claudia hesitated. Dottie, seriously, what do you need? This isn't a great time.
I need you, she said, to sit down.
Claudia resigned, put her tray back down, and sat. She picked up the half sandwich on her plate and took a bite.
This thing has to stop, said Dorothy.
Claudia perked up at that, looking curiously nervous. What thing?
This thing. Dorothy pointed to herself, then Claudia, then herself again. This thing between us. This thing we do. This undercurrent of hostility. I like you, Claudia. I look up to you, and I'm tired of this pointless rivalry when we should be friends.
Maybe we just don't get along, said Claudia around a mouthful of sandwich.
Then that's the thing that has to stop, said Dorothy. Listen, those things you said to me last night, that's why I came to you. I trusted you because I thought you were the only person I know who is smart enough to understand me.
Claudia looked up at that, an odd sort of surprise in her eyes. It faded to something starker. I was just trying to push your buttons.
I needed someone to push my buttons, countered Dorothy. What you said was exactly what I needed to hear. I knew you, of all people, would know how to talk to me about this, and I was 100% correct about that. So don't you dare belittle what you did for me.
I didn't cure you, she said. You're still going to hurt over Brad.
I'm not stupid. I know that. But I also know I can defend against that hurt by remembering what a fucker he is.
Saying the word gave Dorothy a tiny, giddy thrill. Claudia smiled. He really is.
I know. And no one else in my life had the courage, or I guess the vocabulary, to make me see that.
Dorothy put her elbows on the table and rested her chin in her hands.
I think you might be my best friend, Claudia.
Claudia's eyes went wide on that. I don't know what to say.
Dorothy laughed softly. Well, that's a first. Try this. Just say you agree we should stop sniping at each other. This friendship matters to me, and I don't think I ever saw that more clearly than I did last night. But the little jabs are poisonous, Claudia. We treat each other like we don't get along. But we do.
Dorothy looked down, considering her next words.
I know I'm not very much like you.
That's for sure.
Dorothy looked up and pointed at her. Don't interrupt, please. I'm not much like you, but that should have stopped mattering as soon as we grew up. I want to be able to talk to you without worrying what stupid thing you're going to mock next. And I want you to trust that I'm not going to try to one-up you, which I only do because you intimidate me.
I intimidate you?
Yes, and there I said it, which means it doesn't have to matter anymore. Dorothy stopped there, well aware she had by now overloaded Claudia with an emotional neediness she herself barely understood. Claudia, you and I are two of the smartest people either of us know. We can figure this out. And don't tell me you don't care. I saw your face when I fell apart last night. You do care, and you are kind. And you cover it up with this tough girl facade so no one can get close enough to see who you really are. But that ship has sailed. I saw you. I know you, and I like you, and I want to be friends. Real friends. Not weird, snippy, almost friends. With that, Both women sat in silence for a few seconds. Finally, Dorothy said, "I feel as though I've probably said enough at this point." Claudia nodded. "Can we do this? Can this be real? Please?" Dorothy held her hand out to Claudia. "Can we start over, right now?" Claudia hesitated. She reached up and took Dorothy's hand. Dorothy smiled at her success. The handshake lasted a bit beyond the purpose it was meant to serve, and she gave a little squeeze. Claudia squeezed back and let go. "Thank you." She winced. "Was that too much?" Claudia stared at her with peaceful eyes. "Oh, I think that was just about right." Chapter 17. Team. About 20 minutes after viewing the aerial photos of the palace, and while still in Felicia's office compiling his list of operatives to make up the team sent to retrieve the kidnapped women, and he forced himself to assume they were all still alive, Harrison got a call from Esoteric. "Cody, are you busy?" "I feel like we talked about this already," he said to Larson. Yes, she said. "I was just being polite. It's not really in my skill set. I need you back here as soon as you're able." He frowned. A return trip to Larson's lab was not on his very full and already behind schedule agenda. "Why?" "Because Rutherford is here for that fast-tracked evaluation, and we have had some major surprises. I assumed if this was urgent enough to put my day on hold, you would want to see the results." Harrison made a mental note to bring in experts to train his people on how to communicate their findings over the phone. "I appreciate that, but I really have quite a lot to do. At the moment, I am trying to determine who my most valuable field agents are for a rescue mission." "Rutherford may very well make that cut, if you see what we just saw," she said. Harrison growled. "How long can you keep him there?" "He's your man. He will stay here as long as you tell him to." "Give him a magazine. It's going to be at least an hour." "All right. See you then," she said. He pocketed the communicator and spent another 2 minutes fretting over his list before putting it aside. "I'm heading back to my office," he said to Felicia. "Do me a favor and jot down any recommendations you have for the extraction team. You know these people's strengths at least as well as I do." "I'm sure we're thinking of the same people already," she said. "Even so, please keep me updated on our last 2 stragglers." "I will." Harrison covered the short distance down the hallway back to his office in less than a minute, but in more than enough time for another interruption. "Hey!" came a shout from behind him. In the time it took for him to turn around, Sparky had already circled him twice, a small black and orange blur. "Is there a problem?" he asked. She stopped and hovered in front of his face. In place of the burlap sack, she now wore a black jacket and tie and black slacks. She held her arms out wide to display the objectionable attire.
"Are you for real with this?"
"Until you can figure out how to dress appropriately, yes," he said.
"Why do I have to dress at all?" she asked. "You people are such prudes. I never had this kind of trouble at Esoteric."
"Different environments," he said. "Different standards."
"Do you have any idea how restrictive this is?"
She grabbed her throat.
I can't breathe."
She issued some entirely unconvincing choking sounds, and her face took on a bluish hue.
"Yes, I know how restrictive the suit is," he said. "It's the same thing I'm wearing."
She stopped.
"Oh, so it is. Well, pooh. I'm out of ideas. Can't we just agree that I've learned my lesson and let me go back to not wearing anything?"
As amusing as I find this, it might surprise you to learn that your dress code issues are low on my list of priorities today.
He scrutinized her for a moment, with an idea.
"How fast can you fly?"
"Pretty fast," she said.
"Glimmer fast?"
She laughed at that.
Oh, Pumpkin, you have a greatly inflated notion of what pixies can do if you think we're anything like her. She was all of us, the fastest, the brightest, the strongest, all added together and multiplied up. Your standard issue pixie is a lot humbler than that.
I am not sure you're using the word humble correctly.
You know what I mean. I'm not her.
Yes, you are,
he insisted, gently pointing to her right hand. She looked at the missing finger there and backtracked.
Okay, well, yes, I am, but I'm not all of her. I am the tiniest fraction of the speck of dust under her fingernail.
She put her hands on her hips and gave him her best pissy stare.
If you brought me here as a stand-in because you miss your cutie, I should go back to my lab where I can be naked in peace.
Sparky, he said, I know exactly how much you are and aren't her. You're not a stand-in. You happen to have talents that I find useful apart from anything Glimmer might have been able to do. And I like you personally, which you already know.
Oh, she said, yeah, I did know that.
Right. So seriously, cut the crap. How fast can you fly?
Mach 2.
See? He said. You could have just said that. Thank you. I'm putting together a rescue team and you're on it. I just needed a clear idea of my resources.
We're going on a mission?
She asked with excessive enthusiasm.
Possibly as early as tomorrow.
Which means we're leaving the building?
She waggled her eyebrows mischievously.
Yes, Sparky, he said, and the dress code will hold for the duration of the mission.
Damn it!
She zipped away. Without further distraction, he made it the rest of the way to his office. Melody sat on the bed, still unfolded, playing with 2 dolls and a stuffed turtle.
Where's your mom?
He asked her.
Potty?
She said without looking up. She spoke in hushed tones and different pitches, returning to whatever imaginary conversation her toys were having. April emerged from Harrison's private lavatory. Hey, you, she said, and crossed the room to plant a kiss on him. Any news?
About?
She shrugged. Anything? I have some updates about our guests if you want to hear them. Did Felicia tell you any of what we did today?
No, he said. We've been talking about other stuff.
Okay, she said. Just thought you'd want to know they have all settled in. I managed to claim 2 offices as lounges for them and connected with 4 local restaurants to provide catered meals until at least Tuesday. Tonight is Bueno Cantina.
Said Harrison. Tacos.
What about you? Asked April.
2 more stragglers still unaccounted for, but I'm hoping we will have them by the end of the day. Dallas apparently has some awesome new power that Lawson is willing to tell me exists, but won't give me specifics. The Lone Star Palace is occupied again as of this week, which can't be a coincidence. He paused there, thinking back on the day. Oh, and we all have 10 months to live before the sun goes cold.
Is that all? Asked April.
Oh, said Harrison. No, sorry. Claudia is in love with Dorothy.
Called that, said April. Harrison, expecting a bit more surprise from her on any number of those topics, said,
Called that? When?
A year ago, at least. Don't you remember me saying Claudia had her eye on Dorothy? He thought back a year as best he could.
No.
Well, I did, she said. Should have put money on it. Tell me about the Texas thing.
You don't want to hear about the sun going cold?
Do you have people working on that?
Yes,
he said. Then leave it alone. Texas? Harrison sat down in his comfortable leather desk chair.
The drawbridge on the moat was raised as recently as 3 days ago. Someone is there right now, and the girls I rescued from that hellhole are starting to vanish. I think that's where they are. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. I am putting together an extraction team, and we are leaving to get them soon, possibly tomorrow.
You're leading this mission yourself?
Yes, I am, he said. If you're going to tell me this is a conflict of interest, I won't argue with that, but I'm still going. And this brings me to my next topic of discussion. I have a partial list of operatives, but I also intend to take special agents and wizards. If we find them there, this will end, and it will end in shock and awe, followed by their safe return. So, I need muscle on this one.
Harrison let that statement sit there for April's appraisal. She drifted around the room pensively, then faced away from Harrison and stretched her arms out. You just called me muscle.
That I did, he said, wishing he could see her face.
Still facing away from him, she flexed her arms. I am pretty badass. She spun around, excitement in her eyes. Does there exist a butt I can't kick?
I don't think so, he said.
Then I'm in.
Wow, he said. I really thought this was going to be a discussion. Are you actually eager for this?
I'm a high school teacher, she said. How often do you think I get to cut loose with my superpowers?
Steady, girl. If this goes to plan, you won't be powering anything. I want to bring you in as insurance, not firepower.
Unless you need it.
Unless I need it.
How long are we going to be gone? She asked.
Hard to say. Depends what we find when we get there. We should budget a few days, but we could end up back here in a matter of hours.
April sat down on the bed with Melody, still engrossed in whatever story her dolls were playing out. How much of this did you hear, honey?
You're pretty badass,
she said. Harrison failed to suppress his laughter. Roughly an hour and a half after he told Larson he would be back in an hour, Harrison returned to Esoteric. He found Bob Rutherford reading a magazine at the same table where Sarah had successfully frozen time inside a water clock. Rutherford was almost 50 years old, overweight, and generally unkempt. What hair he still had was overdue to be cut, and apparently unaccustomed to the company of a brush. He wore a button-down shirt half tucked into a pair of stained jeans.
"Hello, Dallas," said Harrison.
Rutherford looked up.
"Howdy, Independence."
Rutherford was the third resident of New Chicago to be discovered to have superhuman telekinetic abilities. At the time, he imagined himself part of a team of superheroes, and they all needed code names or secret identities. As each telekinetic shared the trait of being born on days of great historical significance, he assigned the code names accordingly. Harrison became Independence for his having been born on the American bicentennial. Sarah Logan became Eagle, named for the Apollo 11 landing module, which touched down on the surface of the moon a mere 4 hours after she was delivered by cesarean section. Claudia he called Tiananmen, after the massacre in China that occurred the day of her birth. For himself, Rutherford chose the name Dallas to commemorate the death of President John F. Kennedy, assassinated only 10 minutes before Rutherford came into the world.
"Sorry to keep you waiting so long," said Harrison. "'S all right," said Dallas. "It wasn't that long."
Harrison tried to imagine how gracious he would be about being made to sit in a laboratory for 90 minutes on the whim of a superior, and conceded he would handle it with far less courtesy.
"What is it you want to show me, Doctor?"
he said to Larson, who stood patiently with her colleague Garrett at the other end of the table. "I'd like to do the cards again," Larson said to Garrett and Dallas. "You're going to want to watch this closely," she said to Harrison. Garrett took what appeared to be an ordinary deck of cards, shuffled it 7 times against the surface of the table, then fanned them out face up so Harrison could see they had been properly randomized. She tidied them back into a solid rectangle.
"Are you ready?"
she asked Dallas. He grinned.
"Go for it."
Garrett held the deck in one hand, palm facing Dallas. She closed her hand around the deck until it started to bend, then gave one more push. The entire deck sprayed forward out of her hand in a shower of cards. Several hit Dallas in the face. He did not flinch. Once the last card left her hand, he went straight to work scooping the cards off the table and floor. In a matter of seconds, he reassembled them into a deck.
"Spread them out, please," said Garrett.
Dallas turned the deck face up and fanned them out across the table. All 52 cards were grouped by suit, and within each suit neatly sorted in order from ace to king.
"Okay," said Harrison. "That is impressive. What's the probability of that happening by chance?"
"A number so small there is no reasonable analogy to make it resonate for you," said Larson. "But just for a quick comparison, if he started doing that at the birth of the universe and did it once every second without a break until this moment, he still wouldn't have done it enough times to reasonably expect this result to happen even once. Meanwhile, this is the 5th time he has done it, in this very room on this very day."
"His power affects probabilities, right?"
"That's what we thought at first," said Garrett. "It turns out his power is to cheat. Watch this."
She picked up the deck, removed the ace of spades right off the top and tore it up. She opened a second pack of cards, pulled out the 2 of clubs, and inserted it to the first deck. When they ran the experiment one more time, not only were the cards completely sorted, the missing ace of spades showed clearly on top, with the extra 2 of clubs nowhere to be found.
"That's a pretty good trick," said Harrison.
"It's not a trick," said Larson. "He is using his telekinesis to rearrange the ink on the surface of the cards. He isn't sorting the deck when he picks it up. He is changing it into a sorted deck by reprinting any card that isn't in the correct position. He is forcing order out of chaos, and he is doing it at the molecular level. We think the essence of his ability is to reverse entropy."
"Pretty sweet, huh?"
said Dallas. Harrison gawked at this disheveled sample of humanity who considered his ability to fundamentally alter the fabric of the universe pretty sweet. Somehow, this person possessed the power to force order from chaos, but couldn't be bothered to tuck his shirt in the whole way.
"Is that what he does to dice?"
In the first demonstration Harrison had seen Dallas perform nearly 9 years earlier, he rolled double ones with a pair of fair dice every time he threw them. "No," she said. "Initially he was just tumbling the dice telekinetically, as you would expect, and that's still what he does for that particular manifestation. But what he just did is completely new. Tucker ran similar tests with cards in 2004, and at that time he was unable to sort them. We should start running tests to measure what happens when he tries to do something like that deliberately. I'd like to bring Logan back in as well. The fact he has moved on from the original trigger objects might mean you are all able to do that. I am very interested in whether she can manifest the time distortion with something other than a clock." Harrison had no idea how to process the information. He found the notion of a Dallas this powerful inconceivable and frightening. As he pondered whether bringing him on this mission would be prudent or reckless, Felicia contacted him. "Kara Patrick and Lauren Chapman are still unaccounted for," she said. "There are indications they may have been taken. Agents on both sites have now called them in as missing." Harrison tried to form a response to that, but only managed to whisper, "Damn it!" Chapter 18. Distractions. Dorothy and Claudia spent the rest of the day checking on the detainees, securing cots for the new arrivals, and generally making themselves available for requests or concerns. The general attitude of the NCSA guests had settled into complacent resolves to make the best of the situation, which ran the gamut from enthusiastically attempting to treat this as a gathering of friends to a grudging acknowledgement of the need for protection. At 6 o'clock, caterers arrived with fixings for burritos, tacos, quesadillas, and an assortment of other Mexican dishes. Most of the women gathered in the 2 lounges to eat. Dorothy and Claudia took orders from the few who chose to stay in their rooms and delivered their meals to them. With that done, they each loaded up a plate and sat together at one of the tables in the open lounge. The Codys arrived shortly after and joined them. Harrison gave Claudia a wide-eyed look of bafflement. She smiled and shrugged.
"I have a new assignment for you," said Harrison to Dorothy.
She raised an eyebrow. "Do tell." She and Claudia made a fine team now that they had sorted out their weird, pointless conflict. While the idea she had impressed Harrison enough he wanted to promote her to some other job held some appeal, she hoped it wouldn't keep her away from Claudia. She didn't want to lose momentum there. "We're going on a little vacation," said April with a wry smile. "Melody needs a nanny for a few days." Dorothy sat up. "Vacation? Now?"
"Relax," said Harrison. "She means rescue mission. It just has her pumped up a bit. I think she's looking to bust some heads."
"I am indeed," said April.
"You can stay here and keep doing what you're doing, if you don't mind a sidekick," said Harrison.
"Yes, that sounds great. Dorothy would get to keep working with Claudia after all, with the bonus company of her baby sister. Win-win."
"You can stay in my office if it goes that long," said Harrison. "Private bath, spacious quarters, bound to be a step up."
"Where did you stay last night?" asked April. "Claudia and I shared a room on the 7th floor." Dorothy looked across the table at her roommate with a smile. Claudia shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "Only one bed, though," she pouted.
"I took the floor," said Claudia with wide eyes.
"Yes, she was quite chivalrous about it, too," said Dorothy.
"I'll bet," said Harrison.
"What day are you leaving?" asked Dorothy. "And how long will you be gone?"
"If I can get clearance, we're heading out at dawn tomorrow," said Harrison. "Plan for 3 days, but expect us back in 1.
"If they are gone for more than 1 day, you should stay with us in Harrison's office," said Dorothy to Claudia. "There are more people here now than yesterday, and we should free up the bed."
Claudia opened her mouth, then looked at Harrison with an awkward grin. "Which brings me to my next item," he said. "Special Agent D.K. Roz will be joining the extraction team. I am trying to load up on heavy hitters."
"Sounds good," said Claudia. "Oh." Dorothy hoped her disappointment did not show. Maybe they would at least have a chance to talk again tonight before she left. Harrison's phone chirped at him. He pulled it out of his pocket.
"Ugh, it's Maudie."
"What's going on with that?" asked April. He put up a finger to ask for quiet.
"Hi, Maudie."
A brief pause followed.
"No, he hasn't. I promise I will let you know as soon as I hear from him. How long has he been gone now?"
Pause.
"That's not even close to his record, is it?"
Pause.
"I know."
Pause.
"I know. Listen, I hate to be abrupt, but I'm in the middle of an investigation and I can't stay on the line."
Pause.
"Yes, I promise. Yes, sit tight, Maudie. He'll cool off. He always does."
Pause.
"All right. Take care."
He pocketed the phone.
"What was that about?"
asked Claudia.
"Mitchell ran away again. Maudie was just checking in to see if I've heard from him."
Claudia frowned.
"How long has he been gone?" 3 days, said Harrison. "This is typical for him. He gets into a huge fight with Maudie, storms out, hides out with a friend for a week, then comes back, and they both have a good cry about it. This is at least the 3rd time in the last year."
"Shit," said Claudia.
"Yeah. Honestly, I think Maudie makes much too big a deal out of stuff Mitchell does. He wants to control his son. That wasn't possible when he was 10, let alone 18. I want to be supportive and not interfere, but most of the time I just want to grab him and shake him and tell him to leave his kid alone for once."
Harrison sighed.
"They'll be fine. I'll have a long talk with the boy when he gets back and try to help him sort out his baggage. Meanwhile, we have other priorities. Maudie's on his own." On that topic, who else is coming? Asked Claudia. The three of us, Sparky, whatever wizard's esoteric can spare for 3 days, and a dozen agents, said Harrison. Oh, shit, said Claudia. I just realized I have no clothes here. I probably stink already. If I go for another 3 days, you'll all be sorry.
I have enough outfits for 4 days, said Dorothy. You can borrow 2. We're about the same size, right?
Said Claudia. I'm going to issue you some combat gear, said Harrison. That's standard for something like this. Thank you, said Claudia with strange emphasis. I've got your back. Harrison winked at her. We need to talk, said Oplamato. Everyone jumped, and Claudia shouted, Fuck! Can you not do that, please? Said Harrison. Dorothy tried to figure out what to do with her excess adrenaline. Wizards confused her, to say the least. That this one could stroll up in the middle of a conversation without being seen she found creepy enough. The fact he would choose to do that greatly disturbed her. The wizard held up a splinter of wood longer than his hand. There were 2 curses on that bomb. Does it matter? Asked Harrison. We stopped it. Perhaps, said Oplamato. However, the contact poison curse was never the intended main effect. Whoever cast it used it as an encapsulation for the real one. What does that mean? Asked Harrison. Think of it as the piece of bacon you wrap around a pill to get it down a dog's throat, said the wizard. What was the other curse? Asked Harrison. I don't know yet. Harrison laid his hands flat on the table. Listen, Gray the Gray, 3 things. 1, I'm trying to eat with my family and you're not exactly enhancing that experience. 2, that bomb is kaput, disassembled and in storage and never ever went off. And 3, unless you have something to actually tell me instead of just something to use as an excuse to ruin my dinner, can you please write it up in triplicate, give 1 copy to Felicia, keep 1 for your files, and shove the 3rd one up your ass? No one spoke. Finally, the wizard said, It was my understanding that you had 2 investigations running. 1 on the disappearance of your female friends and 1 on the security breach in your own headquarters. Is that wrong? Yes, it's wrong, said Harrison. The 2nd one of those is now closed. If you want to keep picking at that scab to entertain yourself, be my guest. But please leave me out of it. Are we clear? We are quite clear, said Oplamato. Thank you for this new information. It may very well prove most useful. Whatever that means. Shove off, please. The wizard bowed and departed. Harrison shook off his annoyance, and April gave him a back rub to cool him off. Dorothy did her best to roll with this extremely awkward incident, bothered in a way she would not have been able to articulate. But when she looked at Claudia, seeking some comfort in her friend, she saw an apprehension in her eyes that mirrored her own. Chapter 19. Lone Star Revisited. At 6:15 in the morning, with the team assembled and clearance granted, Harrison's extraction mission was nearly underway. They took a modified version of the same flyers they had seen and stolen during their time as prisoners of the Lone Star Kingdom in 2005. Over the course of several years, explorers had discovered multiple examples of that technology. By 2009, reverse engineering, as well as other advances and discoveries, facilitated constructing these craft from scratch, with some alterations to the manta ray-shaped design. Several operatives occupied the landing pad, securing equipment or otherwise prepping. Apart from 2 wizards, they wore body armor and blades. Invisibly, Bess, the enchanted and sentient short sword that had once been Alec's weapon, hung strapped to Harrison's belt. He and April stood at a short distance from the others, keeping out of their way as they did their jobs. The final passenger arrived.
"Who got the bed last night?" asked April, smiling as Claudia approached.
"I did," said Claudia. "It was my turn."
April continued to smile at her.
Claudia glared at Harrison. "You told her?"
"Spouse rule," said Harrison.
"Fabulous," said Claudia.
The word punctuated by the sudden sound of the opening lick from Layla by Derek and the Dominoes. Claudia fumbled to get at her phone.
"Tell me that's not her ringtone," said Harrison.
"Shut up." She managed to get it out and open the call, holding the phone in front of her.
"Hello?"
"Claudia?" said Dorothy. "Am I on a speaker?"
"Yeah," said Claudia. "Regulations. No closed communications before an operation."
"Really?" said Harrison. Claudia scowled at him and waved for silence. "Oh," said Dorothy. "That's weird."
"I know."
"You left without saying goodbye. I thought we were going to do breakfast."
"Sorry," said Claudia. "I didn't want to wake you."
"Oh, well, I wanted to wish you luck and a safe return."
"Thanks. Good luck with your babysitting gig."
"Ha! I don't expect Melody to be much of a challenge by comparison, but thank you," said Dorothy. "I should probably let you go."
"Yeah, the boss is giving me the hairy eye."
"I don't doubt it. Good luck."
"Thanks," said Claudia. "Love you. Bye."
The pause on the other end of the conversation offered more than enough opportunity for Claudia to slap her hand over her mouth and bug her eyes half out of her head. Finally, Dorothy said, "I love you too. Take care." She hung up.
"Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!"
squeaked Claudia. April's jaw dropped. "What just happened?"
"I think we just said two completely different things that sounded exactly the same," said Claudia. "Oh, fuck! I can't believe I just did that!"
"Right," said Harrison, "because this is the kind of drama I need to be dealing with right now."
"Why didn't you say something?"
said Claudia.
"That's why I put her on the speaker. I thought if we were all talking, it wouldn't get weird."
"You hushed me," said Harrison.
"Because you said something stupid. I didn't mean don't talk at all."
"It will be fine," said April. "She'll assume you meant it innocently. Besides, she won't even remember by the time you get back."
"Oh, God, I hope not."
Sparky chose that moment to flit over to the group. Like most of the party, she wore body armor.
"Are we rolling soon?"
"We are rolling now," said Harrison. "Do you want to ride with us, or would you rather fly there yourself?"
"I can fly there solo?"
she asked.
"Sure," said Harrison, "if that's what you want."
Sparky stripped off her body armor and dumped it on the landing pad.
"Bring that along for me, will you?"
She flew off, nakedly. It took an hour and 40 minutes to get to the Lone Star Palace from New Chicago. Along the way, the team prepared for the possibility they would be dropping directly into combat. The two wizards spun spells about the flyer to make it less likely to be detected, but not invisible. A true invisibility spell would render everyone inside blind, including the pilots. Harrison, April, and Claudia were to remain in the flyer until the scouting party secured the landing area, a plan that did not fit well with April's desire to deal severe damage upon those who had taken her husband's daughters. Her abilities ranged from providing spontaneous power sources for devices both technological and magical, to teleportation, to other capabilities she hadn't fully explored yet. Unfortunately, for all her power, she had virtually no experience wielding it in a fight. She accepted the ruling it would be better for her to wait than rush in, but she didn't care for it. They sat down about half a mile from the palace, far enough to retain some element of surprise, close enough to travel on foot. 3 operatives set out to scout the structure. If it took them more than an hour, a dozen more would storm the castle with the wizards laying down protection in front of them. It turned out not to be necessary. The scouting party returned less than 40 minutes later. "The area is secure," said Agent Milton to Harrison. "The building itself appears abandoned. There is no evidence of any vehicle traffic to or from the structure. The entrance is completely overgrown with vegetation. If I had to guess, I would say no one has been there in at least 2 years. Probably quite a bit longer."
"That's impossible," said Harrison.
"You can inspect the area yourself, sir. It's completely safe."
"Thank you," he said. "I will do that."
He patted the invisible scabbard at his side for reassurance. Harrison, April, and Claudia emerged from the flyer under escort. The area was pure brush. Easy enough to navigate, but more savage than he expected.
"Claudia, I need Sparky."
"Check in, Sparky," she said in a normal tone of voice. Anyone within a quarter mile of where she stood would hear that sentence loud and clear. At the edge of that radius, the sound waves from her voice would decay. Years of training had honed her ability to control the range of the effect with precision. Less than a minute later, the pixie appeared, completely nude, her orange butterfly wings fluttering gracefully.
"I've been around the castle 3 times now. I don't think there's anyone here."
"I'm going to need you to do some recon," said Harrison. "Are you okay with entering the building?"
"Yepper."
"Good. I'll get your body armor."
"What for?" she asked. "I just said there's no one there. Do you really think I need protection, or is this a ploy to cover up my lady parts?"
"The second one, mostly," he admitted.
"Oh, you!"
She flew away.
"I want to see the bridge," said Harrison.
The party moved through the overgrowth at a reasonable pace. About 10 minutes later, they came to the edge of the palace grounds. Only one road led in, also covered in weeds, confirming Milton's report of no signs of vehicle traffic. They took what remained of this road to the bridge, itself covered in plant growth. Ivy wrapped around it like a botanical python, stretching the entire length. Harrison led his people over the bridge. It proved a difficult walk. More than once, Harrison imagined himself losing his balance and tumbling into the swampy remains of the castle's moat. Halfway across, he looked for the seam, but could not find it under all the plant life. Worse, he had expected to see at least some sign the ivy had been cut to allow the bridge to open, but he found it entirely unbroken, no matter how far he followed it.
"This doesn't make any sense. I saw an aerial photo of this drawbridge taken 3 days ago, and it was clearly raised. There's no way these plants could have completely grown over it again in that amount of time, unless—"
Harrison looked back over his shoulder, then forward again, trying to get a feel for the length of the ivy.
"Unless it was a spell of some kind. I want the wizards up here, ASAP. This drawbridge was open, and I want to know how they covered the tracks so completely."
Milton frowned. "Sir?"
"Yes?"
said Harrison. "This isn't a drawbridge." Harrison stared at him, unsure what the agent meant. He looked down at the bridge again, still confused.
"Explain."
"Look at it, sir. There are no hinges or chains or any mechanism to move this bridge. The ends are flush with the road. There are no seams. It's not a drawbridge, sir. It's just a bridge." Harrison looked in both directions again, then walked to the end of the bridge closest to the castle. He pulled away as much of the vines as he could by hand and looked for some indication of a break between the bridge and the connecting road, but found only smooth, unbroken pavement. Standing, he said to Milton,
"Please bring me the wizards. There has to be some kind of magic at work here."
"Yes, sir," said Milton.
"Cody, I need your attention," said Oplamato.
He stood before Harrison on the road to the castle, shimmering.
"Shit!"
Harrison toppled over, barely able to keep himself from falling into the moat.
"How did you get here?" "I am not here, and I cannot maintain this projection very long," he said. "So please listen. The encapsulated curse went active the moment you opened the drawer. It did not require the bomb to activate it. You and anyone who came into contact with that bomb or spent any significant amount of time in your office since that day have been under its influence.
I closed that investigation.
Even as Harrison spoke the words, they now sounded horribly wrong to him.
Did I really do that?
You did, said Oplamato, which only reinforces my point about the curse.
Harrison felt a fuzziness to his thinking, but recognized this was not a new feeling, simply an ongoing one he hadn't identified until now. And as he allowed himself to explore that, a memory surfaced from his first trip to this castle 8 years ago. As they flew over this bridge, he had noticed from the air it was a fixed bridge, not a movable one. At the time, he thought the moat had been dug for show, not actual defense. He even put that in writing when he returned to New Chicago, in his mission report. He had come here on a completely bogus piece of evidence he should have spotted on first glance.
What was the curse?
Bad judgment.
Oplamato's projection rippled and disintegrated. Chapter 20. Out. Dorothy sat on the single bed in her shared room, staring at her phone. Love you? She hadn't seen that one coming, and it gave her an odd rush. A friendship this close would take some getting used to. Claudia loves you, said Melody, half awake in her makeshift cushion bed on the floor. Hey, little, said Dorothy. I didn't know you were awake. Said Melody with a sleepy smile. How did you know I was talking to Claudia? Asked Dorothy. Melody rubbed her eyes and looked at Dorothy curiously. That was Claudie? On the phone? Yes. Dorothy frowned. Why did you say that? Claudie loves you? Daddy said so. Perhaps to fill the silence that followed that statement, she added, I love you too. And I love you, little sister, said Dorothy, but her head had gone to a completely different place. She recalled years of awkward encounters, ridiculous conflicts, strained avoidances, and example after example after example of a fact so obvious in its new exposure she had no business denying it as long as she had. Claudia loves you. Daddy said so. Because Claudia would tell Harrison but never ever tell you, except perhaps by accident. Too many emotions collided at once for Dorothy to make sense of them. Part of her, the rational part, expected this to feel like a betrayal. She experimented with feeling lied to and manipulated and used. But that didn't track. Claudia hadn't maneuvered Dorothy into this friendship. If anything, she actively pushed her away. This was no betrayal, but it would certainly be a challenge. In the wake of all the radical changes to the world, same-sex relationships held a place in the norm now, and a relatively tame one at that. But that didn't mean Dorothy would be able to return Claudia's feelings. That reality would hurt them both. In plainest fact, Dorothy considered Claudia her best friend now, and had, on some level, for a long time. She would not let this discovery from the past 2 days be undermined by the secret facet of that friendship now exposed. Should she pretend not to know? Would that make it easier, or would it compound one lie of omission by doubling it? Should she try to talk it out? What if that frightened Claudia away, this time permanently? As she considered that possibility, she found she could not bear it. No, they would have to find a way to make this okay. In a day, or 2 days, or 3 days, whenever Claudia got back, they would have to deal with this. It would be a very long 3 days. Chapter 21. Bad Judgment. Harrison pondered Oplamato's parting words with utter confusion. If things were as serious as the wizard appeared to believe, Why could he find no evidence of a problem? He said the supposed curse would affect anyone who spent enough time in Harrison's office, but he and April had already slept 2 nights there with no ill effects. He chose to abandon his inspection of the drawbridge, now somehow converted to a fixed bridge, and went to the front doors of the castle.
No, wait.
He paused in his tracks.
That's not right.
He looked back at the bridge, not drawbridge. It had never been a drawbridge.
Watch yourself,
he said to Agent Milton, closely following him.
Things here are not as they appear.
Meaning what? Asked Milton. Harrison placed his hand flat against the door. A scraping creak built up behind it, followed by a groan as the door shuddered. 2 or 3 more wooden collisions sounded, followed by one large bang, and a quiet rumble that faded to nothing. He poked the door with his finger, and it swung inward. A few paces in front of him lay a broken wooden beam under a settling cloud of dust. This beam would have withstood a moderate assault by battering ram. Against his naked palm, it had no hope. Sunlight streaming in the open doors revealed details within. The interior of the castle, every bit as aesthetically unremarkable as he remembered, now held thick layers of dust on every surface and cobwebs along the walls and ceilings. From down the hallway came a tiny orange glow that grew in magnitude as Sparky drew nearer.
"Hey," she said, "I've been to every nook and cranny of this place, and it's totally deserted. Found 3 corpses in the throne room, but that's it."
This is nuts.
He turned to Milton behind him.
Bring the flyer to the hangar here and set up a perimeter. We're going to figure this out.
Milton stood a hair straighter.
Respectfully, sir, why are we still here? This is clearly a dead lead. We're looking for...
Having no idea how to finish that sentence, Harrison left it dangling. When his phone rang, he welcomed the reprieve until he saw who it was. He opened the call.
Marty, I don't mean to sound insensitive, but I am extremely busy right now. If you are this concerned about Mitchell, maybe you should just call the police. It might even teach him a lesson.
After a dead pause on the other end, Marty said,
The police didn't reach you. No. Wait, are you saying you already called them? No, said Marty. I didn't. They found his car, Harrison. It was wrecked. There was no sign of him. I thought you might be able to help.
A red flag flashed in Harrison's mind for an instant, but it furled itself and vanished.
Let me get back to you.
As Harrison killed the call, Marty returned a fraction of a syllable. Gratitude? Protest? Impossible to know.
Milton?
He said uncertainly.
Can you bring me a wizard? Already on the way, he said. You called for them when we were on the bridge. Did I?
A brief but intense spike of pain stabbed Harrison in the head. It amplified his confusion.
Never mind, I don't... No, wait, do... Ow!
Another stab. He collapsed to his knees.
"Boss?"
said Sparky.
"What gives?"
Glimmer,
he said.
"Oh, damn. We have a problem, Mr. Secret Agent Guy,"
she said to Milton.
I see that.
He pulled out his communicator.
We need those wizards now.
For nearly half a minute, Harrison stayed on his knees, with no idea how he got there or why he hadn't stood up again. A pair of warm hands took the back of his head, and a male voice said,
I feel it. It may take me a moment to draw it out.
The hands got warmer, and the voice continued to speak, but in gibberish. Finally, the voice said,
Got it.
A loud crack sounded in Harrison's head, and a flash of multicolored light appeared behind his closed eyelids. The events of the past few weeks corrected themselves in his mind from something that made perfect sense to a series of inexcusable blunders.
Oh, shit!
He stood straight up with no effort and remarkable energy.
We put them all in one building and then flew 1,000 miles away from them.
He turned to the hooded face of a wizard whose name he did not know. "Find my wife. She has the same bad judgment curse. Check Dekeraz as well. Milton, you're with me." He walked briskly out of the castle to the bridge. Milton and Sparky stayed with him. The wizard leapt straight over all of them and landed dozens of yards ahead of them in seconds. "I want us in the air in 10 minutes. Can you make that happen?" "Yes, sir," said Milton. "Good. Sparky, fly directly to the NCSA building, find Dorothy, and tell her I was wrong. She is a target, after all. Report to me as soon as you get there."
"Okie doke," said the pixie. "Do I get to ask why?"
"Because I fucked up, that's why," he said. "I thought the only thing those women had in common was Texas, but I forgot the other thing they had in common. Me. And now my adopted son is missing, which means whoever took them is coming for Dorothy, too."
"Oh, crap,"
she said. "Go!" She went. As he got across the bridge, he got another call. He pulled out his phone, expecting Marty's face. The screen read Chicago Memorial Hospital. "This is Harrison Cody." "Mr. Cody, this is Dr. Ackerson at CMH. I am afraid I have some bad news. Your friends, Sarah Logan and Warren Bennett, are here with serious injuries." The doctor paused. "Keep talking." Harrison made it across the bridge. Several agents had gathered around the collapsed form of his wife. The other wizard pressed his hands to her forehead. Claudia stood nearby. "You were listed as an emergency contact. You may want to come here as soon as you can. You should know that Mr. Bennett is in critical condition." To get to Sarah, someone had critically injured her husband, probably another thing he could have foreseen if his head had been on straight. "Do you have their son?" A pause. "No, I'm afraid only the two of them were found. Do you want to know the specifics of the incident?" Harrison stopped. Only two found. Adler was missing. "Melody!" he shouted and bolted. By the time he got to April, she was coherent and alarmed. "We have to go back," she said. "Adler's missing." It took a moment for that to register. "Melody?" "I know." Harrison looked around him and did a quick head count. He pulled out his communicator. "Felicia, I need a full—" No one there found out what full thing Harrison needed, because halfway through that sentence, Bess drew his hand to her hilt and gave his body instructions it obeyed without question. He cartwheeled to his left, kicking one of his own agents in the throat in the process. The breezy whoosh of a sword went past his head as he dodged it and came under his assailant with a stab to the abdomen. He pulled Bess upward sharply. She cut through body armor as easily as the soft tissue beneath. Harrison rolled out of the way as innards spilled out behind him. Shifting to the right, he grabbed the sword hand of the man who now attempted to impale him, then whipped around, smoothly decapitating him. For a few seconds, no one moved. Several other agents had drawn swords, but they lowered them as Harrison turned in a cautious circle. "Traitors," said Bess in his head. "I got that," he said. "Any more?" "I do not believe so." "Good. And thank you, by the way. It pleases me to protect you." He wiped the blood off her blade, using the pant leg of one of his slain opponents, then reached down and picked up the communicator he dropped. "Cody!" Not Felicia's voice. "Cody, come in!" As he attempted to respond, the sound of explosions came through the tiny speaker with a clarity and volume that left no doubt as to their nature. He looked at April. She had one arm around Claudia. He walked to her and took her hand. "We can be there in under 2 hours," he said. "Screw that!" She threw her free arm around his waist. The bright day went black. Chapter 22. Storm. When the blasts came, and the city erupted into chaos, Dorothy and Melody were 2 blocks away eating ice cream. The explosions were more than enough to be heard from inside the restaurant, but not powerful enough for their effects to reach that far. Was that thunder? Asked Melody. She seemed more curious than frightened. I don't know. Dorothy looked to the window. The walk here had been sunny and delightful, and a welcome distraction from the stresses of the past few days. As bright and cheery as the weather had been only 20 minutes earlier, thunderheads now overcast the sky, blacker than she could recall ever seeing them. Stay here. Dorothy got up to join several other patrons who had moved to the windows for a better view of the storm. I want to stay with you, said Melody. Dorothy held her hand as they moved to the door. One customer pointed to the sky. What is that? Tendrils of red smoke curled around some of the clouds, and sparks passed between them. We need to get back to the building, she said to Melody, right now. Is it storming? Asked Melody. Sort of. Dorothy left a $20 bill on the table and took Melody outside. The NCSA building blazed on at least 2 floors, including the entrance. In the ever-darkening sky, those flames glowed more brightly than anything else in the city. For a moment, fright and indecision gripped Dorothy to paralysis. No natural weather produced these clouds. Normally, she would return to base, where she would be able to keep Melody safe. But base was ground zero right now, and she didn't have a plan B. They were half a mile from her apartment, but she had no reason to believe that would be a haven without understanding the situation better. She needed advice and assurances, and right before she pulled Melody back inside the ice cream parlor and hit Claudia's number on her phone, she caught her first glimpse of the giant bats. Chapter 23. Bats. As the 3 of them materialized on the street outside the NCSA building, the blackout from teleporting lingered. The burning building in front of Harrison clarified his eyes had not gone dark. The city had. Cloud cover extended far enough to blot out the sun. The clouds themselves, black with red streaks, drove home a point already obvious. They were part of an attack. Flames engulfed the entrance to the building, as well as the 3rd floor. 4 floors above those fires, 22 young women waited for the dooms he had inadvertently lured them to. And somewhere else in there was his 5-year-old daughter, along with a woman he very much considered his daughter as well. With luck, countless NCSA agents already considered it their top priority to get them all to safety. Given 3 of his own team tried to kill him not 5 minutes earlier, he held little faith in that hope. "Melody!" shouted April. Harrison blocked her from running into the burning building. "I got her!" Claudia waved her phone over her head. April grabbed it. "Dorothy, do you have Melody? Are you inside?" A pause. "Oh, thank God!" Hearing these words, a small fraction of Harrison's tension bled off. "Where are you? Wait! No, don't say anything!" April looked to Harrison with pleading eyes. "Can she tell me?" He hesitated as he considered the risks to his children. "We have moles," he said as evenly as he could. "Her phone is not secure." "I can get them. Teleport them somewhere safe." "If she gives away their position, you may not have the chance." April's chest heaved. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Listen to me," she said into the phone. "You are both targets. Don't come back here, and don't go anywhere anyone might think to look for you. You take my baby and you run. You run and you don't look back. Don't trust anyone, even if you know them. Don't tell anyone where you're going, not even me. When we get these bastards, I will call you." She listened for a few more seconds. "Dorothy, listen to me. I love you. I trust you, and you will do this. Keep her safe." After listening to whatever final words Dorothy had, April hung up. "Where are they?" asked Claudia. "Somewhere not in there." Harrison pointed to the building, which is all that matters right now. He put his hand on April's shoulder. "That girl kept herself alive for half a year when she was 14 years old." I know, said April, steel in her eyes. But that's not why I trust her. I trust her because she's Melody's big sister and because our baby means more to her than anyone else in the world. Let's get this done so we can call her back. She pointed to the building again. I need to get you and Bess in there, don't I? Before he could answer, Claudia shouted, Shit! What the fuck is that? She pointed overhead. Harrison looked up at a cloud of bats with bodies roughly the size of minivans and inestimable wingspans. At least a dozen circled the top of the building. In their midst hovered a man in a long, dark red robe. A broad hood enshrouded the figure's face, but in the half-light of the blotted sky, 2 red pinpoints of light marked eyes. The floating man made large, animated gestures with his arms as he spun and tilted, directing traffic. Bats dove in and departed at his visual commands. As Harrison watched this ballet in horror, one bat flew close to a gaping hole in the wall and came away from it with a sack dangling from a chain around its neck. That bat flew upward and away into the black clouds until it became invisible against the sky. Oh my God! April bit her knuckle. There were people in that! A familiar gray cloak rocketed up to the hovering figure and collided with it. Oplamato grabbed the dark wizard's wrists, and a brief struggle ensued, comprising equal parts physical grappling and flashes of light and sound. After a few seconds of this, both wizards plummeted at a speed far greater than caused by gravity. They hit the ground at least 200 feet from where Harrison stood with a loud boom and a shockwave that nearly knocked him off his feet. I hope that buys us time, said Harrison. Get me up there, 7th floor. I have to stop this. Are you coming? She asked Claudia. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Harrison said, No, and neither are you. You get me in, then you come right back out again. I have Bess. And I have magic, said April. With no time to argue, he said, Let's go. Everything went dark again. When his eyes adjusted, he found himself in the 7th floor hallway. The lights were out, making for a dim environment, but bright enough to render the quantity of bodies littering the floor visible. At least a dozen agents paid for their work with their lives. At the far end of the hall, her back to him, stood a single assassin, holding 2 swords at her sides. Harrison drew Bess. We are in trouble, she said. The woman with the swords turned and charged him. He came at her with the short sword and rolled under her as she leapt to strike at him. With the clang and jolt of metal on metal, Bess deflected one of the swords. The other found him and bit. A glancing blow, not enough to do critical damage, but enough to sting and to make him acutely aware of his situation. No one had ever cut him with Bess in his hand. We should flee. The assassin came back for another pass. This time Harrison spun around her, dodged 2 strokes, and knocked one of the swords from her hand. She cried out, and he froze at the sound of her voice. Felicia. Tucking her injured hand under her arm, she dashed into one of the bedrooms. Harrison chased after her, but as he entered, she leapt through the hole in the wall and grabbed a chain hanging from a giant bat. She climbed the chain with her knees and one good hand and pulled herself up by the hair on the bat's neck to a sitting position astride it. It carried her away. Harrison braced himself for possible bat attack, though every such creature still visible to him now flapped away in full retreat. As he stood there, catching his breath, the red-robed wizard rose before him, arms outstretched. Fully visible through the gaping hole, no more than a few feet from the building, he paused as he reached Harrison's eye level. Harrison clutched Bess, prepared to defend himself in whatever way she decreed. For a moment, he felt the familiar wash of Bess assuming motor control, and in that moment, the dark wizard locked eyes with him. They glowed red, barely bright enough to illuminate his face under the shadow of his hood. That dim red light revealed the hint of a smile before the wizard shot upward and out of sight. Harrison walked back to the hall, finding no sign of April. Her teleportation power sometimes protected her from harm against her own will. He checked every bedroom. Each one contained 1 or 2 dead agents, and no one else. All his daughters were gone. Chapter 24. Worm. Dorothy turned off her phone and pocketed it. Instructions not to trust anyone would include the possibility that phone communications were being monitored. April said she would call, and Dorothy would wait for that call. Until then, she had a single job: take care of the most important person in her world. Keep her safe, keep her hidden, at all costs.
"Was that Mommy?" asked Melody.
"Yes," said Dorothy.
"What did she say?"
asked Melody in a strangely calm tone. "She said it's not safe for us to go back to the building."
"Because of the fire?"
"Yes," said Dorothy, "because of the fire. She also said we should go on a little trip, just you and me."
"Where are we going?"
she asked. An excellent question. Under instructions not to go anywhere anyone would look for her, Dorothy ruled out every hiding place she could think of. She had to get herself to some place she had never been. New territory. She had to leave town. "We are going to ride on a train," said Dorothy. "Does that sound fun?" Melody pondered this.
"I never went on a train. Is it nice?"
"Very nice," said Dorothy. "It's big and comfortable and pretty and fast, and sometimes they have great food."
"Yeah, let's go on a train," said Melody.
Relieved by the easy sell, Dorothy took Melody's hand. The worm station was only 6 blocks away. She had never been on the transit worm before, which meant in part that everything she had told Melody was a guess. It also meant that anyone looking for her in predictable places wouldn't start there. She would have to rely on the hope they didn't expect her to flee the city with Harrison's child. Dorothy had about $60 in cash on her, enough to buy 2 passes and almost nothing else. She would have access to a great deal more than that if she used her card, but didn't dare risk it being tracked. Their ice cream meal would have to be enough to sustain them for now. Given virtually everyone in the city had their attention fixed on the bizarre happenings in the sky, the 2 of them made it to the worm station without incident. Waiting passengers watched news coverage of the NCSA fire on wall monitors. The crisis had not elevated to a station shutdown, but that could change in minutes. Dorothy scanned the board. The new Chicago Worm Station was a hub with 6 platforms. 2 of those had docked trains at the moment, one of which would board for departure in 6 minutes. With luck, that would be enough lead time before the government declared an emergency and trapped her here. As she paid for their passes on the eastbound train, her stomach growled, reminding her that pistachio ice cream did not constitute a balanced meal. She hoped Melody's tummy would be more easily fooled. Once on the train, they settled into what were indeed extremely comfortable seats. Dorothy waited until it pulled out of the station and into the tube before finally conceding the 2 of them might be, at least for now, safe.
"Are we running away?"
asked Melody. The question so matter-of-fact, Dorothy almost didn't hear it for what it was. "I think we might be," she answered honestly. "You know I will take care of you, right?"
"I know," she said. "I hope we can go home soon."
Struck by how easily the child appeared to be taking the shake-up of her entire world, Dorothy said, "I hope so too, little." On that note, she pulled out her phone to check for missed calls, on the chance the situation was resolved and they could come back. But when she attempted to turn it on, she discovered the battery had gone dead. Part 2. Prodigy. Chapter 25. Aftermath. From the 7th floor of a building whose 1st and 3rd floors were on fire, Harrison surveyed the scene of carnage Felicia had left before riding away on a monstrous bat. April appeared behind him, grabbed him around the waist, and teleported him back to the street. They didn't stay there long. "Ay, Dios mío, you're bleeding!" cried April before jumping them to the emergency room. It startled a few people, but most barely noticed. Teleportation ranked nowhere near the top of the list of the impossible phenomena New Chicagoans had come to accept as commonplace. Harrison touched his left flank. It stung. His hand came away much bloodier than he expected. April doffed her body armor and threw it to the floor. She pulled off her shirt, stuffed it under Harrison's armor at the injury, and pressed down with her full weight. "I need some help here." "I'm fine," said Harrison, but his own words sounded distant to him. He looked at his hand again, trying to calculate how much blood he was losing based on that sample, but managed to remember he had no idea how to do that math. A cold wave came over him, and right before he blacked out, a woman shouted, "Coming through! That's my brother!" Harrison never lost consciousness, though he did lose his sight. In the darkness, he was aware of people talking near him and about him. April was there, and Lisa. Except Lisa was dead. Wait, no. Lisa came back. One of them said something about getting his armor off. Someone else, a male voice, said something about a gurney. Eventually, he found himself sitting in a bed with an IV in one arm, and his sister suturing up a long but shallow gash in his side. April sat in a chair near the bed, looking exhausted. "How long was I out?" "About 5 minutes, you big baby," said Dr. Lisa Cody, drawing another stitch through his wound. "What did I tell you about getting hurt?" "You said don't." 5 minutes. "Yes? Is this a sword wound?" Harrison took a moment to collect his thoughts. "I think so. I'm coming down from a curse I've been under for days, so I am not 100% sure of anything, but yes, I'm pretty sure that is a sword wound. And no, I can't tell you any of the details." "Doctor-patient privilege?" she asked. "Nope." "Big sister, baby brother privilege?" "Stop," he said. "I have major problems to deal with, most of which I caused. I will tell you anything that ends up declassified. For now, the only thing that matters to me is getting back on my feet and making everything right again. Am I going to be out of here anytime soon?" "I'd like to keep you long enough to get you hydrated and fed." Lisa clipped the last stitch. "After that, you're on your own. I wouldn't get into any more sword fights, though. You'll tear that open if you're not careful." "Yes, well, I'm going to get a healer on this today, so that won't be a problem." Lisa glared at him. "You know, there is something to be said for letting your body repair itself on its own. Magic is a wonderful healing tool for emergencies, but you pay a price for that kind of treatment." "I know," he said. "I've seen the studies." "I wrote some of those papers," she said. "No joke, Harrison. Stay off that. Let your body do what it's designed to do." "Not to change the subject, but I need to see Sarah Logan and Warren Bennett. They were brought into this hospital yesterday or today, and I'm their in case of emergency person." "I saw they were here, but I haven't seen them personally. Warren is in bad shape. Is this another thing you can't tell me?" "Sorry," he said. "I need to find Sarah and talk to her right away. I have a lot of work ahead of me today and for the foreseeable future. And I have to get back to HQ, assuming we still have one of those. Any word on the fire?" April and Lisa looked at each other. "Which one of us are you asking?" asked Lisa. He waved away his own stupid question. "Sorry, still getting my head together. Do I still have my communicator?" April pulled the device out of her pocket and gave it to him. "Baker," he said into it, "where are you and how much do you know?" "I'm standing outside our building," came the reply, "and I know it's on fire. What's the situation?" "Oh, good," said Harrison. "You're alive.
The situation is that we've been infiltrated. No idea how badly. Felicia was a double agent. Not sure if she turned or if she was always a plant, but given what I saw just now, she is training we don't know about. She's working with a wizard I've never seen before today. And if he created that curse bomb, he may have done even more damage we don't know about yet. All the women we were housing have been abducted, we have casualties, and you need to get yourself to a wizard right away to be checked for a bad judgment curse.
Don't be absurd, said Alec. I don't need to do that. Harrison considered explaining, then abandoned reasoning with Alec in favor of an alternative.
Aplomado, are you all right?
The last Harrison had seen of Aplomado, the wizard had crashed down hundreds of feet into pavement.
I am, came the reply. Director Baker is outside the NCSA building. Please find him immediately and offer assistance. Do you take my meaning? Of course. Alec, Jerry will be there in a few minutes. He will bring you up to speed.
Very well, said Alec.
Where are you? CMH, said Harrison. I need to check in on Special Agent Logan, and then I am coming back in. Is the fire department there yet? Affirmative. Most of the flames are out now. There is still a lot of smoke. I should be there within 2 hours, said Harrison.
Aplomado's here, said Baker. A pause on his end lasted for the better part of a minute.
Bloody hell! How did this get as far as it did? Was everyone in the building under that curse? I don't think so, said Harrison. Aplomado would know better than I would. He said it was concentrated in my office because of that bomb. You were one of the first people to be in proximity to it, and April and I stayed there for 2 nights, so we took the brunt of it. At least, I hope so. The bigger issue is the agents who saw it happening and didn't say anything. We need to get into that building as soon as possible and find out who is missing and who is dead.
We're going to have to answer for this, said Alec. You do know that, right?
Yeah, said Harrison. I do know that, and I can't worry about it. My only priority is finding those girls. Once they're back home and safe, anyone who wants to discuss my resignation with me is welcome to do so.
Agreed. I'm going to find out how soon we can get into the building.
Good. I'll see you soon.
Sarah sat by Warren's bedside, her arm in a cast, and several bruises and bandages on her face. When Harrison came into the room, she did not get up. I would offer to hug you, she said, but I am short one arm.
How is he? Asked Harrison.
Unconscious. Beyond that, they got the bleeding to stop. Now we are supposed to wait. Is Adler dead? Struck by the bluntness and calmness of the question, he honored her directness with a direct answer.
We don't know.
This was never about Texas, was it? Harrison sighed.
Doesn't look like it. We don't know much at this point, but the fact they took Adler and Mitchell tells me they are after all our children.
She sat up at this. They took Mitchell.
It looks that way. Marty and I thought he had run away, but the police found his car wrecked and no sign of him.
I'm sorry.
Sarah, this is not over. I swear to you I will personally deliver Adler back to you.
That's not your place, she said. It's mine. You are welcome to come along for the ride, but I'm getting my son back, myself.
He nodded. I'm heading over to Esoteric to find a healer. You're going to need that too.
I'm in. She stood and carefully leaned over the comatose form of her husband, planting a soft kiss on his lips. I will be back. Baker's voice came over the communicator.
Cody. Here? He said. They won't let us in the building, but they are pulling out bodies and survivors. 12 dead so far, 31 injured. We are bringing in a healer from Esoteric to make sure the survivors are all stable before we take them all to the prison. Sorting this out is going to take a day or two, at least. I will be there soon, said Harrison. Special Agent Logan and I both need that healer, so keep him there, please. Do you need me overseeing interrogations today?
No, Cody, said Alec. You have a rescue to coordinate. Best get started on that right away.
Thank you, he said. We'll be there in a few minutes. One more thing.
Yes?
Asked Alec. Harrison thought for a moment, trying to filter out reasonable thoughts from the lingering tendrils of confusion from the curse. After finally ruling the question legitimate, he asked, Has anyone seen Sparky?
Chapter 26. Eerie. Dorothy sat and stared at the whiskey sour sitting on the tray table in front of her seat. For most of the past hour, she kept picking it up, putting it down, and generally not drinking it. It was unusual enough for her to order a drink at all, let alone anything harder than a glass of wine. She couldn't recall if she had ever had a whiskey sour before, and certainly had no memory of what they tasted like. And yet, when offered her one complimentary beverage, she ordered this drink. Apart from her profound reluctance to try something she might not like, a very, very small part of her also felt that, under her circumstances, she might do well not to impair her faculties. She and Melody boarded the eastbound transit worm in New Chicago with no set destination. You take my baby and you run. Those were the instructions she had to follow, and run they did. At some point they would get off the worm, and she would figure out how to keep going on what little cash they had left, or she would use her bank card to get whatever they needed, with the potential outcome of being traced and abducted. You don't want that, said Melody. The little girl's comment snapped Dorothy out of her ruminations. What do you mean? The drink. You don't want it. Dorothy looked at the untouched glass and then at Melody. Her own complimentary beverage was a grape juice, long since drunk. No, I guess I don't. Good. Melody went back to looking at the pictures in a magazine. Not entirely sure what to make of that exchange, and strangely unconcerned by it, Dorothy went back to staring at her drink, trying to remember why she ordered it. A voice came over the PA announcing the Erie station. The transit worm lines represented the largest salvage and restoration project in the short history of the Republic of New Chicago. The trains arrived in the world as a product of the Mayhem Wave, and based around a futuristic technology that allowed them to run at extraordinary speeds. The underground tubes were, for the most part, intact. Lacking the resources to build entirely new stations, the project leaders elected to preserve the existing stations they could restore and scrap the stations too far gone for spare parts. As a result, fully operational stations existed in locations otherwise defined by utter wilderness. Small cities had begun to grow around these stations, much the way ancient cities grew around convenient ports. Erie Colony, gradually replacing its long-gone namesake, Pennsylvania City, held one such station. We get off here, said Melody. No, little, said Dorothy. We are going to ride this worm to the end of the line. Melody shook her head. Dory, we get off here. Dorothy frowned at Melody's unsmiling face. Why? Melody shrugged and looked away. You're fuzzy. We get off here. She looked back at Dorothy with wide, little girl eyes. Please? Dorothy had another look at her drink. She hadn't touched it. Why would her head be fuzzy? For a fraction of a second she caught herself thinking how irresponsible it was for her even to consider drinking. My head is fuzzy. How did you know that? Melody shrugged again. The little girl's conviction in favor of Erie as their destination persuaded her to abandon her plan. Again, for a moment, she caught herself thinking that was a terrible way to make a decision, and again the moment passed. But by now she could feel those moments coming and going. There had been a lot of them over the past few days. On her own, she would not have noticed it. "Something is wrong," she said to Melody. "Isn't it? Something is wrong with me." "I think so," said Melody. Great. On the run with a 5-year-old, trying to stay alive and stay hidden, and the child had a better grasp of the situation than the adult did. The worm's deceleration, initially gradual and smooth, pulled Dorothy forward as they approached the station. "Let's get off here." "Okay," said Melody. As the train slid to a soft halt, Dorothy and Melody got up. Their motion ended, and the doors gracefully and silently slid apart. Another announcement for Erie Station came over the PA, but by then they had left the train, trying to get their bearings on the station floor. Erie Station looked much like New Chicago Station, minus the level of activity. Nearly identical architecture, more than half of the storefronts were vacant, the open ones sparsely patronized. Dorothy avoided all the shops in her quest for an escalator. In the process, more than once she caught herself thinking they could afford to spend a few minutes in one shop and afford to spend their last few dollars on something nice. She shrugged these thoughts off. A passage to the surface led them to a frontier town. One street, some businesses, some homes, and a modest population to occupy both. The afternoon sun hung low in the sky. They would need a place to stay. She could use her card to pay for lodging, but traceable activity could end with her and Melody as someone's prisoners, or worse. As she thought herself into that corner, a familiar voice came from above.
"There you are."
Sparky descended in front of her and hovered at eye level. "Sparky?" said Dorothy. "What are you doing here?"
"Boss's orders," she said. "I was supposed to find you and then report back. I don't think he had any idea how hard it was going to be to keep up with you. That train thingy is fast. Plus, I had to keep track of where it was. Did you know you can't see it from the air? I sure didn't. That thing is nuts. Anyway, I'm glad I found you. Everything okay?"
"You're pretty," said Melody.
"Good eye, kid," said Sparky. "And naked." "I know." Sparky grinned. "Finally."
"My head is fuzzy," said Dorothy. At these words, Sparky moved in closer to look at her eyes.
"Meaning what, exactly?"
"I don't know," said Dorothy. "That's part of the fuzziness."
"Huh," said Sparky. "So, what do we do now?"
Dorothy took in her companions. One was only 5 years old, but still managed to identify a problem Dorothy had not detected. The other at least centuries older than that, but clearly a loose cannon. These were her charges now, as well as her resources. "That," she said, "is an excellent question." Chapter 27. Non-Real Indigenous.
Hold still.
Crow the healer laid his hands on Sarah's broken arm. It emitted a surprisingly loud, cracking sound, and Sarah cried out, "Ow! Oh, God damn it! Ow!" She clutched her arm, still in a cast, and clenched her teeth in pain. Next to her stood a man at least half a foot shorter and at least 40 years older, in a robe adorned with large and diverse feathers.
"You should get that cast off,"
he said in a quiet, gravelly voice.
"You'll want to move that arm around, okay? Let it limber up."
He demonstrated by flailing his own arm around gracelessly for a few seconds.
"You want me to do your face, too?"
"Sweet Jesus, no," she said. "Oh, my God, that hurts."
"Let me see your cut,"
said Crow to Harrison. Reluctantly, Harrison raised his shirt to expose the sutured gash on his side. Said Crow, poking the stitches. Harrison winced, but bravely endured the prodding until the burn kicked in. "Oh, shit!" He closed his eyes and tried to find his happy place as Crow magically cauterized the wound from the inside out. The sweet aroma of burnt meat drifted into his nostrils, and he did what he could to shut it out or deny its significance. After what felt like a very long time, Crow stood back to inspect his work.
"All done,"
he said. Harrison looked down, tugging on his skin. Lisa's stitches would have left a scar, but surely nothing like the huge pink stripe staring back at him right now. The sutures remained in place, though some had partially melted.
"What do I do about the stitches?"
he asked. Crow shrugged.
"Go see a doctor? Not sure what to tell you. Don't do stitches. You should have come to me first."
Great, thanks. He would have to return to the hospital and ask Lisa to remove them, which she would no doubt do with maximum criticism. But that could wait.
"How soon before we can get into the building?"
he asked Alec.
"Not today," he said. "They are still inspecting it for structural damage. The good news is it might be mostly superficial. The bad news is your office is a complete loss." "Of course it is. We're relocating HQ to the Lakeside facility," said Alec. "It's going to be a tight fit, but it should only be for a few days." "Then I'm going to get started with the rescue operation," said Harrison. "Your assignment to this investigation is now official," he said to Oplamato. "I trust that's agreeable." "Of course," said Oplamato. "Fantastic. First up, is there any way to find those girls using magic?"
Not as such, said the wizard. However, there are things I can know about them without pinning them to a location.
Such as? Asked April.
Whether they live,
said Oplamato, with his customary disregard for tact.
Get on that, said Harrison. Meanwhile, I need someone to find out who the hell Felicia Kestrel really is. Even with Bess, I was barely able to hold my own against her, and I think she may have killed at least a dozen agents single-handedly. On that note, are you ready for some numbers? Said Alec.
Harrison would never be ready for these numbers.
Yes. 19 dead, including Blake Wheeler.
Alec paused there.
Oh, God, no.
When Harrison took Rebecca Wheeler into protective custody, her husband came with her, the only spouse to do so. And now he was dead, and Rebecca's baby would be born without a father, assuming he found Rebecca in time.
I'm sorry, said Alec crisply. We also have 7 agents missing, presumed defected.
Harrison took all of this in, pushing aside thoughts of how he would tell Rebecca her husband was dead, and it was his fault.
3 of my assault team tried to kill me. What about the rest of them?
Bess says they're clean.
Then they are clean, said Alec. Talking of which, I will need Bess for the interrogations. When your team gets back, have them all report to me. I will need a nucleus of agents I can trust.
Harrison unstrapped Bess's scabbard from his belt. He surrendered her to Alec with reluctance, but a grudging acknowledgement that Alec's relationship with her outranked his. He pulled out his communicator.
Milton, are you still at the palace?
Negative, sir, came the quick reply.
We are in the air, should be touching down in Chicago in about 15 minutes. You left on your own initiative? Asked Harrison.
No, sir. You told me to be in the air in 10 minutes. I assumed that order still stood with you gone. Dealing with body bags took some extra time, but we left about 40 minutes after you did.
Agent Milton, my chief of staff just resigned, said Harrison. Would you like that job?
Respectfully, sir, I think I am more valuable in the field.
I can work with that, said Harrison. You impressed me today by being the only person to call bullshit on my erratic behavior. I need someone solid right now, and you're up. If you want it to be a temporary assignment, it will be, but today you are my right hand. As soon as you touch down, send the rest of the team to the Lakeside facility to wait for Director Baker, and then report to me. I will be at Esoteric.
Understood, said Milton.
Hey, spy guys, said Crow. I'm done here, right?
Quite so, said Alec. Thank you. Wait, said Sarah. My husband, he's in a coma, can you? Crow shook his head.
Don't do comas. You're looking for brain damage there. He'll have to work that out on his own.
Oh, said Sarah, downcast. Crow shuffled off. Once he was out of easy earshot, Sarah said, I didn't realize Esoteric trained people that old.
We do not, said Oplamato. Crow is 87 years old. The upper age bound for entry into any school of magic is 49.
Sarah frowned. I don't understand. Wasn't that magic?
Crow is a non-real indigenous, said Oplamato. He's been doing that since long before Esoteric ever existed.
Oh, said Sarah. Non-real indigenous meant from Glimmer's world. Esoteric affairs applied this term to magical creatures to distinguish them from common, real-world animals. But ordinary humans also populated that world, as would be expected from any fairy tale, and the term applied to them as well. After the Mayhem Wave blending of both worlds, none of those ordinary humans crossed from their world to the mixed one. However, when Harrison's counterbomb restored a substantial fraction of the missing population, it restored them from both worlds. At first, the convention was to refer to the world of pixies and dragons as imaginary, and Harrison's native world as real. But those terms fell out of favor as the public consciousness moved toward an assumption of the word imaginary as a slight. The culture of New Chicago eventually and officially resolved to use the words magical and mundane to distinguish the worlds. In most corners, however, the old terms persisted, usually in the somewhat neutralized form of real versus non-real. Non-real still represented less than 1 in 20 of the overall human numbers, but that still meant several million arrivals to a world of technology beyond their ken, and cultural differences abounded. Over the years, most had adapted, much the same as their real-world counterparts adapted to a world with magic and no guns. Unlike Crow, who stood out as a magic user, the majority of non-real indigenous humans had integrated themselves so thoroughly as to be indistinguishable from reals. "How soon can I call Dorothy?" asked April.
"I don't know," said Harrison.
He looked overhead at the smoky, red-streaked clouds, still crackling but starting to break up. As responsible as he felt for the fates of the 28 daughters he had vowed to protect and failed, April's question mattered most to him. Somewhere on the other side of that storm hid his only child by blood, and another daughter, the young woman entrusted with her safety. The prospect of prolonged separation from them haunted him, and he rejected that fear with all his will to do his job. He looked to Alec.
"Anyone's guess," said Alec. "You were right to be concerned about communications. It's impossible to know if the attack is over, if it's not, and if your phones are being monitored, which I feel compelled to add is entirely likely given the level of infiltration we discovered today, then you will be taking a terrible risk."
April put her arm around Harrison's waist and said nothing. Her touch on his newly cauterized wound peppered it with stabbing sensations, which he gave no outward indication of feeling. He reached out and took Sarah's hand.
"We need to get to Esoteric," he told them both.
To Oplamato, he said,
"The only thing on your agenda right now is telling me how many of my children are still alive. How quickly can you do that?"
"Give me an hour."
"That's going to be the shittiest hour of my entire life," said Harrison. "So any minutes you can shave off it will earn you a lot of points."
"Challenge accepted," said the wizard.
Harrison nodded. April teleported them. Chapter 28. Into the Woods. The pleasant late May afternoon gave way to evening as Dorothy wrestled with what to do next. She and Melody sat on a park bench in the middle of a sparsely populated town, with nowhere to stay, no food, and $6 in cash. Unless she came up with a better plan, this bench would be Melody's bed tonight. For a fraction of a second, letting her sleep on this bench seemed entirely reasonable, and then she caught it again. Since Melody's comment on the worm about her head being fuzzy, she had noticed several cases of herself approving of patently stupid ideas. Either her exhaustion caused these slip-ups, or something else was going on. And the fact Melody spoke of her parents having fuzzy heads as well implied to her the latter. Unfortunately, she wasn't sure what to do about it, other than to stay on high alert. Happily, her other traveling companion could fend for herself. Sparky had stayed with them since they arrived at Erie Colony. As she tried to imagine what Sparky could do for them to keep them from going hungry, it hit her like a slap in the face and almost slipped out of her consciousness. But she held on to the idea long enough to voice it. "Sparky, take my card." She reached into her pocket and pulled out her bank card. The pixie dipped down and took it in both hands.
"What am I supposed to do with this?" she asked.
"How quickly can you fly to Chicago and back?" asked Dorothy.
"Oh, golly," said Sparky. "I really wouldn't know. That's math, right?"
"How long did it take you to fly here when you were tracking us?" asked Dorothy.
"Not wearing a watch."
This was going nowhere, as was Sparky. "Listen, it couldn't have been more than a couple of hours, which means if you left now, you could probably be back before it gets too late. I need you to get us cash."
"Right," said Sparky. "How do I do that?"
"Come on," Dorothy said, getting up. "I'll show you." The three of them walked into town looking for a bank and eventually found one. The technology for allowing money to trade hands was developed from scratch soon after the government of New Chicago re-established the dollar as their unit of currency. Getting the economy up and running was top priority, with banking one of the first types of businesses to get a toehold in the new world. Some factions wanted to abandon money altogether and get a fresh start with some other type of economy, but ultimately the simplicity, familiarity, and avaricious appeal of cash won out. "The card goes in here." Dorothy pointed to the slot. "It will ask you to enter a PIN, which is a 4-digit code. The code is 7748. If you look at the letters, it also spells spit. That might be easier for you to remember. Once you type in the code, it will ask you how much you want to withdraw. Please get $500.
"Got it," said Sparky. "And I have to go to Chicago because that's where your money is?"
For a moment, Dorothy considered the true explanation, that if she could be tracked by her bank card, a withdrawal in Chicago would make it appear she never left the city, but decided to go with, "Yes, that's right."
"All righty then, back in a bit."
Still clutching the card in both hands, Sparky ascended and zipped away, leaving a faint orange trail. Moments too late, Dorothy remembered she had no phone now and had missed an opportunity to get a message to April or Claudia to let them know she and Melody were okay. "All right, little," she said. "We now have a few hours to find out if this town has a hotel." Melody looked at her with a strange sort of wonder in her eyes. She turned around and bolted. It took Dorothy a second to comprehend the little girl she had left everything behind to protect had fled from her. It took another second to consider the possibility whatever fuzzy head issue she experienced had dulled her reaction time, and yet another to shake herself out of analyzing her inaction. With a 3-second head start and a shockingly swift stride, Melody now had a lead Dorothy could not afford to give her. "Hey!" shouted Dorothy to no effect. "Melody!" She launched herself into pursuit. Given Erie was still no further developed than a random scattering of unevenly distributed buildings, Dorothy tracked her visually with relative ease as she chased her. The lack of significant ground traffic also meant no immediate danger of being hit by a car tearing across the street, although that could change without warning. As Melody reached the mouth of an alley between two small buildings, she stopped. It took Dorothy a couple seconds to catch up to her, at which point Melody shouted, "Come on!" and took off again. Dorothy found that phrase at least partially reassuring, in the sense it was now clear Melody wasn't fleeing, she was leading. Unfortunately, it looked like she was leading Dorothy away from what little civilization existed here. Once they left the main street, the colony mostly comprised dirt roads leading to parts unknown, separated by fields and forests. Melody tore straight for one that led into the woods. Dorothy finally caught up to her, and she grabbed her and scooped her up. Melody offered no resistance. "Sweetheart," said Dorothy, "slow down. What are you doing?"
"We have to go this way."
Melody pointed into the woods. "If I put you down, are you going to run again?"
"If you can keep up, I will,"
she said, clearly missing the point. "Melody," said Dorothy, "we need to talk before we run. Can we do that?"
"We have to go this way."
I know we do." Dorothy could not trust herself to make rational decisions, and following Melody's lead to stop in Erie seemed to have played out in their favor so far, until she could get a bead on the trouble with her brain. Letting her little sister take the lead might be their best bet. In her head, that plan sounded both perfectly logical and completely insane. For the time being, unfortunately, it was all she had. "Listen, we can go this way if that's what you want."
"We have to," she said.
"Then we can, but I can't run the whole way. I don't have that kind of energy. Can we walk instead?"
"It's a long walk," said Melody.
"How far?"
"I don't know."
"Great. I'll tell you what. Let's walk for now. If it gets to be too far, we can turn around and find a nice bed in town for the night. Is that okay?" Melody rolled her eyes at this.
"It's not that far."
"Little, you have to work with me. Where are we going?"
Melody pointed.
"That way," they said simultaneously. Dorothy sighed and looked at her watch. 5 o'clock, mid-May. They had maybe 3 hours of walking time before sundown. That was also about how much time they had before Sparky returned if everything went to plan. Walking with a 5-year-old, Dorothy estimated they would cover 2 miles an hour. More if they kept their energy up. Worst-case scenario would put them at least 6 miles away from food and lodging when night fell. In the forest, with no means of protection. This was insane. "I need you to promise me something," said Dorothy. "Can you make me a promise?" Melody nodded and stuck out her pinky. Dorothy curled her own little finger around it. "We will go this way for now, but promise me that if I say we have to go back, you won't run away. If I say we have to go back, we will turn around and go right back to town. If you promise me that, I promise I will take you down this road for as far as I think it is safe. Do we have a deal?" Melody bit her lip, clearly struggling, but she didn't let go of Dorothy's finger. What conflict raged in her little sister's head? Weighing her trust in Dorothy against whatever compelled her down this road? Comparing Dorothy's words to the voices in her head? As Dorothy was about to declare her faculties impaired and herself unfit for the task of caring for this girl, Melody said, "I promise." She gave Dorothy's finger a squeeze, which Dorothy returned with a hug. Dorothy decided to set 2 hours as the maximum safe walking time away from town. If they turned around after 2 hours and walked back the way they came at the same speed, They would make it back with only an hour or so of darkness in front of them. That already seemed like a foolhardy risk, but compared to the plan of walking until it got dark, it felt like utter brilliance. The road wound on. For a while, every 10 minutes or so, they passed a freestanding structure, some weathered, others of new construction. They passed 3 log cabins that reminded her of the earliest attempts to develop Chicago back into a city. She and her mother lived in such a cabin for 3 years, until larger-scale housing became feasible, and the cabins were wiped away to make room for buildings. They also passed a gas station, long since abandoned from its true purpose and modified into a dwelling. That would be a pre-Mayhem relic. The fact they encountered residences did make her less fearful of the prospect of becoming lost in the woods. In a worst-case scenario, they would stray too far and have to rely on the kindness of strangers to get them through the night. A weak plan, to be sure, but better by far than some of the alternatives. About an hour into their journey, they came to a clearing. Several acres of land had been deforested and cultivated into a farm, growing something that pushed tiny pale green shoots up from the soil. A dense wall of trees surrounded the field on all sides. Unbidden images flooded Dorothy's head of Melody suddenly deciding they needed to leave the path and run through the woods. She shivered. They saw no farmhouse or other type of construction near the crop field, which meant the farmer lived in one of the cabins or the gas station. After they re-entered the forest, it gave no further signs of human habitation. Dorothy kept careful watch on the time. By 6:30, their path had already become dim enough to make it difficult to see a significant distance ahead. Too early for sunset, but Dorothy had foolishly failed to take into account the sun would pass below the tree canopy long before it dipped under the horizon. As she was about to call off the search for whatever they were searching for, her worst nightmare came to pass. Melody broke to her right and dashed into the trees. Ready this time, Dorothy charged into the woods behind the little girl, catching her in seconds. Unlike before, when she scooped Melody into her arms, she struggled. "Put me down!" she cried. "You promised," said Dorothy. "We're going back right now." "We're here," said Melody. "It's right down this path." Dorothy looked at her feet. In the early evening forest half-light, she could make out a trail, obviously worn by foot traffic. She looked ahead, unable to discern how far it went, or where. "You promised we would go back if I said so." "But we're here," cried Melody. "Let me show you." Again torn between trusting the child or trusting her own compromised wisdom, she opted for faith in her sister. "Do not run," she said firmly. "We will walk down this trail until I feel uncomfortable, and then we will turn around. You promised. Do you understand me, Melody Glimmer Cody?" The use of her full name had the desired effect. Melody went slack in her arms. Dorothy took her hand and set her down. With a firm grip on her, Dorothy allowed Melody to lead them down the path at a cautious pace. A few minutes later, the trail ended, and several feet to the left of its terminus began a footpath inlaid with flat stones. The mismatched paths had a look of shoddy tailoring to them. At this stone path, the woods gave way to a clearing with a well-tended lawn, where they found another cabin. This one had a more polished look to it than the roughly cobbled-together homes they had already passed. Dorothy did make a mental note of approval. It was built from wood, not gingerbread. Smoke issued from a narrow brick chimney and light spilled from a glass-paned window. "Is this it?" Dorothy whispered. The little girl nodded with wide eyes. Chapter 29. Curse. April, Sarah, and Harrison reappeared outside the front door to Esoteric. Teleporting inside the building would be impossible, given the number of magical defenses surrounding it, as, unlike Harrison's or Sarah's talents, April's were magical in nature. Once inside, Harrison led them to Larson's lab.
I need a curse expert, and I need one now.
Back the way you came, second door on the right, said Larson, only looking at them for the amount of time it took her to say that. They found the room as instructed, where they met 2 humans in lab coats and an elf in an elaborate and ornate silver robe studying a miniature dragon in a cage.
Which one of you is the curse expert?
Asked Harrison bluntly. The elf stepped forward.
My wife and I are recovering from a curse of bad judgment, and I need to know everything there is to know about it, starting with a confirmation it's completely gone. This is NCSA top priority. Do you need to see my credentials?
I will need saliva samples, said the elf, gracefully extending his hand out behind him. One of the human techs handed him 2 microscope slides. He passed them to Harrison, and he and April each spat on one. He took the slides back and squinted at them. A complete analysis will take 30 minutes, but by this I can see that you are both clear of the dark magic. You may experience after effects, but they will pass. What can you tell me about the curse?
It was encapsulated in a curse of contact poison and implanted in a physical object, specifically a bundle of dynamite.
Was the caster present? Asked the elf. Harrison thought back to that day. He now knew the most likely suspect was the dark wizard he had seen during the attack. Or it might have been Felicia, given he now knew her to have abilities beyond her NCSA resume. She was not in the room when the bomb was defused, but he had no idea when the bad judgment curse became active, and she would have had plenty of opportunities to be there when it did.
I'm not sure.
How long ago did this happen, and where?
About 2 weeks ago, I found the bomb in a desk drawer in my office.
The elf nodded. Leave me. I will have your results shortly.
Thank you,
said Harrison. To April, he said,
Hospital, please.
They went outside, held hands, and transported back to Chicago Memorial. At the emergency room front desk, Harrison asked for Dr. Cody to be paged. 5 minutes later, she appeared, wearing the expected frown. I assume you need some chod sutures removed?
If it wouldn't be too much trouble, said Harrison. Also, a cast.
Come on, she grumbled. Sarah stayed at the hospital with her comatose husband. April and Harrison made it back to Esoteric a few minutes after the 30 they had been asked to wait. As they got to the front door, Harrison got his call from Oplamato, 16 minutes shy of his hour.
All 32 of your lost labs are alive, he said.
They're alive, Harrison said to April, knowing she would not be able to hear Oplamato's voice over the communicator. Melody? She asked.
Yes, all of them.
April gasped and put her hand over her mouth. Tears flowed from clenched eyelids. That answered the question of how long she would be able to hold it together. The tightness in his throat and the moisture in his own eyes answered a similar question for Harrison.
Anything else you can tell me?
He asked the wizard.
Yes, the 28 Texas women, the little boy, and the young man are all in excellent health. Near perfect, in fact, which is in itself notable. Whoever has them is taking extremely good care of them.
What about Melody and Dorothy?
Asked Harrison, hoping the nervousness in his voice didn't project.
Signs of exhaustion and early dehydration, said Oplamato. No true health risks, but they will want to get some water and sleep soon.
Is it reasonable to believe that means they haven't been taken yet?
Asked Harrison.
Yes, it is reasonable to believe that, said Oplamato. It may be completely false, but it is reasonable to believe.
Then I choose to believe it. Thank you.
Are they still free? Asked April.
I think so, said Harrison. Oplamato says their health signs are showing as different from the others.
He held up a hand to preempt the obvious next question.
They're fine. Tired, but fine.
April nodded. Okay. They entered the magic lab. The elf sat at a desk. The techs were gone, as was the dragon.
Do you know anything yet?
Asked Harrison. No, said the elf. He did not look up.
How soon do you think?
Asked Harrison, gradually becoming aware of the event horizon to his own patience. Shortly.
Listen, said Harrison to April. I need to have a conversation with Lawson. Do you want to stay with me?
Am I going to understand or like anything the two of you talk about? She asked.
Unlikely.
Then there's your answer. Come find me in the break lounge when you're done. She kissed him, and be done soon. He made his way back to Larson's lab. On passing through her dissolving, solidifying door, he asked her bluntly,
Could this Mayosphere problem have anything to do with what's happening to my daughters?
That's really outside the scope of what I do.
He waved away the response. I know that. What I'm trying to ask is if there is any reason to think someone might be able to influence those spheres and what they might hope to gain by it.
She frowned at him. Whether the spheres can be influenced and what could be gained from it are precisely the questions we are focused on answering right now, she said with an edge of impatience. Why are you asking?
Because I just came down off a bad judgment curse. And the last time we spoke, when I was still cursed, I blew this off as nothing when it really means the end of the world. I'm trying to go back over my tracks and catch anything I might have missed. Someone wanted me making very bad choices these last few days, and I need to know why. If there's any chance this was one of them, I need to catch it now.
Ah, said Larson, her demeanor more relaxed. That does make sense. All right. Here's my best summary. Intuitively, it does not seem likely to me that all those abductions are related to what we are observing with the Mayospheres. As far as someone else trying to manipulate them, so far the only end results we can foresee are the total destruction of all life on Earth or the prevention of that and a status quo. Neither of those outcomes would make sense to me as a goal for some adversary to have, though I concede that's more your department than mine. Is that helpful?
Maybe, he said. If it's possible, I'd like you to keep those questions open. If anything in your research strikes you as suspicious, please contact me immediately.
Honestly, Harrison, I think you may be reading things into this that are not there. If it's the timing that has you concerned, you should know this has been going on for years without anyone knowing it. And if we hadn't sent the probe, we still wouldn't know it. It's a simple coincidence that we launched it on the same week as these attacks.
Harrison winced. Coincidence was rarely his ally.
Harrison and April found the elf exactly as they left him. He waved them in. There are 4 factors to the strength of this curse. Proximity, duration of exposure, intelligence, and age. He paused there.
I'm listening, said Harrison.
The curse would most likely have been tied to that room. Anyone who set foot there will have been affected, some more than others. As a general precaution, you should have everyone who could possibly have passed that threshold in the last 2 weeks examined. You will also need to sterilize the room itself, which would be best accomplished with fire, if possible.
Already taken care of, said Harrison with an edge of grief. Duration?
The more time spent in that room, the worse the effect, said the elf.
My wife and I slept there for 2 days, said Harrison.
As was obvious from your saliva, you two would most certainly have been affected worse than anyone else.
Well, said Harrison, that's good news at least.
What about Dorothy? Asked April. She was in and out of that room those 2 days.
Is she intelligent? Asked the elf.
Super genius, said Harrison.
Then, given her sporadic exposure, she will probably be able to shake off the effects on her own in a matter of hours. I would still recommend she be examined and purged.
Not possible, said Harrison. But you say she will be all right.
She should, yes.
What about age? Asked April.
The younger the victim, the stronger the curse,
said the elf. Harrison and April looked at each other. Her eyes reflected his own fear. Harrison said, Our daughter slept there 2 days as well.
Is she clever?
Extremely, said Harrison with hope.
Age?
5, said April. The elf raised his brows in an expression that did not inspire a sense of well-being.
She should be examined and purged without delay.
Alas, not possible, said Harrison, as calmly as his racing heart would allow. She is under the care of my adopted daughter, Dorothy, but we do not know where they are.
The accursed Dorothy?
Yes, said Harrison. But you said she would be all right in a few hours, right?
Yes, she should. If she is protecting your child, she will need her wits about her. At 5 years.
He frowned and shook his head.
I am truly sorry. The curse will have affected her in ways too extreme to reasonably predict. She will be in a state of constant self-risk until the curse wears off, which could take days. If you are able to find her, you must do so right away.
April put her arm around his waist and pulled him close, trembling. Tell me Dorothy is up to this? He held her close and kissed her forehead. It's a bad judgment curse, April. Melody will be a handful, but she won't be in any true danger as long as Dorothy is with her. He willed himself to believe this. You're sure? Absolutely, he said. It's not like Dorothy is going to let Melody call all the shots. Chapter 30. Strontium and Ian. A pewter gargoyle knocker adorned the door to the log cabin, an incongruously ostentatious ornament in the context of this frontier town. Dorothy gently lifted it and tapped it against the pewter plate underneath, expecting a moderate rapping noise. The hollow boom it produced instead startled her. For several tense seconds, she waited for a reaction from inside. The muted sounds of voices and footsteps came from within. Finally, following the sound of a latch being undone, the door swung smoothly inward. A young boy, perhaps 12 years old, stood before her. He wore a blue Oxford shirt and tan slacks, and had neatly cut and meticulously combed straight blonde hair. Smiling warmly at Dorothy and Melody, he said simply, "Yes?" "Hello," said Dorothy. "My sister and I were out walking, and we seem to have gotten turned around. Can you tell us how far we are from the city?" As the most plausible lie Dorothy could concoct under pressure, it felt like the right place to start. Unfortunately, the boy offered nothing in response but a frown of confusion. "Do you have a parent?" He smirked at the question. "Sort of." "Oh, just let them in, Ian," came a woman's voice from behind them. "Let's get this over with." Getting it over with did not hold much appeal for Dorothy, regardless of whatever it ended up meaning, but when the boy, Ian, opened the door further, Melody dashed inside. The interior of the cabin was furnished and decorated in a motley style. Persian rug on the floor, cast-iron wood stove, a padded folding chair and a rolling desk chair enclosing a mahogany dining room table, formica-surfaced bar with 3 built-in metal stools running alongside an open kitchen area, and at least 2 doors leading to rooms that couldn't be large considering the outer dimensions of the house. On the wood stove sat a large black pot with something simmering inside. A woman in a tasseled purple jacket and skirt, with white hair in an elaborate braid running down her back to her knees, stirred the pot. She was easily 90 years old and astonishingly beautiful. The age lines running rampant through her skin did nothing to diminish her Greek goddess cheekbones, dimpled chin, or delicate nose. "Hello," said Dorothy. "Thank you for inviting us in. My sister and I—"
"Hang it up, child."
The old woman continued to stir the pot without looking up.
"No one finds this place without looking for it. Whatever story you rehearsed is already nonsense. Why don't we start over?"
She pulled a wooden spoon out of the pot, put it to her lips, and slurped. Dorothy's courtesy smile faded. "All right, my sister led me here. We came into Erie Colony this afternoon, and she felt drawn to this cabin. May I assume you know why?"
"You may assume as you like," said the old woman, finally looking at Dorothy with eyes of steel gray. "But I haven't a clue."
She looked at Melody, who had curled up in an armchair by the window.
"That's not your sister."
"Yes, she is." Dorothy stood straighter. The old woman put the spoon down and walked toward Melody. Dorothy prepared to spring between them, but the woman stopped.
"Huh, so she is. After a fashion."
The detailed perceptiveness put Dorothy even further on guard. She attempted retreat. "I am sorry to have bothered you. I think it would be best if we went our way."
"You're cursed, you know," said the old woman.
Dorothy blinked at that. "I beg your pardon."
"Both of you. Bad judgment by the smell of it. You want me to take that off you?"
Dorothy rolled that offer around in her head before speaking. Her feelings of uncertainty over the past day now made perfect sense, although the question of how they had come to be cursed in the first place lingered. Given the elaborate conflict they had been drawn into and her limited knowledge of how magic should work, there must have been multiple opportunities to do that to her. With the new revelation of her predicament, coupled with an immediate chance to have it resolved, Dorothy's host took on a new and obvious light. "You're a witch."
"Duh," said the witch. "You want cured or not?"
The boy watched this exchange with a smirk, and when Dorothy spared a glance in his direction, he said, "It's okay. She's just like that."
"So I hear,"
said the witch, scowling playfully at him. In Dorothy's best assessment of the situation, she and Melody were not in danger. The fuzziness in her head felt lessened from earlier. "My name is Dorothy. This is Melody." She gestured to the little girl. Melody yawned. "We came to Erie fleeing danger and ended up here. If you mean us harm, we are quite likely doomed. Although you should know I will do everything in my power to kill you if you threaten my little girl. If you mean us no harm, then yes, we would be very grateful for your help with the curse." The old woman looked back and forth between the two of them.
"I'm Strontium. This is my boy, Ian. You're welcome to stay a bit, and I'll cure you on the house. Probably won't eat either of you. Does that suit?"
Despite herself, and surely at least partly from exhaustion, Dorothy could not help but laugh. "Yes, that suits us very well." Strontium rolled her hand.
"Come here."
Dorothy approached her, trusting but cautious. The witch put her hand on Dorothy's forehead and hummed. After a few seconds, Dorothy experienced a slight pop inside her skull, and a sudden and reassuring sense of clarity slammed her. "Thank you."
"That wasn't so bad," said the witch. "Probably would have cleared up on its own soon. Let me see the kid."
She knelt at the foot of the armchair where sat a comfortable and now drowsy Melody. "Did you say your name was Strontium?" asked Dorothy.
The old woman sighed. "Please, don't start. I took that name when I was initiated.
At the time, we knew it was a legendary substance with mystical powers. The stuff of science tales, don't you know? Then the mix-up happened, and I found out it's a metal that corrodes in the air and explodes when you put it in water. Not exactly awe-inspiring. If I weren't bound to the name, I'd trade it in now. Could be worse, I guess. Had a sister named Phlogiston. Can't imagine how stupid she would feel right now if she was still alive.
With the mention of science tales and the mix-up, Dorothy made a connection. You're a non-real.
Again, with the duh.
Strontium brushed her fingers over Melody's arm and frowned.
The curse did something weird to your kid. Never seen this before.
A small surge of adrenaline hit Dorothy. Something bad?
Said Strontium. Don't think so, but definitely weird. She's not showing signs of bad judgment, even though it's for sure the same curse.
Can you cure it?
Strontium shrugged. Not sure what there would be to cure. I can draw off the intended effects, but she doesn't have any. Whatever she's got, it's something else. You two staying for dinner?
Dorothy did not welcome the change of subject, and yet the mention of food reminded her how long they had both gone without it. Her top priority was Melody's well-being, and in the absence of a clear answer to how the curse affected her, feeding her would help meet that mandate. She looked back at the stove where Ian now stood over the pot.
What is it?
Eye of newt soup, said Ian. This perked Melody up for the first time since she had flopped into the armchair. She sat up excitedly.
Really?
Ian laughed.
No, it's rabbit stew.
Oh, she said with unmasked disappointment, and flopped back down. Then, yes, said Dorothy. We would love to stay for dinner. Thank you for your hospitality.
Just to skip to the end of this little dance, said Strontium. We don't have spare beds, but you two are welcome to the couch and the recliner.
I don't want you to trouble yourself, said Dorothy.
Don't kid a kidder, kid. You're 2 hours' walk from town through a dark forest, and I already said I won't eat you. You'd have to be an idiot to turn down a place to stay.
Dorothy laughed. She liked this witch, and her head felt clear enough now to trust her instincts. Though possible that Strontium was manipulating her, given her choices and the surety they would be as vulnerable on the road, she chose trust. Very well. Thank you. We will stay the night, but only the night.
You're welcome.
Strontium pointed to the window behind Melody's chair.
Is that with you?
A person-shaped orange glow hovered in the window, accompanied by the sound of tapping on glass. Dorothy smiled. That's my pixie.
You have a pixie? Said Strontium.
Ian grinned. Nice! He ran to the door and let her in. Sparky flitted across the room and dropped the bank card and a wad of crumpled bills on the table.
Hey, you might want to count that. I'm pretty sure I dropped some of it. I mean, I definitely dropped all of it multiple times, and I'm pretty sure I didn't find it all.
This is plenty. Dorothy picked up the bills and smoothed them out. Things were certainly beginning to look up. Tomorrow she would send Sparky back to Chicago with messages and hope they could now safely return. But for now, food, rest, and time to regroup. Thank you, Sparky. This is Strontium and Ian. They have invited us to dinner and to stay the night. Strontium, Ian. This is Sparky. The pixie flew a few slow circles around both the cabin's occupants.
Hi,
she said to Ian, who grinned enraptured. When she flew to Strontium, she got a knowing look instead of a grin.
Oh,
said Sparky to Dorothy.
You have a witch?
Chapter 31. Response. Harrison looked out the window of his temporary office. The black and red cloud cover of the previous day completely gone now, May sunshine beat down on the surface of Lake Michigan, making it sparkle.
A light rap sounded at his open door, and he looked over his shoulder. Milton stood there, short crew cut and thin lips. Out of the body armor and dressed in the standard suit and tie, he hardly looked like the same man.
"Come in," said Harrison.
Milton entered, holding a data device.
"I have the final analysis of the Lone Star site, sir, and an update on Miss O'Neill. I assume you want to hear that first?"
"Yes, please," said Harrison, attempting to quell a minor surge of adrenaline at hearing the name.
"Someone withdrew $500 from her bank account yesterday," said Milton.
"Someone? Where?"
"Here in the city. We are trying to get a copy of the security camera feed, which is proving to involve a surprising number of obstacles. Should have that by tomorrow morning."
Harrison frowned.
"I don't understand. Dorothy would never use that card if she wanted to stay hidden. That's a rookie mistake. There has to be something else going on here." "Could she have hacked into the bank?" asked Milton. "If she created a record of herself being here when she's actually somewhere else, that would be a good smokescreen." "I don't know. She's bright, but I don't know what kind of computer skills she has. Damn it, I need to see that security feed."
He shook his head in frustration.
"All right, tell me about Texas."
"The State Department informs me there are at present 2 separate city-states independently claiming to be the true Lone Star Kingdom. Neither of them lay claim to the area around that castle, which is a lucky break since what we did there could have been seen as an invasion. Both governments have denied any involvement with the kidnappings."
"What about the site itself?"
Milton looked at his PDA.
"The throne room corpses were apparent suicides. They may have been left behind to bar the door, although given the hole you put in the second floor, I'm not sure what the point of that would have been." "That room's exit to the hall is permanently fused," said Harrison. "Did that myself. They probably recognized it as secure. Any indication why they would want the place sealed up?"
"Negative, sir. Also, those bodies are at least 5 years dead. Partially decayed, partially mummified. Given that and the dust coat on every surface, it seems unlikely anyone has been in or out of that building since 2008, or earlier."
"In other words, it's a dead end," said Harrison. "Which we knew it would be. What's next?"
Milton keyed the screen of his PDA.
"Agent Kestrel's weapon was recovered from the 7th floor of NCSA HQ. It's an enchanted wakizashi, a Japanese short sword. Fortunately, Eleonora was on site and identified it as magical before anyone had a chance to touch it. It has been transferred to the containment vault at Esoteric." "Have we learned anything from it?" "Not so far. It's being treated as a level 1 magic hazard. It might be days or weeks before anyone is cleared to study it." "Wonderful," said Harrison. "She had another sword. Is it reasonable to assume that one is magic as well?"
Milton scrolled down the screen of his PDA.
"Eleonora says yes, probably an enchanted katana. She also said you were lucky to survive that fight." "I'm aware. We can thank Bess for that. Anything else?"
Milton tapped his screen.
"Interrogations of NCSA personnel have yielded 8 loyal agents and 1 mole so far." "Who's the mole?"
"Hunter, sir," said Milton. "Been with the agency 7 months. The director is currently interviewing the people who did his background check."
"What do we know about the attack on HQ? I thought bombs were impossible now."
"They weren't bombs, per se," said Milton. "The fire department is telling us they may have been ordinary cans of gasoline wired to ignite simultaneously." One of the few substances on Earth that still retained its explosive properties was the family of petroleum-based fuels. Thankfully so, as internal combustion still served as the engine of choice for most ground travel, though recent advances would eventually make that obsolete. While not a convenient explosive for most military purposes, gasoline still did a bang-up job of setting a building on fire.
"Great," said Harrison. "I'll add that to the list of obvious things I should have caught. Should I even ask where we are with tracking the girls?"
"No development since the last time you asked, sir."
"Which was?"
Milton looked at his watch.
48 minutes ago. The second anyone knows anything, sir, they will tell you. I doubt you will have to hear it from me. I suppose not. What about the Dark Wizard? Nothing so far. The description you gave doesn't match any mage in the agency or any identified magic user. That's not unusual, though. A lot of them act in secret, even the good ones. All right. Harrison gestured to a seat near his desk. Sit, please.
Milton pocketed his PDA and sat, as did Harrison, behind his desk.
I've done some checking up on you since rashly offering you this job yesterday.
I assumed you would, said Milton. Are you about to tell me I'm not the right man for the job? Because you'll get no argument from me.
No, said Harrison. Although I do appreciate your directness, which is the quality that brought you to my attention in the first place. Do you prefer to be called Milton, or would you like me to call you David?
Your prerogative, sir. Most people call me Milton.
Milton it is. You were Army before the Mayhem Wave.
Yes, sir, said Milton. Warrant officer.
I know, said Harrison. Combat leader. I see you are also one of the first 50 agents recruited into the NCSA. We had a stand-in army before this agency was formed, but you didn't enlist. And yet, when this agency began recruiting, you were first in line.
The decision to create a civilian agency of national security had been a controversial one, designed in part as a check against the powers of the newly forming armed services. New Chicago was a nation formed from scratch in a heartbeat, and such structures had been put in place specifically to limit opportunities for dictatorship. The fact the NCSA fell entirely outside the purview of military chain of command provided an attractive opportunity for survivors who came from law enforcement backgrounds or had similar skills. People with experience in the intelligence community, such as Director Alec Baker, were natural recruits. The agency also brought certain types of career criminal into the fold, such as burglars and hackers. But one occupation type was noticeably scarce in the ranks of the NCSA: soldiers. Surviving military personnel, with few exceptions, returned to their old careers, granted their previous ranks upon credible proof of credentials. Since most military survivors still had their uniforms and dog tags, that proved simpler for the most part than most other attempts at reorganization. But few of them opted out of service, as was their right under New Chicago law, and only one chose the path of civilian national security.
Is that a problem? Asked Milton. Not at all, said Harrison. I'm just wondering why you traded in your camo for that suit and tie. I could understand if you wanted to give it all up and become a farmer or something, but you still have a sword at your hip.
I liked the structure, he said, and I liked the work, but the Army operates under a set of rules that never felt right to me. The agency is different.
We have rules here, too.
The right rules, said Milton.
I don't suppose you would care to be more specific, said Harrison.
No, sir, said Milton.
That's fine. You think you're the wrong man for this job?
Respectfully, sir, he said, I do.
Well then, said Harrison, you will be happy to hear I've decided the post is temporary and that I have another assignment right up your alley.
Sir?
My top priority is to find the people who were abducted, which I choose to believe will happen soon. Once this turns from an investigation to a rescue operation, we'll need a strike team.
You want me on that team, sir? Asked Milton with obvious enthusiasm.
It's your team, said Harrison. I want you to pick it, and I want you to lead it.
Milton's restrained smile transformed to a frown. I thought you would be leading the team yourself.
Tried that. Didn't work out so well, as you probably saw. He held up his hand. And yes, I know I was under a curse, and yes, I know we had moles on the strike team and moles here pointing me in all the wrong directions. But even with all of that not being true anymore, there are other side issues. I spent most of this morning on the phone, first with the president and then with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. As much as I would like to say how important that makes me feel, the first conversation was entirely about whether I should keep my job, which wasn't fun."
"I'm sure," said Milton.
"Yeah. The second was about why this is still a national security matter and not yet an active war, which was an even harder sell. The good news is that Alec and I are both getting a pass on this debacle. The bad news is the military still wants in, which I think has the potential to make this a lot worse. They are on a leash for now, but if anything else goes wrong, I won't count on that lasting. The upshot is, even if I wanted to lead this mission, there are plenty of people with clout who would object."
Harrison shook his head.
"And I can't say I would argue with them. Getting that damned curse out of my head has made me realize this is a conflict of interest, no matter how many things go right. These are my children, Milton. I can't be the one going off to rescue them because I won't have a clear head, curse or no curse. But you can. You are the right man for this job."
Milton nodded. "Understood, sir."
"Good," said Harrison. "I need you to start putting your team together today. I want you to be able to move on this the second we know where to send you. Meanwhile, you will continue in the capacity of my assistant until you get the go order."
"Got it." Milton stood. "Will there be anything else right now? It does sound like I have some work to do."
Harrison smiled at the initiative. "No, go ahead. I expect regular reports today. Any ideas on who you want to bring?"
"Yes, sir," he said. "I will want all the telekinetic agents for a start."
Harrison sat back in his chair. "I think that's doable. Logan wants in anyway, and I was already expecting to assign De Queiroz to the team. You may want to consider Rutherford, but I will leave that up to you once you have a chance to talk to him."
"That's 3, sir," said Milton. "I will want all 5, including Mrs. Mendoza Cody. I recognize she is not NCSA, but she does have clearance."
Harrison stared for a moment. "Milton, I just told you I can't go."
"Negative, sir," said Milton. "You told me you can't lead. I won't be asking you to do that."
"Wow," said Harrison. "You want me on this team under your command? And you want me to bring my wife also to follow your orders? You really do have a pair, don't you?"
"Yes, sir."
"That's what I want to hear."
He sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers in front of him.
"I must say I had not considered this possibility, but the answer is no. We can't run an op this sensitive with an ambiguous chain of command. However—"
"Yes?"
Harrison sat up. "I might consider coming along anyway. I still want you as point man. You call the shots. I carry the accountability. Something like that. I might be able to sell that to Alec. The NCSA isn't like any pre-Mayhem agency. We're still making up rules as we go. God knows we've improvised worse than this in the last 9 years. I'll talk to Alec tonight and give you an answer tomorrow."
"Will you be speaking for Mrs. Mendoza Cody or just yourself?"
"I would not presume to speak for Mrs. Mendoza Cody," said Harrison. "If you can recruit her on your own, you can have her. I admit to no small degree of curiosity as to the outcome of that conversation. Seeing as you have a lot more work ahead of you than you realize, you'd better be off."
"Yes, sir," said Milton with a confident smile. Claudia poked her head in the door. "Hey, am I interrupting?"
"Would it matter?"
asked Harrison. "Probably not."
"What do you need, Claudia?"
He nodded at Milton, who turned to go.
"The guys in surveillance finished checking our phones for bugs this morning, and they're all clean. They said they don't think Dorothy's phone would be tapped if ours weren't. So, how soon before I can call her?"
Harrison frowned.
"Come in and shut the door."
Milton and Claudia walked sideways past each other as they both crossed the doorway. She pulled the door shut behind her and stood there, looking at the floor.
"What happened when you tried?" he asked.
She looked up.
"It went straight to voicemail? How many times and when
he asked, grateful for the lack of pretense. "Only once," said Claudia. "About 15 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I held out as long as I could." With that easy admission and apology, Harrison understood Claudia's apparent nerves were not about getting in trouble for breach of protocol, but fear for Dorothy, and he had a remedy for that he hadn't shared with her yet. He pulled out his communicator. "Aplomado," he said into it. "Yes? I need an update on Melody and Dorothy. Do you have—"
"They have slept and eaten," said the wizard. "Health signs still imperfect and fluctuating, unlike the other 30. Dorothy shows signs of an enchantment which could mean several things, none of which would be bad news."
"So they are okay?" asked Harrison, looking directly at Claudia.
"Quite so."
"And probably not captured?"
"Again," said the wizard, "a reasonable but completely unverifiable interpretation."
"Thank you. Keep monitoring, please." He pocketed the communicator. "She probably turned the phone off for safety. Or the battery died and she didn't bring a charger." Claudia nodded with large eyes. "Aplomado has orders to alert me the second he sees any signs he thinks are worth concern. They're my kids, Claudia. I have my eye on them." Claudia nodded again. She bit her lip. He stood and walked around his desk. "Come here," he said with his arms open. She crossed the room in silence, then curled up in his arms and wept into his shoulder. Chapter 32. Random. Dorothy recounted her money. $386. Between Chicago and Erie, Sparky had managed to lose $120 in cash, which Dorothy wrote off as the cost of measuring the Pixie's reliability, convincing herself it was money well spent. It would cost $54 for 2 worm passes back to Chicago, leaving $332. That should be more than enough for a hotel room for 1 night, a phone charger, and 3 meals. If their exile lasted longer than 1 night, she would need more cash. She took a sip of her tea, something herbal and exotic, a flavor she did not recognize. Poison? Unlikely. Passing up an entire night's opportunity to kill Dorothy in her sleep, only to poison her over breakfast, made no reasonable sense. She had slept in until nearly noon, a reminder of the stress of the previous day. When she woke, she found her hostess had prepared tea and scrambled eggs. Melody had already been up for some time. Strontium emerged from one of the side doors, still wearing the purple-fringed outfit from the day before. Dorothy stuffed the wad of cash back into her jeans pocket, silently adding a change of clothes to the list of things she hoped it would buy. As much as the witch still looked radiant, wearing the same thing at least 2 days in a row, Dorothy had an aversion to feeling dirty, and sleeping in her clothes definitely counted. "Thank you again." "No bother at all," said the witch. "You moving on soon?" "I think we should," said Dorothy. "We have about a 2 hours walk ahead of us to get back to Erie Colony, and things to do when we get there." "Erie Colony?" said Strontium. "That was yesterday. Never make it there in 2 hours now." Dorothy frowned. "It took us 2 hours to get here from town. We're rested now. We should be able to make it back in the same amount of time, if not better." "Child," said Strontium, "we're not there anymore. That was yesterday." Dorothy leapt up from the table and bolted to the door. "Stupid!" she shouted at herself. She threw the door open, hoping to see the eerie forest. The sight of Strontium's well-tended lawn greeted her, surrounded by a grassy plain to the right and a beach to the left. "Ah, stupid! Damn it!" She whirled on Strontium. "You knew this would happen!" "Sure I did. What does it matter? I told you no one finds this place without looking for it, and you said you were running from danger. You're safe here.
What do you care where we are?"
Dorothy struggled to contain her rage, which would serve no purpose against someone more powerful than she. "We're stuck here now, right?"
"You can leave whenever you want," said Strontium. "I don't care."
"But I don't know where to go," shouted Dorothy. "I don't know where we are. We could be 100 miles from the nearest freshwater. Do you even know where this is?"
"Of course not," said the witch. "That's the whole point of a random cabin. If I don't know where I am, nobody does. Really, child, you would think I had done you wrong. Aren't you trying to hide?"
"Yes, but—"
"Well, you don't get more hid than this," said Strontium. "And you're welcome, by the way."
Dorothy stepped outside to cool off. As furious as she felt, the witch made a salient point she couldn't counter. Was this any different from April telling her not to use the phone? Or her choosing not to use the bank card? Not knowing her location added one more layer of concealed information, in this case a layer hundreds of miles thick. The midday sun beat down on her, and perspiration beaded on her forehead. Wherever they had gone, it had a warmer climate than Erie. As much as that made her feel better about her situation, it also reminded her how grubby she felt in yesterday's clothes, which she now further soiled with sweat. Strontium followed her outside. "Where's Sparky?" asked Dorothy.
"Swimming," said Strontium. "This is a beach, after all. She's not mad at me. That one knows how to make the best of things. And you know a swim sounds like a grand idea. We only have a day here, may as well take advantage of it."
She poked her head back in the door.
"Who wants to go in the water?"
she asked the children.
"Me!"
they both shouted.
"Well, come on then."
The two children jumped up and ran to the door with Strontium. "Melody didn't bring a bathing suit," said Dorothy with attempted bitterness.
"Well then, she'll fit in just fine."
With one child on each hand, Strontium walked down to the shore. Dorothy stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, trying to think of the right scathing thing to say. "Stupid," she whispered to herself. Down on the beach, all three of them stripped off their clothes and splashed around in the waves. "Damn it," she said finally and stormed after them. Halfway over the dune, Sparky caught up with her.
"Hey,"
said the pixie, her orange hair slicked over with seawater.
"You coming in?"
"No," she said. "I am coming down to the beach to scold 3 irresponsible swimmers for going in the water without a lifeguard."
"Somebody is grumpy today."
Dorothy stopped. "Do you even understand our situation? Are you even capable of comprehending where we stand right now?"
"You and the kid are on the run from whoever kidnapped those 28 girls, and Mitchell, and Adler," said Sparky. "You were both under a curse of bad judgment, but she wasn't affected for some reason, so that's worth keeping an eye on. You left town in a hurry, and no one back there knows where you are, which is now irrelevant anyway because neither do you. Melody led you to this witch somehow, which is also pretty interesting, and she put you up for the night and fed you rabbit, which was pretty darn nice of her, considering how snarky you were just now. Oh, and you lied to me about why I had to go to Chicago for the money, but that's okay. We're still friends. Does that about cover it?"
Dorothy started walking again, at a more casual pace. "How did you know I was lying?"
"I didn't, but I figured it out,"
said Sparky.
"I'm guessing you wanted me to go back there to make it seem like you never left town, right?"
"Yes," said Dorothy.
"See? Not as dumb as I look. You could have just told me, but you didn't. Meanwhile, old lady here didn't tell you she lives in a cabin that picks itself a new backyard every night. Maybe that was the wrong thing to do, or maybe she didn't think it was important for you to know. But as far as I can tell, she did you both a huge favor, and now you are just being pissy about it. Not really my place to butt in, I know. Just tossing out some observations.
What if we never get home? Asked Dorothy.
Like that would ever happen, said the pixie. Pumpkin, you give the word, and I'll drop everything to find Chicago and come back in a flyer. I have until midnight, and if I don't find it in time today, I've got all day tomorrow to try from wherever we are then. Okay, so she surprised us. I still say this is a good gig for you. Ride it out. Have some fun. The water's great, by the way. A little cold, but I took care of that.
Fine, said Dorothy. For now. But I'm taking you up on that offer to find Chicago, and it will probably be tomorrow. Sparky giggled.
Done!
She shook her head vigorously, spraying Dorothy in the face with tiny droplets of salt water, and zipped back down to the beach. Dorothy walked the rest of the way. Strontium and Ian had dug a pool in the sand for Melody to splash around in, rendering her lifeguard concerns moot. All three of them were buck naked. "You're all going to get sunburned," she said to Strontium.
Nah, she said, smiling. I've got stuff for that.
"I'm sure," said Dorothy.
You going in? The water's warm.
"So I hear. Not much of a skinny dipper." Strontium shrugged.
Suit yourself.
Leaving Melody to play in her pool and Ian to work on a sand castle he constructed around it by hand, she went back into the ocean and crouched down in the water, bobbing up as waves came in. A drop of sweat broke free from Dorothy's temple and found its way down to her right eyebrow. She wiped it away. Now keenly aware of the temperature, she felt the lure of the water. She kicked off her shoes and socks and began rolling her pants up before realizing how little that would accomplish. She took off her jeans and left them on the sand. As she walked down to the water's edge, the sand transitioned from loose and hot to dense and cool and finally wet. She scrunched her toes in relief, letting the beach mud ooze between them, and it soothed her more than she expected. A wave broke in front of her and raced up the beach to cover her ankles in deliciously cool foam. The briny smell of the spray brought her back to childhood memories, pre-Mayhem. Trips to New Jersey to visit family, punctuated by days at the beach, swimming, building sand castles, strolls on the boardwalk with French fries and pizza. She closed her eyes and let herself go there. The distant roar of the ocean provided hypnotic white noise. The cry of a gull pierced the air, possibly her imagination autocorrecting her environment to the Jersey shore. She took a few steps forward. Water brushed past her calves. A wave surged over her knees. She opened her eyes and looked straight ahead, at nothing but water stretched out to the clear horizon. Another wave covered her legs, and she took a step backward to keep her balance. Finally, a wave broke over her that soaked her shirt tails and underwear, and she gave in, dropping down to her knees to let the water roll over her clothed torso. She dunked her head down and up, spitting out water and pushing her hair back over her face. "Not so bad, is it?" said Strontium from behind her. Dorothy turned around to look at her. Only her head was visible, bobbing up and down with the waves above her crouched form. No, not bad at all. Dorothy looked back up at the beach. Melody and Ian both sat in the pool now, pushing wet sand from within to fortify walls that kept crashing down onto them. Sparky weaved back and forth above them. "What are you running from?" "I'm not running," said Strontium. Dorothy faced her again. "No, the house does all the running for you. So what are you hiding from?" The witch looked at her with serious eyes. for the first time since meeting her the day before. Then she looked away. "It's not me I'm trying to hide." As Dorothy tracked Strontium's gaze, it fell on the pool of splashing children. Chapter 33. Hadley. "That's her." Harrison replayed the 90 seconds of footage from the ATM security camera once more. In it, the pixie fumbled with the card, dropped it, picked it up again, and successfully inserted it. Her entire body heaved with relief at achieving that much. She went through the elaborate and awkward process of asking for and scooping up a stack of bills, which she clutched along with the returned card, and flew off in a flash of orange light. "Definitely her. This is good work, Milton. You said this was 2 days ago?" "Correct. I have someone cross-checking for other sightings of the pixie. No word so far." "Does this give us any reason to believe they are still in the city?" "Not necessarily," said Milton. "All it really tells us is that Sparky has access to Miss O'Neill's bank account. Or did 2 days ago." "Well, that's big all by itself," said Harrison. "I think it's safe to assume Sparky is with them, which means they are a hell of a lot safer, no matter where they are." "It is my duty to point out there are other possible explanations," said Milton, "not the least of which is the pixie is working for the enemy." "Noted," said Harrison, "and thank you. Don't ever stop keeping me on my toes. I choose to take this one on faith, though. I know Sparky too well to believe she would turn against us. This is good news. How are we coming on finding the others?" "We have a weak lead as of this morning, but nothing concrete yet. I'd rather not get your hopes up with a guess as to how that will play out." "I appreciate that. And your strike team?" "Assembled, less yourself," said Milton. "Do you have an answer for me yet?" "What did April say?" asked Harrison. "She said no." Milton presented this information with utter detachment, surely masking disappointment at his own failure to achieve the impossible. "That was to be expected," said Harrison. "What about Rutherford? You still want him?" "He's a bit rough around the edges, but he has a power that might be useful. I plan to keep him in reserve, but yes, he's coming." "All right, then," said Harrison. "I'm in. Here's the deal. On paper, this is my op. Officially, you are subordinate to me, and your assignment is advisory. Our unofficial understanding is that I will take 100% of your tactical advice. Alec agrees that this mission is a conflict of interest for me, and he agrees that you should be making the big decisions. But he also agrees that I can't answer to you in the field. Too much potential for confusion and hazard. As long as it's completely clear to you that I am in charge, I will stay the hell out of your way. Do we have an understanding?" "That's not optimal," said Milton. Harrison shrugged. "Then I have to stay home. How badly do you want me on this run?" "Badly enough to compromise. But to be frank, my biggest concern is that you will step in and pull rank at exactly the wrong time. You will be under stresses no one else will. I need to know you won't kill a good plan with a knee-jerk reaction." Harrison smiled at that. "You don't know me very well, Milton. It's much more likely that I'll charge out on my own and leave you all behind." "That would be your prerogative. Is there anything else?" "No, just keep me updated on that lead." "Will do." Milton left Harrison alone with his ruminations. In 2 days they had only identified one mole, who had yet to provide them with useful information about their adversary. His children, even the captured ones, appeared to be safe and healthy, but that could change at any moment. He took what strength he could from the heartening news of Sparky as Dorothy's guardian pixie. Harrison stood and walked to his window. Looking out over the lake, he took out his phone and called home. April picked up on the first ring. "Is there news?" she asked. "Sparky is with Dorothy and Melody," he said. "Oh, thank God," said April. "Are you sure? Did you hear from them?"
We have security camera footage of Sparky using Dorothy's bank card to get cash 2 days ago, said Harrison. That tells me she doesn't want to pay for anything with the card directly, to avoid detection. The fact Sparky got the cash right here in Chicago might mean they left town and sent her back here as a decoy. Dorothy is smart. That's the kind of move she would make.
2 days ago? How can you be sure she's still with them?
Because if they got separated, Sparky would have come back here, and pixies are notoriously difficult to kill. The most likely scenario is she is still taking orders from Dorothy.
You think they're safe with her?
For now, said Harrison. I don't want to jump to any unwarranted conclusions, but this does make me feel a lot more secure. Sparky is an excellent lookout, and she packs a punch in a fight.
Good. April paused. Your boy Milton came here this morning to recruit me. Was that your doing?
Absolutely not. I put him in charge of assembling and leading the strike team for when we go to rescue the girls. I also told him if he wanted you, he would have to ask you himself.
Well, tell him I'm in.
Wait, what? Said Harrison. He told me not 5 minutes ago you said no. I assumed you would say no.
I did say no, she said, and now I'm saying yes. You tell me our baby is safe for now, and I believe you. But she's never going to be safe for real until whoever is after her is found and stopped. I've been thinking about this all morning. If she's safe with Dorothy and Sparky, then I can't just sit here waiting for the rest of the world to protect her. That's my place.
April, he said gently, I'm on the strike team, and I can't promise it will be a safe or easy assignment. I'm catastrophizing here, but worst-case scenario, we fail, and our daughter becomes an orphan.
Fine, said April. You can stay home.
April?
No, listen, she said. I have to do this. If I don't and something goes wrong, I will never forgive myself for sitting here on my hands. Besides which, you know full well I am one of the most powerful assets you have for something like this. I don't like playing this card, but if one of us has to stay home, it should be the lockpick, not the powerhouse.
Let me think about it, he said.
Think all you want, but it's not your decision.
He sighed. All right, then I'll think about staying home.
We can talk tonight, she said. I love you.
I love you too.
As the words left his mouth, he caught sight of a man standing on the lakeshore. From this distance he appeared a speck, like all the other specks down there, but in a strikingly loud and familiar color. It wore Hadley's Hawaiian shirt, the same one he caught sight of in Esoteric a few days earlier and in NCSA headquarters a few days after that.
Hey, he said, keeping his eyes on that figure. I have to go. See you tonight.
Okay, she said. Bye. He put his phone in his pocket without taking his eyes off the shirt and pulled out his communicator.
Milton, I need you to take a man in for questioning. He is standing on the lakefront north of my window, and he is wearing a green Hawaiian shirt.
After a brief pause, Milton responded, All right, sending 2 men out right now. Harrison watched as the man on the shore did nothing but stand there. After about 2 minutes of this, 2 agents walked up to him and straight past him.
You have to be freaking kidding me, Harrison whispered.
Into his communicator, he said,
Milton, I need you in my office right now.
Milton entered less than a minute later.
Sir, come to the window, please.
Milton complied. Harrison, whose eyes had not strayed from their target, pointed and said,
Do you see that?
The lake, sir?
Standing in front of the lake, said Harrison. A man about your build, green Hawaiian shirt.
Milton stared in that direction. Is he fairly obvious?
You'd have to be blind to miss him, said Harrison.
Then it's someone only you can see, sir. In the post-Mayhem world, Observations of impossible things rarely prompted confusion or the need to lie about them.
Possibilities?
Asked Harrison, eyes still on the man. Illusion, said Milton. That could be a curse, but we'd probably have caught it in the light of this week's events. A wizard might be able to cloak himself from some people, but not others. You'd have to ask one of them about that. It's not my specialty. It could be a mundane hallucination brought on by stress or drug use.
We'll rule that one out, said Harrison.
Yes, sir, said Milton. Ghost, perhaps?
Oh, shit. Why didn't I think of that? I'm going outside. I think he wants to talk to me.
Would you like an escort?
Bodyguard?
He looked down at the ghost of his friend.
No, I'm good.
When Harrison got to the lakefront 5 minutes later, Hadley's ghost stood there patiently. He walked up beside his dead friend. Both men looked out on the lake.
How long have you been haunting me?
Asked Harrison. Not long, said Hadley. A few days, I think. Time doesn't work exactly the same for you and me, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry about what happened to you,
said Harrison. Countless times he wished he had the opportunity to say those words over the last 8 years. Finally hearing them, they sounded exactly as inadequate as he knew they would. Hadley had been killed by a single shot to the neck. As Harrison watched in horror, on a mission Harrison had asked him to come on against his wishes, murdered by their enemy for the sole purpose of upsetting Harrison. It worked spectacularly. Bygones, said Hadley. That's not why I'm here.
Why are you here?
Asked Harrison, doing his best to shake away the memory and the guilt. Hadley's ghost shrugged. The gesture had a slightly blurry quality to it. Even if I knew, I probably couldn't tell you. But I don't know.
Listen, said Harrison. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but we're kind of in the middle of a thing right now, and I can't afford to be distracted. Why don't you come with me over to Esoteric? I'm sure they would love to see you.
I've been there, said Hadley. They can't. See me, that is. You're the only one, and believe me, that's not by my choice. You should also know the thing you're in the middle of is connected to my being here. I don't know how, yet.
Oh,
said Harrison. They stood in silence for a bit.
I am glad to see you, you know.
I think that's good, said Hadley. There's a lot I'm still sorting out.
I'm not going to keep you a secret, said Harrison. No one else can see you, but they'll believe me that I can. My assistant already believes me, and like I said, I can't afford to be off my game right now. Is that going to be all right?
Truly, I have no idea. Haunting is a very new experience for me. I don't know the skills that go along with it, if that's even an appropriate way of putting it. Harrison couldn't help but smile at that.
Still the scientist.
Hadley's words more fully processed.
If this is your first haunting, what have you been doing for the past 8 years?
Harrison's concept of ghosts centered on them trapped between earthly existence and a proper afterlife. He dreaded the thought of a heaven from which Hadley had been ejected. Or a hell. Nothing, said Hadley's ghost. Not a thing. I didn't exist.
I don't understand.
Hadley turned to look at Harrison for the first time with eyes that were not eyes, and said, The last 8 years have been oblivion for me. That made sense. This new state is confusing. He paused there. Whatever brought me back here brought me back from absolute nothingness. I imagine it's something quite significant. Harrison had no words for this idea, and so he was grateful on more than one level when Milton's voice came over his communicator.
Sir, are you all right down there? I'm fine. Coming back up in a minute, with a guest.
He looked at Hadley.
You ready to come inside?
I really have no way of knowing, said the ghost, before following Harrison back to the building. Chapter 34. Family. Day 3 of Dorothy's stay in the random cabin took place somewhere cold and snowy. The cabin itself stayed comfortably warm between the wood stove and whatever magic kept it going. Shortly before noon, Strontium put on a heavy coat of multicolored fur and left Dorothy with the children for almost an hour. She came back with a salmon. Ian went out back and pulled vegetables from a garden that somehow managed to weather the extreme cold, and they had 2 meals of fish. Day 4, they lived in a swamp. The lawn formed an island, surrounded by impassable muck and copious insects. They had gator that day. Day 5, they found themselves on bare rock, breathing cold, thin air. That day, Dorothy had her first taste of mountain goat. Day 6 passed by on a grassy plain that stretched to the horizon in all directions. Dorothy learned how many mice it takes to feed a family of 4 for an entire day. Each day, Strontium took these hunting trips alone and with apparent joy. And for Dorothy and Melody, each day meant one more day out of contact with their loved ones. Starting on day 3, Sparky honored her promise to find Chicago, at least in the attempt. Each day she found they were too far away for her to make it there and back in the hours remaining before midnight. And each day, Dorothy became more apprehensive about their prospects. For the first few days, Dorothy remained cordial with her host, but guarded. The witch seemed harmless enough, but trust did not come easily for Dorothy, and her wariness guided most of their interactions. Strontium's friendliness remained consistent, and while Dorothy found it difficult to trust her, she found liking her easy enough. Melody's demeanor was another matter. It took her no time at all to bond with Ian, and the 2 children spent all their waking time together. Ian slipped into the role previously occupied by Adler Logan as Melody's surrogate older brother and willing foil. Melody took on small chores, which Dorothy at first assumed gave her a sense of importance. However, after a few days had gone by, and Melody's enthusiasm for housework grew instead of fading, it grew clear she genuinely considered herself a member of the household and took that responsibility seriously. This factor, more than anything, ultimately drew Dorothy out of her self-imposed shell. On the evening of the 8th day, Strontium spontaneously animated 2 cloth dolls to entertain the children. She had them dance a waltz on the dining room table, and when Melody applauded and begged for more, the 2 dolls hopped down to the floor, where they set up a checkerboard and played out a game. They took their moves with great deliberation, often walking around the board to survey their positions and tap their little felt heads as if in deep thought. Strontium observed all this from a chair across the room with a smile, and with no indication of how much effort she exerted to perpetuate the show, or whether the toys had simply asserted their independence. As the children gawked and laughed, Dorothy pulled up a small stool next to Strontium. Is magic something you learn, or is it something you're born with? A little of both, I suppose. Strontium turned to face Dorothy with amused eyes. Hang on. Are you actually talking to me? Dorothy bit her lip. I'm not very good at being a guest. Strontium laughed. You don't say. Dorothy frowned. I'm not upset with you anymore. Didn't think you were. You just haven't decided how you feel about staying here. Can't say I blame you. Not entirely, anyway. You and the girl are free to go any time you want, you know. You know we can't do that. Fiddlesticks, said Strontium sharply. We've been walking distance from 3 different settlements since you got on this ride. You send that pixie out every morning to find your city, but there's other ways home. I'm betting that little girl's mother has a phone, right? Dorothy looked at Melody, still absorbed in the dolls and their game. Her mother did indeed have a phone, but the last instructions Dorothy had gotten from April by phone were to trust no one and stay out of sight. Strolling into an unknown town to ask for help from strangers did not qualify as following those instructions. Neither did taking up residence with a witch and her boy, she supposed, but it seemed safer somehow by comparison. She looked back at Strontium. Spontaneously she asked, "Are you a good witch or a bad witch?"
"Asked Dorothy," said Strontium with a straight face.
"Don't tease. I'm asking you for real. We've been here a week, and I don't know how much longer it's going to be. Melody and I aren't your guests anymore. We're your boarders, and I want to know what that means for my little sister and me."
"You're not boarders," said Strontium.
Dorothy's heart sank. Visions of being tossed out at the next town now overtaking her other concerns. "You won't let us stay?"
"Hell yes, I'm letting you stay. You aren't boarders."
She pointed to the children. Ian had engaged in a silent argument with one of the dolls, involving a lot of stern looks and head-shaking. Melody looked on in dreamy admiration.
"You see that? Your family. World of difference."
"Oh." Dorothy had not foreseen this development, and she thought back on how more evident it would have been if she had been paying attention instead of brooding. "You didn't answer my question," she pointed out nervously.
"Are you a good person or a bad person?" asked the witch.
"Good," said Dorothy without hesitation. After a beat, she added, "I think."
"You want to know if I'm a good witch or a bad witch?"
Dorothy nodded.
"Well, that's not for me to say, is it? I am who I am. Haven't eaten you yet, so that's worth considering."
Dorothy laughed. "Indeed."
"We can scare up 2 more beds," said Strontium. "Give me time, and I'll even be able to give you rooms."
In the face of Strontium's warmth, sincere and infectious, Dorothy felt the first tentative stirrings of that elusive trust. "Thank you."
"You're welcome. Who are you running from?" asked the witch.
Dorothy sat up at this. "What makes you think we're running?"
"You said you came here to hide."
"Maybe we only needed to hide for the night," said Dorothy.
3 chances to get off, and you're still here. You want to go home, but you don't want to be found. That's a runner. So, who are you running from?"
Dorothy hesitated. "I don't think I should say."
"Child," said Strontium, "you are my sister now. That's not going to be optional, so you may as well admit to it. This is our home now. Your dangers are my dangers. And fair is fair, I'd like to know what those dangers are."
Dorothy took a deep breath and a leap of faith. "I have 28 adopted sisters, and something or someone has taken some of them. Maybe all of them by now. I really don't know. And I don't know who, and I don't know why. But if they came for my sisters, they are coming for me too. And they are coming for Melody."
"That sounds like the middle of a very long story," said Strontium.
"It probably is. I wish I knew the beginning, or how it ends." Dorothy thought for a moment about how to word her next question. "Are your dangers my dangers?"
Strontium shrugged. "I guess. Don't have many dangers, though."
"Who are you hiding Ian from?" asked Dorothy. The notion of them all on the run from 2 different enemies daunted her, and she needed whatever power she could glean from knowing details. Strontium met that question with a silence that stretched long enough to trigger the beginnings of fear in Dorothy. Finally, she stood and walked to the kitchen, out of earshot of the children, beckoning Dorothy to follow.
I'm not hiding Ian from anyone. I'm hiding everyone from Ian.
Dorothy looked at the sweet, gentle boy she had come to know over the course of a week. Kind, smart, helpful, polite, an ideal child in every respect. But in the world after Mayhem, nothing was ever what it seemed anymore. Why? Strontium sighed. He breaks things. Dorothy contemplated the wide variety of possible meanings to that phrase and found them too diverse for proper understanding. He breaks things? I don't want to say more than that. He's a good boy. We have a good life. He's happy and everyone else is safe. That's all that matters. Everyone else is safe, not what Dorothy wanted to hear. Are we safe? From Ian? Asked Strontium, shocked. Of course we are. You know my boy. He'd sooner give his life than hurt you or your sweet one. But he breaks things. Strontium looked away. He hasn't broken anything in a very long time. I don't think he even remembers it anymore. But you won't tell me what it means? No, she said. And if we keep him here, I won't ever have to. 10 days into their trip in the random cabin, Dorothy and Melody woke to find a new wing had grown onto the building overnight, consisting of 2 small furnished bedrooms. Melody spent much of that morning jumping on her new bed. Sparky continued her daily searches for New Chicago, showing no sign of growing weary with the task, nor frustration at her lack of success. Dorothy assumed some of Ian's kitchen duties, in part to pass the time, in part to free him up to spend more time keeping Melody happy, and in part because she genuinely wanted to contribute. Over 2 weeks, she discovered more about cooking game than she thought possible. She learned which meats had to be aged to be palatable, which ones had to be boiled to render them tender enough, and which ones could be grilled right away. She left butchering duties to Ian, initially because she felt too squeamish. Once she overcame that discomfort, Ian still insisted, for fear she would not have the dexterity or eye to properly remove the foul glands of some of their catches. The day he successfully skinned and dressed 3 skunks, she conceded the point. On day 14, Dorothy woke early and ventured outside. A wall of dry heat greeted her when she opened the door. The cabin was nestled in a stretch of low brush. In front of her, at a distance her mind struggled to calculate, lay a sprawling river, enclosed by sheer cliffs and populated with majestic buttes. She emerged from the house, gradually accepting the scale of her surroundings. Her eyes fixed on the far cliff wall, she paced the length of the front lawn. In parallax, the distance became intuitively farther and farther, until she estimated it must have been many miles. Dorothy had never seen the Grand Canyon in person. Every description she had ever read and every photo she had ever seen of it now proved woefully inadequate to convey its simple magnitude or its colossal beauty. "I love this place," said Ian from behind her. The voice startled her, and she turned to find him sitting in a lawn chair. "I didn't see you there." "That's okay," he said. "You had better things to see." Dorothy looked back over the vista, still trying to wrap her head around something that big. She felt a sudden pang of regret the cabin had materialized in the bottom of the canyon, depriving her of the view from the top. There would never be enough time in one day to climb up to see it. "Have you been here before?" "I'm pretty sure we've been everywhere before," he said. It only occurred to Dorothy that moment how many times this boy must have seen the world change around him. Thousands of days, with every morning a new locale. It stood to reason he would have revisited some sites multiple times. She attempted to compute the number of times he would have been likely to see this canyon via probability and the law of large numbers, before conceding there were too many variables in play for her to truly understand what his life must be like. "Do you like jumping around like this?" His brow furrowed, and he hesitated. "I think so." These jumps were all he knew. He had no frame of reference to know whether he liked them or not. She lacked a similar frame of reference. She had spent the past 8 years of her life in New Chicago. Getting her own apartment when she turned 20 represented the most adventurous move she had made in that time. These past 2 weeks excited her more than she would readily admit. Though she held firm to the goal of finding home, she began to understand how much she would miss this adventure, and it surprised her to learn this about herself. As Dorothy looked out over the Colorado River, she adjusted her sense of their altitude to higher than her earlier estimate. Ahead of the house lay a few dozen yards of low brush, but beyond that, a rocky outcropping dropped off out of sight. Perhaps from the edge of that cliff she could get a better view. It might turn out to be 10 feet to the bottom, or half a mile. No way to know without looking. She glanced down at her jeans and ruled them adequate armor against the scratchy undergrowth. With a newfound sense of adventure, she sallied forth. 10 steps in, Ian called her name. She turned to ask what he wanted. In that moment, the pain hit her. She grabbed her ankle in surprise. Looking for thorns, she found 2 red spots on her white sock. The reality of their source hit her at the same time as a new surge of pain, like burning oil injected directly into her blood. She shrieked. In response came a rattle, like a maraca from hell. Desperately trying to remember anything she had ever learned about rattlesnake bites, she came up blank. All the old movie remedies, tourniquet, knife cut, suck out the venom, were bunk. Beyond that, she had no idea. The entire bottom half of her leg burned with a fire beyond her imagining. She tried to limp back to the house and fell. As the cold overtook her, she recognized it as shock. Her last coherent thoughts related to Sparky protecting Melody, wishing she could resolve things with Claudia, and a detached, intellectual understanding of the vast distance to the nearest hospital. She never truly lost consciousness, but her awareness of her situation became dreamlike and scattered, marked by her certainty of only pain and fear. At some point she became aware of movement. Words of concern drifted past her, then words of reassurance. Flashing back to the last time she felt cared for in a moment of vulnerability, she managed to ask, "Claudia?" Someone responded, but not in a way she found discernible, apart from the recognition of a voice not Claudia's, and the remembrance Claudia was thousands of miles away. Gradually and dimly she came to understand she rested in a bed, her entire leg now numb. She lifted the blanket, expecting to find the limb black and horrific. Her jeans gone, the leg looked swollen but not as ugly as she feared. Slightly pinker than its mate, otherwise intact and moist with a balm. An herbal scent hit her nostrils. "How do you feel?" asked Strontium. Dorothy turned her head to the witch by her bedside in a rocking chair. "Like a stupid city mouse. I had no idea anything could hurt that much. How long was I out?" "Couple hours. You're lucky the boy was out there." "Even luckier you knew how to take care of me. Thank you." "Pish-posh," said Strontium. "I'm sure at some point you'll save my life too." "Did you do magic on my leg?" Strontium made a vague gesture with her hand. "Herbs, mostly. I did top it off with a little spell. You should be up stepping on snakes again in a few hours." Dorothy laughed. Indeed. With her leg under control, the rest of her body now asked for attention. Specifically, her stomach growled. "I skipped breakfast." "Well, if you feel up to eating, I should introduce you to the last phase of your treatment." The witch stood and left the room. A minute or so later, she reappeared, carrying a bowl containing a few chunks of white meat with steam rising off them, and a fork. It smelled like chicken. "Is that what I think it is?" asked Dorothy, a bit reluctant to hear the answer.
"Yepper. You'll need this to anchor the spell. Little revenge goes a long way, too."
Dorothy sat up and took the bowl. She speared a piece of meat and cautiously put it in her mouth. The chewy rattlesnake flesh tasted bland but oddly satisfying, both physically and emotionally.
"Who's Claudia?"
Strontium asked this as Dorothy took her second bite. Chewing, she gave herself a moment to decide how to answer that question. "A friend back home."
"You asked for her while you were delirious with the pain. Pretty sure you thought I was her."
"I remember," said Dorothy. "You were rescuing me. Claudia rescued me recently. It was easy enough to conflate the two of you while my head was spinning. You should take it as a compliment. She's my best friend."
"Is she, now?"
Strontium asked with a curious smile and a bit of a twinkle in her eye. "Yes, she is." As Dorothy said this, she felt the beginnings of a blush, but chalked it up to the snake venom. Early in the morning on day 26, Fried Partridge Day, Sparky set out on another attempt to locate New Chicago.
"I feel good about this one."
She rubbed her palms together in anticipation of the day's work ahead of her.
"I think we're at least on the right continent this time."
"You said that on Wombat Soup Day," said Dorothy, which was pretty obviously incorrect.
"Yes, but I've got my bearings now,"
said the pixie. "Well, good. Shall we run down the mission checklist?"
"I think I've got it by now."
"Humor me," said Dorothy, smirking.
"Yes, ma'am."
Item 1, said Dorothy.
"Locate April and tell her Melody is happy as a clam and getting fat on wild animals."
"You can skip the fat part."
"Right-o,"
said Sparky. Item 2,
"Find a map and tell the good guys where we are."
"Good," said Dorothy. Item 3,
"Phone charger."
The pixie held up 3 fingers on her right hand, emphasizing, perhaps unconsciously, the missing index finger on that hand. Glimmer's wound was the popular term for this affliction of every surviving pixie. "What kind?" asked Dorothy.
"The battery kind, not the plug-in kind," said Sparky. "Right?"
"Right." If Sparky's mission succeeded, she wouldn't need the phone. But if it failed, and she still managed to bring back the charger, they would be able to communicate with the NCSA, at least for a while.
"Then I hightail it back here. I've got this, boss. Any last instructions?"
Dorothy hesitated. "Before you leave, if you have time, find Claudia and tell her." After a beat, Sparky said,
"That's not a very clear message."
"Just tell her I'm all right," said Dorothy. The real message, still taking form in her head since the rattlesnake incident, would be more complicated. It could wait.
"Got it? Locate Claudia and tell her to stop worrying about you."
"Say it more kindly than that, please. Tell her I am doing well and that I hope to see her soon."
"You guys are buds, huh?"
Dorothy thought about that question in its simplicity. "She's my best friend, and I only just figured that out before this all fell apart. I might be dead for all she knows, and I don't like the thought of what that must feel like for her." Dorothy left unspoken that she had no way of knowing whether Claudia herself was alive. They last spoke briefly and in panic, with the city in chaos, and the organization Claudia worked for under attack by forces unknown. The unbidden image of Claudia's grave rushed into Dorothy's consciousness. In her desperate attempt to push it away, she said, Please tell her I miss her."
"Miss her," said Sparky. "Got it?"
"No!" Dorothy caught herself up short. "Just say the thing about hoping to see her soon." Things between Dorothy and Claudia, assuming they both survived to see each other again, were far from resolved. Dorothy saw Claudia as her best friend, itself a new and important discovery for her. However, she also discovered that Claudia had feelings she could not admit, feelings she would assume Dorothy knew nothing about. That would be a tricky conversation. She blushed again at the thought of it.
"Maybe you should write it down,"
said Sparky. Dorothy took a deep breath to find her center, frustrated that of all the myriad challenges thrown at her over the last week, not knowing where she and Claudia would stand with each other flustered her the most. "Just tell her I am all right, and that I hope to see her soon, please."
"Okie dokie. I think I got it all, Chief," said the pixie. "I'll see you before midnight, hopefully with the cavalry."
"Godspeed." Sparky flew up a few hundred feet in a graceful spiral, then zipped away, leaving a faint orange trail and tiny sonic boom. Dorothy watched the pixie trail dissipate. Her eyes lingered there well after the last few sparks faded from view. Please let today be the day. At the stroke of midnight that evening, the children asleep with bellies full of partridge, and Strontium inside reading a book, as Dorothy sat on the front lawn waiting for Sparky's return, her environment shimmered and faded from a brush-covered field to a grove of orange trees in full blossom, clearly visible by moonlight. "Oh, damn," she whispered. Chapter 35. Trouble. Nearly 4 weeks after his daughters were taken from him, the hunt for them finally turned up a solid lead. Harrison sat in a conference room, plotting a rescue and desperate to launch it. On a wall monitor, he scrolled through image after image from a surveillance drone of a compound deep in the forests of what was once southern Maine. The area itself, a camp of sorts, consisted of a dozen or so small boxy buildings surrounded by an elaborate stone wall with turrets on the corners. Like so many things in the post-Mayhem world, it had a blended aesthetic of the commonplace and the exotic. The buildings, arranged in approximately staggered circles, enclosed a central courtyard comprising paths through a flower garden. Nothing about this specific setup appeared unusual or suspicious. In the wake of the population surge following the counterbomb, hundreds of small communities had sprung up in a variety of configurations. Some merged and became small nations unto themselves. Others maintained neutrality and were left in peace. New Chicago was by far the largest sovereign nation to establish a presence in the Western Hemisphere, and while they held an official policy of non-interference, they frowned on smaller nations with more intrusive goals. Standard procedure on each discovery of a new settlement began with a survey, first by aerial reconnaissance, later by diplomacy. New Chicago recognized the independence of over 70 such microstates and enjoyed trade relations with many of them. Flyover images of this new community, however, did show cause for concern. One image showed a woman in 3/4 profile, laughing. In Harrison's opinion, and that of several experts in the agency, this woman was Jessica Williams, one of Harrison's 28 Texas rescues. The other image showed a woman dressed in a black hood and armbands, wearing a samurai sword on her back. Harrison recognized both the sword and the woman wearing it. He had a smaller version of the same blade locked in a case in the basement of this building, and she used to work for him. None of the other women had yet been identified by face and name, but enough people populated this community that they could all be there. From the available information, no more than a dozen or so people ever left or entered the village through the massive gate on the stone wall. Because the only picture of Jessica showed her laughing, and because she appeared to have the run of the compound, Harrison found it difficult to discern the level of threat to her.
"What are we still doing here?" asked Dallas Rutherford.
Overweight, unskilled in meaningful physical activities, and pushing 50, he left no doubt to everyone else in the room why he was still there, as opposed to out on a rescue mission. That didn't mean they couldn't sympathize with his frustration. Milton brought him into this meeting, along with the other 4 telekinetics and Oplamato, because his power made him a valuable resource. That no one had requested his opinion was not apparent to him.
"Because we can't rush into a situation we know nearly nothing about," said Harrison. "Without a clear idea of their defenses, or a decent extraction plan, we would be rushing into a fight. Our goal is to get them all out alive. Dealing damage to their captors is a secondary concern."
"You have no idea what you're talking about," said Dallas. "Do you?"
"Actually, the reason I put Agent Milton on this operation is precisely because he does know what he's talking about, and those are his recommendations and his reasons," said Harrison. "But yes, screw you, Dallas, I do know what I'm talking about, and I'd like to remind you that you work for me. If you could see about shutting the hell up, I'd be delighted not to bring you up on disciplinary charges."
April came up behind him and put her hands on his shoulders. "Don't let him rattle you. We all want to get out there. He's just the only one with no internal editor."
"You should get your ghost pal to go check that place out," said Dallas.
"I can't do that," said Hadley. The ghost stood near the door to the conference room. Several people had already walked past him without seeing him, though every one of them managed to avoid colliding with or passing through him.
"He can't do that," said Harrison, "as I have already pointed out multiple times."
"I'd like to hear that from him," said Dallas.
The beginnings of an ache stirred in Harrison's temples.
"Dallas, please stop talking."
"Someone is coming," said Hadley.
"What do you mean?"
said Harrison. "What does who mean?" asked Sarah Logan. "Are you talking to the ghost again?" Harrison put his hand up to shush her, but before he could ask Hadley to elaborate, Sparky came shooting through the door in a shower of orange sparks. She stopped short in front of Harrison's face. Scratches dotted her arms and legs, and a smear of something tarry tracked across the left side of her face.
"We have a problem!"
"Sparky!" shouted April. "Where's Melody? Is she all right?"
"I don't know, and I don't know."
Sparky looked back at the doorway.
"Do you all know there's a ghost in here?"
"Focus!"
shouted Harrison.
"What's that on your cheek?"
She frowned, then drew her finger across the smear, pulled it away, and looked at it. Her eyes flew open in horrified shock.
"Ew, ew, ew! Napkin! Napkin!"
Milton managed to get a tissue into her hand before she completely fell apart, and she scrubbed furiously at her cheek and finger. She threw the soiled tissue to the floor and flew around Harrison to hide from it behind him.
"What is that?" he asked again.
She gulped.
"Goblin blood."
Chapter 36. Goblins. Dorothy sat alone in a wooden lawn chair as the sun crept over the edge of the orange trees. Thousands of blossoms splayed out like tiny white starfish. Some trees had the beginnings of fruit, small, hard, and dark green. They looked for all the world like limes, and Dorothy might have mistaken them for such, or unripe lemons, but for the smell. She knew the sweet, citrusy aroma of orange blossom well, and she had spent the night outside under its blanket for comfort. She stretched her arms out, watching the wide blue shawl draped over them slide gracefully toward her shoulders. She had not worn her own white shirt and blue jeans since the day she went swimming, although they waited for her in a dresser, laundered and neatly folded. She and Strontium were close enough in size to make borrowing outfits from her ideal, particularly with a magical cinch or tuck here and there. Dorothy's need for fresh clothes every day satisfied, She felt no compulsion to wear her own. Now, dressed in a flowing blue-fringed skirt, black sheer top, the shawl and knee-high leather boots, she felt entirely out of her aesthetic, but cherished the change from simplicity to a touch of wildness. If Claudia could see her in this getup, she would laugh, and tell her she looked like she had fallen off a Stevie Nicks album cover. Imagining her making that joke, Dorothy felt momentarily warm and smiled. The tiny joy did not last long. Strontium emerged from the front door of the random cabin, up with the dawn as was her habit. She drew in a deep breath through her nostrils and loudly sighed out her pleasure at the fragrance. This first moment of the day, so pure and beautiful, beckoned Dorothy. Strontium looked so radiant, as if she hadn't just rolled out of bed, surrounded by lush trees and lovely scents. Dorothy desperately wanted to drink it in and have it be all that mattered. But she could not. "You're up early," said Strontium. "Or late," said Dorothy. Strontium crossed her arms and scowled like a concerned parent. "Tell me you didn't sit up all night?" "Sparky's gone." "Already?" said Strontium. "Still," said Dorothy. "Oh." Strontium's face fell in realization. "Well, that's a tough break." She sat down on the grass beside Dorothy's lawn chair, expressing no concern about planting herself on the dew-covered ground, and sure to be magically dry by the time she stood again. "I think this arrangement just turned permanent," said Dorothy to her host. "Their loss, our gain," said Strontium. "You know you still have choices, though. Don't ever think you're trapped here." "It's not that simple," said Dorothy. "This is a big setback. I don't know what to do next." "You'll figure it out." "I wish I could believe that." As much as she accepted Strontium's words intellectually, deep down she thought only of her failure to return Melody to her parents, and that she would never see Claudia again. Dorothy kept her news from Melody. For the day, at least, she should be allowed to think she would go home soon. Melody had been as accommodating as one could reasonably expect from a 5-year-old ripped away from her parents for 4 weeks, and Dorothy knew that with anyone but her big sister she would have fallen apart by now. But politely, patiently, and with a strangely mature understanding that this was not really a vacation, the questions about going home had begun. And soon those questions would be answered permanently and negatively, and Melody and Dorothy would cry together, their hearts both broken. But not today. Dorothy sat outside on the lawn, while Ian taught Melody how to play chess on a board carved into a tree stump. They sat opposite each other on stone stools and stared at the board. Melody already knew checkers, as Ian discovered earlier in the week when she beat him handily in what he thought was her first lesson. Strontium had gone off to hunt whatever game would be this day's food, but judging from their surroundings, Dorothy suspected it might be something along the lines of raccoon. For her part, Dorothy used the day to read, a favorite leisure activity she had neglected of late. As it happened, Strontium's library, well stocked with spellbooks, also included a smattering of literature from the real world, perhaps to better understand it. On Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina, the goblin arrived. Dorothy saw him when she looked up to give her eyes a break, and gasped. There had been no warning, no sounds of him approaching, no brush moving in the distance. The yard went from no goblins to 1 goblin in the blink of an eye. He stood there, scratching his back and the side of his head with a knobbly wooden club. He wore armor, fashioned from dull metal, held together with leather straps and no small amount of twine. That he had managed to come through the orange grove in that ensemble without making appreciable noise unnerved her. He stood about 5 feet. That gave Dorothy a 7-inch advantage she had no idea how to use, particularly as this fat creature surely weighed 3 times what she did. His skin was a greenish-gray, or perhaps a grayish-green, depending on the angle of the sunlight, bumpy and covered in patches of thin hair. He looked at Dorothy, and as she locked eyes with him, her attempts to find intelligence there met with failure. As calmly as she could, she ran through every scenario she could imagine of what would happen next. Her prospects of disarming him were not great, but if he made any move she considered a threat, she would buy the children the seconds they needed to get into the house and lock the door with her life. As she thought this, his gaze shifted to the children, and she prepared to spring.
"What you playin'?"
he said, his voice unexpectedly squeaky for so brutish a creature. The children met his question with a silence Dorothy found terrifying, but the goblin seemed to think simply awkward. He waved his hand.
"Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Go on."
"It's chess," said Melody. For the first time since this new arrival, Dorothy looked at her sister. Her expression indicated curiosity, by contrast to Ian's unconcealed panic.
"He's teaching me. Do you know how to play?"
"Melody, sweetheart," said Dorothy, "don't bother the nice man." The goblin started at this and turned to look behind himself, which he did in both directions.
"Is there a nice man?"
he asked, a hint of confusion or perhaps fear in his voice. Dorothy ruled that moment of uncertainty to be her window of opportunity, but it passed.
"Oh!"
he guffawed.
"You mean me? No, I ain't no nice man. I'm a goblin. See?"
He held up his club as evidence. "I never saw a goblin before," said Melody.
"And I never seen chess before. So, how about that?"
He laughed again. For a moment, Dorothy considered the possibility that this creature was harmful only to the eyes, and that perhaps he posed no threat. He made a horrible hawking sound, spat a gob of green goo onto the ground, most of which ended up on his foot, and smacked the club loudly in his open palm, repeatedly.
"You can bring the chess with you. I like it."
"Oh, damnation," came Strontium's voice from the side of the house. She stood there holding 2 dead raccoons, and an expression of severe irritation.
"A goblin? A goblin. I can't leave the house for an hour without a piece of dung goblin dropping in." "Now, look here,"
said the goblin. "No, you look here." She dropped the animals with as much indignation as she could muster.
"This is my house. Don't you dare drag your smelly carcass around my pretty lawn."
Dorothy stood. The goblin focused his attention on Strontium, revealing he could only direct it to one thing at a time. She carefully sidled over to the children. Ian sat frozen in fear. Melody looked somewhere between confused and bored. "We should go in the house," she whispered. Her plan, as best as she could form one, involved racing inside and locking the door, then hoping Strontium feared this goblin as little as she appeared.
"Oh, no, you don't."
The goblin clumsily trotted to the door of the house, clattering as he went. Apparently, his hearing made up for his less impressive qualities. That put Dorothy and the children between the goblin and the witch, the worst tactical position on the field. As she tried to regroup in her head, things got worse.
"Watch this!"
came the voice of another goblin, newly appeared behind Strontium. Before she could scold him as well, he had an arm around her and a sword at her throat.
"Is this them?"
"I think so," said the first goblin.
"We was supposed to find 2,
said the second.
"These is more than 2. "That's better than less than 2. Let's take 'em all and throw out the ones we don't need."
"Sister," said Strontium. Dorothy locked eyes with the witch. "Stay inside. Lock the door."
"Shut up," said the first goblin. "You ain't going in there."
"And, sister," said Strontium. Her face had gone extremely pale, and her eyelids fluttered. "You're reading the wrong book," A lot of things happened very quickly after that. The goblin holding strontium began to smoke. Before he had a chance to scream properly, flames completely engulfed him, as well as the witch. Though bright, they did not radiate enough heat for Dorothy to feel them, even at less than 5 feet away. They did, however, provide more than sufficient heat to do their job. The blaze consumed both bodies within seconds, leaving a pile of fine, smoldering gray ash into which the sword dropped without making a sound. At the sight of his partner being immolated, the other goblin charged, holding the club over his head. Dorothy attempted to pull Melody out of harm's way, but in the fraction of a second it took to get her hands on the little girl's shoulders, Ian shouted, "No!" and threw his hands out in front of him, palms facing their attacker. The goblin's armor exploded off him. The blast faced away from the children, and several pieces of armor shrapnel struck the wood on the sides of the cabin with loud bangs. Every scrap of metal, leather, and twine sheared away, leaving him completely denuded. Uninjured, but suitably surprised, he stopped his charge and dropped his club. "I can see your willy," said Melody. The goblin, still in a state of shock, looked down to confirm this observation, and in that moment, Dorothy finally saw her chance and took it. She scooped the sword out of the ashes and ran straight at him, screaming, whether from rage or terror unclear even to her. The goblin looked up at the noise at the exact moment she impaled him. Even with the sharp blade, it still took a great deal of effort to push the weapon through his fat torso. As she did this to him, he tried to punch her, but only succeeded in pulling her closer. They both toppled over, the goblin on his back with Dorothy still holding the sword and still trying to push it in further. She yanked it to the side. Black and foul tissue herniated out of the open wound. The goblin shrieked and eventually gurgled as Stygian ooze streamed from his mouth. Dorothy held onto the sword, cutting and digging with it as much as possible until his wail became a death rattle. It took a very long time for that to happen. Finally, panting, she felt Melody's hand on her shoulder. "He's dead," she said. Dorothy rolled off the corpse and kept rolling across the lawn, letting the slight downward incline carry her away from it. The immediate threat vanquished, she sobbed uncontrollably. After a minute or so of this, Melody said, "Dory?" She willed herself to stop crying and sat up. Both children sat on the grass next to her. "What do we do now?" said Ian. Dorothy looked from the sloppy black mess of death she had caused to the ashy remains of the person who likely had saved them all with her sacrifice. "We stay in the house, and we lock the door." Chapter 37. Interference. Goblin blood! This outburst belonged to several people in the room, including Harrison. "What happened to Melody?" he asked sharply.
"She got away," said Sparky. "The goblins didn't even see her, but it took me too long to kill them all, and I didn't make it back in time."
"Sparky, I need you to slow down," said Harrison. "Where are Melody and Dorothy, and what happened with the goblins? In that order, please."
"Melody and Dorothy are in a random cabin. I was with them for about 4 weeks, but I didn't make it back in time yesterday, and it left without me. They could be anywhere now."
"I don't know what a random cabin is."
"Oh," said the pixie. "A random cabin is a house that moves itself every day at midnight to somewhere else. There's no way to know where it will go next."
"Hence random," he said.
"Right. I kept leaving in the morning to find this place and going back before midnight so I could stay with them. Yesterday, I was on my way back after dark, and I found 6 goblins creeping up on the cabin. I killed them, but it took too long. By the time I got back to the right spot, the house was gone."
"You killed 6 goblins?" said Milton. "How?" She shrugged.
A little magic, a little violence, you know. Anyway, when I missed the house, I went back to looking for Chicago. This place is way farther north than I thought it was. Oh, hey!
She hovered over to where Claudia stood, visibly anxious.
Dorothy says she misses you.
Claudia's eyes went a few degrees wider, but she said nothing in response.
No, wait.
The pixie scratched her head.
That's not right. She said she hoped to see you soon. Yeah, that was it. First she said she hoped to see you. Then she said she missed you. Then she said just to tell you the hope to see you thing. Got kind of turned around there. Sorry.
That's okay, said Claudia quietly. Random cabin. Are we ever going to find them? You can track that, said Hadley's ghost. What? Said Harrison.
How?
Said Sparky. Can you see Hadley too? Asked Claudia. There are magic detectors in all the GPS satellites, said Hadley. I saw that when I toured Esoteric a few days ago. I guess the mental block on using magic with technology is gone now? That lifted when Ropim vanished, said Harrison. We've made a lot of progress since then. Progress on what? Asked Oplamato. Hadley says we can track the cabin using the GPS satellites, said Harrison. Oplamato thought for a moment. Tell him he is correct. Tell him I can hear him, said Hadley. How does that work? Asked Harrison. A random cabin is imaginary world magic, said Oplamato. Very useful for hiding against adversaries who can't travel 1,000 miles in a single day, but quite useless against the tools we have in the blended world. We can ask the satellites to identify the pattern of its movements over the last few days or weeks, and use that to find its signature. Harrison held up his hand as he took out his communicator. The only detail I need is how long that will take. Minutes, said the wizard. Lawson, said Harrison into the communicator. We need to borrow the GPS satellites for a few minutes. Highest priority. For what? She asked. He handed the communicator to Oplamato. We need to find an object of magical teleportation, he said. Random relocation once a day at precisely local midnight. Run a magical sweep through the data from the last 2 weeks looking for an object with that behavior and track its present location. Give me 5 minutes, she said. Is this good news? Asked Claudia. Can we find them? Harrison looked to Oplamato and Hadley, both of whom nodded. It's mixed news, said the wizard. If we can track them, so can the enemy. Those goblins were sent there, meaning there are probably more of them today. We launch this mission right now, said Harrison to Milton, starting with a trip to that cabin. Hold up, said Dallas. What happened to waiting until we had enough info? I don't want to charge into a death trap. What? Said Harrison. 5 minutes ago you couldn't wait to get in the air. Those two are the only ones left who haven't been taken, and we have a chance to save them. This is reckless, shouted Dallas, and don't even try to claim it isn't personal. Special Agent Rutherford, barked Milton. Dallas jumped at the sound of his name. Stand down, said Milton through gritted teeth. The assistant director is absolutely right. You will get in line, or you will sit this mission out in a cell. Are we clear? Yeah. Dallas slouched. Yeah, sure. Sorry. He turned a chair to face away from the group and sat in it. An early report from Larson broke the tense silence. I can tell you Florida for certain. Give me 10 more minutes and I can narrow it down to a square mile. Florida, said Harrison to Sparky. Is that enough to get you there?
Show me,
she said. He keyed a screen on the conference table, and a map of North America appeared on it. He highlighted New Chicago and marked a circle around the center of the Florida peninsula.
See you when you get there,
she said, and zipped out the door. Harrison looked at Milton, who nodded and said, "Let's do this. Communicator, please." He took the device from Harrison and said into it, "We are heading to the landing pad right now. Once you have the coordinates, please upload them to the flyer." With that, Harrison followed Milton out the door to rescue his daughters while they still had time. Chapter 38. Gibberish. The door to the random cabin locked with a simple Dutch bolt in polished brass. Dorothy had a hard time believing it provided substantively more security against goblins than if the door had been fastened shut with a Velcro strip. Surely strontium had magical protections in place, or she wouldn't have advised her and the children to stay in the house behind this lock. Dorothy trusted this idea and chose to believe this advice had not been the final deranged words of a lunatic. The 2 dead raccoons lay on the floor in the kitchen area. Dorothy scrutinized them from her seat at the table. She had no idea how to cook raccoon, but would likely need to figure it out. They could go a day without food if they had to, but as a long-range plan, she would have to take strontium's place as both hunter and cook if they were to survive. As soon as they came inside, Melody took a set of tiny wooden figures out of a chest on the floor and set them up for her usual imaginative play. The figures were old toys of Ian's he claimed to have outgrown. Dorothy suspected on seeing them over the last few days that they might well have some further significance to the witch of the house, but she had now missed her opportunity to ask. "Is she coming back?" Dorothy broke her gaze away from her little sister. Ian stood at the window. From that angle, he would barely have the vantage to see the pile of ash, all that remained of the woman who had cared for him. "I don't know," said Dorothy honestly. She had seen too many impossible things in her life to accept without question the reality or permanence of strontium's apparent death, so easily offered for their safety. In the absence of evidence otherwise, however, she would need to proceed as if the witch would never return. Watching Ian gaze out the window in his sadness and worry, she thought back to the moment outside that had truly turned the situation in their favor. "Ian, can I ask you about what you did earlier?" "Sure," he said, still looking out the window. Dorothy got up and walked over to him. Tentatively, she rested a hand on his shoulder. He neither flinched nor moved closer to her. "How did you—" She considered how to word the question. Attack the goblin? Strip his armor off? She didn't grasp exactly what she had seen, let alone how to describe it. Finally, she simply said, "Do that." "It was an accident," he said. "I break things." Melancholy colored his voice and a note of guilt. Dorothy may not have fully understood what she saw, but one thing she found entirely obvious. That was no accident. "I know," she said softly. "Did strontium tell you?" "Yes," said Dorothy, "but she didn't tell me anything other than that. I don't really know what it means." He shrugged. "It doesn't mean anything. I break things sometimes. It's not on purpose." She crouched down to meet him eye to eye, and he broke his gaze away from the window to look at her. "You saved us, Ian. I don't think you did anything wrong. You saved Melody and me, and you saved yourself, and that means a lot. Please don't feel bad about doing that." "You killed the goblin." "But I couldn't have with that armor on him." Dorothy fought back a mild nausea at the memory of her long, upsetting attack and butchery of the monster. When Ian did not respond to this logic, she tried a probing question. "Is that magic? Is that something you learned that you don't like doing?" "No," he said. "It's something in me. Strontium tried to fix it, but she said she didn't know how." Something in him, not magic. Dorothy made a connection and looked hard into his eyes. "Ian, How old are you?" 11, he said. This number provided the piece of the puzzle Dorothy noticed but couldn't identify when she first met him. 11 was the least common age of all humans in the post-Mayhem world, for a simple and unfortunate reason. The Mayhem Wave came on May 30, 2004, 9 years earlier. Most babies and toddlers who survived that event did not survive it for long. The few immediately found by responsible adults had a chance, but the ones left on their own faced starvation and monsters, with no defense. Even the counterbomb returnees a year later had a sadly high mortality rate for very small children. Strontium must have found him right away and cared for him, to his excellent fortune. "Do you know your birthday?" He shook his head. "We mark it on the winter solstice." Naturally, he wouldn't know the date. Strontium would have found him as a toddler with little coherent knowledge of his previous life. Dorothy, however, did have an idea of his probable birthday given his age, and the fact he had a superhuman power that magic could not cure. By her best guess, Ian came into the world on September 11th, 2001, the day Americans lost their sense of safety in the global theater, the day a cruel act of monumental violence took thousands of lives. If they ever got back to New Chicago, she would take him to esoteric studies, where he would learn the extent of his power and how to control it. And he would meet Claudia and Harrison and other people like him who shared historically significant birth dates and telekinetic powers. But if so, they had a new challenge. Each power, in some way, linked to the event that occurred on the day the person who wielded it was born. Claudia had the power to be heard at great distances, a reaction against the day that so many voices were silenced in Tiananmen Square. Harrison had the power of freedom, to bypass any lock, real or imaginary, as a metaphor for the day marking and celebrating 2 centuries of American liberty. Ian's power would reflect the terrible day in history that coincided with his birth, an unfair burden for such a gentle child. He had the power to destroy. As Dorothy wrestled with how to communicate this to him and how to answer questions he would surely have had for his entire life, he broke the moment by saying, "I guess I should go ahead and stew the raccoons." This startled her out of her ruminations. "Are you up for that?" "It's my job." With that, he walked to the kitchen and pulled a sharp knife out of a drawer to skin the animals. Dorothy had no desire to watch that process. She looked out the window to keep her mind off it, but faced carnage out there by far outstripping 2 butchered raccoons. Right before pulling her eyes away from the mangled, bloody goblin corpse, she caught a glimpse of the copy of Anna Karenina she had been reading, now splayed on the ground. She didn't think she would be able to resume reading it even if she had it in her hands. But the notion of escaping into a novel did hold some appeal. Eyes away from the kitchen, she strolled to the far side of the cabin, where a section of wall consisted only of bookshelves. At first she perused the real-world literature shelf where she originally found Tolstoy, but nothing struck her fancy. Then she remembered Strontium's other parting words. Moments before burning herself to ashes, she told Dorothy she was reading the wrong book. In the desperate hope that Strontium had left her a clue, Dorothy scanned the shelves. If a book existed here with her name on it, or some other sign, it might include a message from the witch, perhaps telling Dorothy what to do next, or perhaps even telling her that Strontium still lived. She would never share that hope aloud with the children, but at that moment she wanted nothing more than for Strontium to come back and keep them all safe. As she ran her finger along the spine of each dusty tome, she hunted for anything that looked like a message. Every few books, she would pull out one that looked unusual and open it. Each time she found within page after page of nonsense writing, strings of letters that made no sense and suggested no reasonable pronunciation, accompanied by illustrations of creatures or devices she had never seen. Occasionally she would recognize something. One book held a drawing of a dissected arthropod that strongly resembled something that tried to eat her and Mitchell when they first met Harrison. Another showed a pixie, though thankfully not dissected. 24 or so books into the process, she noticed several lying open at her feet. Such disrespect for books not in her nature, she felt a twinge of guilt for dropping them there, but not strong enough to slow her down. The writing took on aspects she found progressively more interesting as she went. Many of them appeared to be written in different languages or different alphabets. Fragments of meaning filtered through, possibly from the Illuminations, possibly from root words she recognized. Once she caught herself laughing hysterically at something, but when she tried to find it or recall what she read, she drew a blank. "Dory?" said Melody. "Not now!" barked Dorothy, instantly disliking her own tone, yet not deviating from her quest. Further and further she dug through the collection, stopping often to study the writing, which, by all reasonable analysis, even what she found in languages she could read, consisted of gibberish. At last, 2/3 of the way down the wall, tucked between two much larger books, she found a volume the size of her hand, bound in fine red leather, with no title or writing on the cover or spine. She removed it gently, noticing that, unlike the rest of the library, it had no coating of dust. She lifted the front cover, heart racing in anticipation. Inscribed there she found the handwritten words, "For my sister, Dorothy." The words looked back at her in curly and ornate penmanship, the last word quintuply underlined in a wave that folded over itself and ended in a spiral. The ink appeared faded as if ancient. She closed the book and clutched it to her chest, eyes clenched in victory. Drawing a deep breath through her nose, she found it gave off the scent of roses and cayenne, and she salivated. "Dory?" said Melody again. "What?" said Dorothy, irritated at the shattered moment. "The stew is ready." She took a few moments to process those words. "That can't be right," she said softly. She opened her eyes to the half-light of sunset pouring into the window. It had been right before noon when Ian began to skin the raccoons. Before her stood a wall of shelves, 2/3 empty. Scattered about the floor, covering her feet, and spread out to as far as halfway across the room, lay many, many books. The hunger pangs hit her like a chop to the gut. Ian and Melody sat at the table, bowls of raccoon stew steaming in front of them, blowing on spoonfuls before cautiously putting them in their mouths. It smelled glorious, as much from hunger as from the rich, spicy aroma. Her own bowl, already served, waited for her at the table with a spoon and napkin. She crossed the room, pushing scattered books aside with her feet as she shuffled. She pulled up a seat at the table and took up her spoon. "Thank you," she said to Ian, who nodded with trepidation in his eyes. She found the stew delicious, ingredients notwithstanding. "Are you okay?" asked Melody sweetly. Dorothy had no idea. "Yes, little. A bit distracted." They ate in silence for 10 or 15 minutes. Dorothy had no words of explanation or comfort for her young charges. Something had consumed her for an entire afternoon, and she hadn't even been aware of the passage of time. The prospect of continuing as the head of this witch's household now filled her with an apprehension she could not describe, and as she mentally promised to stay more attuned to her surroundings, she noticed her left hand resting on the book, where she now understood it had been the entire time she sat at the table. She stood with her empty bowl and took it to the kitchen. A hand pump at the sink drew clean water from somewhere strontium never disclosed. She rinsed her bowl and put it in a drying rack. Holding the kitchen counter with both hands, she took a deep breath to center herself and undo the stress of this day. Voices from outside interrupted that attempt. "Aww!" someone shouted.
What's this? That's disgusting.
Ew, said another.
What happened to him, eh? I dunno, said the first, but that makes me want to puke. Don't that make you want to puke? Nah, said the second. That ain't nothing. I seen bigger messes than that, poor bastard.
They spoke of the goblin corpse in screechy voices like goblins themselves. Dorothy looked to the table, where both children sat frozen and wide-eyed. She put her finger to her lips and pointed down. Both children climbed off their seats and scooted under the table. Dorothy crept to the bar, where she crouched low enough to almost conceal herself while still being able to peek over the edge.
What do you think happened to him? Said the second voice. Looks like he lost the fight, but bad.
He followed this up with sickening laughter.
You suppose whoever done this to him is still around?
Asked the first, notes of fear in his voice. Dorothy looked across the room to the sword, leaning against the wall by the door, and tried to calculate how quickly and quietly she could get herself to it.
Don't see how, said the second. There's no cover here.
Dorothy tried to understand that remark, so foolish on its face. Setting aside the fact of the dense orange grove with plenty of hiding places, there was also the matter of the house they occupied.
What about this here house?
Said the first, echoing her thoughts, followed by the sound of wood on metal.
Ow! Idiot! No one's in there. Just look at it, will you? You didn't have to hit me,
cried the first voice. Whatever protection surrounded the house, its effects became clearer to Dorothy. They would never look inside because it somehow appeared from the outside to be vacant. At least it appeared that way to one of them. Evidently it was an imperfect shield, which worried Dorothy. While she pondered the possible reasons why one goblin might see through it while the other did not, a face appeared in the window and looked straight at her. For a moment the goblin looked confused, although she had difficulty reading his repulsive face. Then he said, "Hey!" Whether he saw her or had some other observation to share, she never learned, because his head exploded against the glass. Covered in black, tarry blood, the window now blotted out what light still shone through it from the outside, and Dorothy could not see what happened without moving to another vantage point. Crashes, screams, and more crashes came from outside. After half a minute of this, all fell to silence. Finally, a soft tapping came from the window. Motioning the children to stay put, Dorothy crossed the room, taking a moment to pick up the sword. At the other window, she found Sparky knocking on the glass.
"Don't open the door,"
shouted the pixie.
"Let me in the window."
Dorothy complied, carefully opening the pane and slamming it shut with the pixie inside. Sparky was covered in tiny scratches and spattered with 2 different colors of blood. She flew straight to the sink, where she kicked the pump repeatedly and dunked herself under the flow. "I am so glad to see you," said Dorothy. "Strontium is—" She nearly said dead, then remembered for Ian's sake to soften it to gone.
"Gone where?"
"Not sure," said Dorothy. "What just happened?"
"Goblins," said Sparky. "One of them almost saw through the glamour on this house. Must be a pretty bright boy for a goblin. You all right in here?"
"I think so." The children emerged from their hiding place, nervous but stable. "The goblins?"
"Dead,"
said Sparky.
"and rescue is coming. Harrison found this house using techno-jiggery-pokery. He should be here in a couple of hours."
A wave of relief washed over Dorothy. "That's very good news."
"Yeah, just sit tight here. We'll have you all back home in no time. Claudia's coming too. That should cheer you up."
Sparky grinned as she delivered this bonus news. Dorothy's heart skipped a beat on hearing it. She honestly couldn't think of anyone else in the world she would be happier to see, but also felt nervous about the conversation they would eventually need to have. One thing at a time. "What if more goblins come before that?" asked Ian.
"Then I'll take them out."
Sparky rolled her fists in front of her face.
"We've got this, I promise."
"I'm holding you to that," said Dorothy. "Kids, you heard the pixie. We are getting rescued soon. Let's clean up." The children took their bowls to the sink. A meaningless task, but it gave them focus and purpose, which they would need to get through the next few hours. For their next job, she would ask them to help clean up the mess she made of the bookshelves. On that thought, she looked down at the little red book in her hand, and could not recall exactly when she had picked it up. About 90 minutes later, more voices arrived outside. The children had curled up on the couch and fallen asleep, most likely from stress. Cautiously, Dorothy moved closer to the door. "This will be the pixie's work," said a male voice she did not recognize. It sounded strangely arrogant, impressive given how few words the man spoke. More importantly, it sounded human. "Clearly," said a female voice. This one she did recognize, and it filled her with relief. "The children should be nearby." "Perhaps the house?" said the male voice. "Perhaps," said the woman. Like the clever goblin, they half saw through the glamour on the house. Dorothy looked at Sparky, who had a hand up to her ear and a finger to her lips. "Is that them?" whispered Dorothy.
"I think so,"
whispered Sparky.
"The woman sounds like an agent I know."
"Me too," said Dorothy, the last of her hesitance draining away. She went to the door and pulled the bolt. Light spilled out of the cabin into the evening darkness, illuminating two people. One was a man dressed in a gray robe and hood that made it difficult to identify him, but the other wore a familiar face, a pleasure to see. "Agent Kestrel?" said Dorothy, finally allowing herself to relax. The woman, Felicia, smiled. She wore different garb than her usual NCSA attire, and her dark curls peered out from under a black hood. "Hello, Miss O'Neill," she said, as she let herself in. Chapter 39. En route. It took less than an hour to get the flyer loaded and cleared for takeoff. Now, into mid-afternoon, even at their top speed, it would be after sundown before they reached the target site in Florida, but well before the critical time of midnight. "Sparky is there by now," said Harrison to April. She had not spoken since boarding the flyer. He shared her stress at their daughter's vulnerability, but willed himself to believe this would all end well. She will protect them. April didn't look at him. "I know." "She took out 6 goblins by herself." "I know." Her blank expression, while understandable, concerned him. "This will be over in a couple of hours, April." "No, it won't," she said, finally looking at him. "It will be over when whoever is gunning for our child is dead." "That's next on the agenda. Once you teleport Melody and Dorothy back to New Chicago, Milton will take the rest of us to Maine, and we will end this." Part of Melody's frustration stemmed from her inability to teleport directly to Melody's side right away. That power required either a working knowledge of her destination or an intuitive sense of the right place to go, and she had neither. She nodded in response to Harrison's reassurance, but his words would mean nothing until she held Melody in her arms. Milton got up from his seat and said something to Sarah, who nodded. He made his way back to Harrison and April, stopping along the way to check in with Oplamato and a few specific members of the strike team. Harrison noted he walked right past Hadley, who sat invisibly in one of the few empty seats. When Milton got to their seats, he crouched down to make eye contact. "Mrs. Mendoza Cody, are you clear what happens when we hit the ground?" She nodded. "You want me on point. Is that the right word?" "Correct. You and Logan are our heaviest hitters. If we encounter the enemy, you are to take out any weapon they have that has a power source. If you are directly engaged in hand-to-hand, you are to teleport out of harm's way without hesitation." "That will happen whether you order it or not," she said. "It's a reflex." "That's good. Remember, our one objective is to secure your daughter and Miss O'Neill and get them back to the city, and you are their fastest ticket home. You are not to put yourself at risk for any reason." "If Melody is in danger, all bets are off," she said. "Understood. Here's hoping that won't be an issue." He looked at Harrison. "Sir, you know your part?" "I stay in the flyer with DK Roz and Rutherford," he said. Dallas sat behind them and had thankfully managed to stay quiet for the flight so far. Overhearing this part of the plan, he chimed in.
"That's ignorant. You've seen what I can do, Independence. Maybe you and the kid can stay behind, but I should be out there with the commandos."
Harrison turned around to face him. "That's not your call, Dallas."
"Well, maybe it ought to be," he said. "It's not like you're doing such a great job making decisions."
"It's an order, Special Agent," said Milton, "and you will follow it. When we get to Maine, we are going to need you, and you are not going to risk your life before that on pointless heroics. Is that understood?"
"Yes, sir,"
said Dallas, with no mockery or bitterness in his tone. Whatever skill Harrison lacked to keep Dallas in line, Milton had it in abundance. Harrison had not worked closely with Dallas in the 8 years they had known each other, primarily because, until these last 2 weeks, Alec generally viewed his power as a joke. His usefulness finally becoming apparent, he now revealed himself as a petulant jerk. April put her hand on Harrison's knee. "Do not let him get to you. You need to be at 100% right now." He took a deep breath and blew it out. I know. I'll be okay. In 3 hours, you will have Melody safe back home. My eye is on the ball, I promise." He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "I will save kicking his ass for when the mission is over. It will be my reward." That got a weak smile from her, the first he had seen in days. Soon this tension would be resolved. Melody would be with her mother, Harrison would be in Maine rescuing the others, and everything would be fine. All they had to do was get to the cabin in Florida before the enemy did. Chapter 40. Felicia. Agent Kestrel walked into the cabin wearing many knives. In addition to the sword on her back, she had at least 2 blades strapped to each limb of various sizes and shapes. In a world with no guns, the NCSA armed their field agents with such weapons, but Dorothy had never seen them so emphasized. Perhaps this represented a uniform she had never had occasion to see before. She briefly toyed with picturing Claudia in it. Felicia took a few slow steps around the main room, glancing into corners.
"That's a new look for you,"
said Sparky. Felicia did not look at her. "Tim! Pixie!" The man in the gray robe had entered the house at this point, holding a gnarly wooden staff. At Felicia's spoken command, he thrust it upward, and a ball of white lightning shot from the tip directly at Sparky. She had no time to react. Her wings vanished, and she dropped to the floor. The impact made a sound like an iron ball falling onto concrete and resonated for a full 2 seconds. "Sparky!" Melody ran to her and scooped her up, then looked back at Dorothy, worry in her eyes. "She's stiff." It took Dorothy a second to overcome her own surprise at this attack. "What have you done?" She gently took Sparky's immobile form from Melody's hands. The pixie felt cool to the touch and stone-hard, like a glass figurine. Her arms and legs all held poses partially extended and bent, matching the look of shock frozen on her face. Dorothy carefully laid her on the surface of the table, mostly on her back, her rigid limbs rendering graceful placement impossible. As calmly as she could, she took Melody's hand and held out her other for Ian. The boy looked at her with wide, frightened eyes, and took her offered hand. She drew both of them to her. In her quick assessment of their situation, she considered the possibility of some terrible misunderstanding, or of Felicia protecting them all from a rogue pixie, or believing so. The appearance of 3 armored goblins in the doorway negated both those feeble hopes. She glanced at the sword she had stolen, propped against a chair about 5 paces from her current position, and futilely estimated the time it would take her to get to it and dispatch all 5 opponents. Her skills with a blade limited to skewering a naked, defenseless goblin, and clumsily at that, Felicia's training would surely outmatch her own. "Is there anyone else here?" asked Felicia, still sweeping the room with her eyes. "No," said Dorothy. The children trembled against her, Ian considerably more frightened than Dorothy to judge from the intensity of his vibrations. With Sparky out of commission, Ian represented their only hope of victory or escape. "Ian," she whispered, "can you?" He shook his head, lip trembling. "Are these the girls?" asked the cloaked man Felicia had called Tim. As he spoke, he lifted his hood, exposing a sickly white head, completely hairless and covered in abstract tattoos.